Ha 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 ha. It's a pleasant occasion. Indeed, it is. Let's drink to our heart's content today. No rules. No restrictions. Duke Cassius raised his cup of wine, downed it in a gulp, and slammed it on the table. Yes. We'll be busy tomorrow with the wedding preparations and receiving guests from other duchies. Only today can we drink our heart's content. Lord Jorund nodded with a bright smile and drank his own wine. With the two leading, the entire banquet hall was filled with cheers, and a heavy round of drinking began. A few tables away, Varian drank a few cups with the Imperial Guards and then returned to his quarters. He had come to confirm a few things. The situation seemed bad, but not out of control. Lord Jorund, peak rank 4. Great Admiral, peak rank 3. Chief Counselor, peak rank 3. These three were the central figures of Barracks Province, much stronger than the rumor suggested. But compared to the duchy, they were still incomparably weak. On the bright side, the duchy had 2 rank 4s. But there were at least 3 rank 4s in total, and possibly even 4 or 5. Even if Akira betrayed, it wouldn't be easy for Lord Jorund to win against the remaining rank 4s. And all of this was under the assumption that Duke Cassius wouldn't intervene. Once he entered the battle, everything would end in minutes. That's why the medicine. Varian exhaled lightly. It was snowing now, a controlled, desirable snowfall that painted the surroundings pure white. The trees, plants, flowers, everything looked so calm and beautiful. Even the small ponds and fountains along the way had a thin layer of snow on them. Tomorrow, everything will be decided tomorrow. Varian inhaled the cold air, and his footsteps left deep impressions in the snow. Compared to the dull quarters he was heading to, the banquet hall and its surroundings were brightly lit and colorfully decorated. The drinking had been going on for a while, and people had loosened up. Words, good or bad, were no longer minced. I have a story to tell you, Duke. Lord Jorund raised his cup and clinked it with his in-law. Of course, stories. Tell me stories. Duke Cassius laughed, his face flushed. Life is stories. There's a duchy, not unlike Centaurus, which suffered greatly from a war against the subordinate races of the Jai Empire. Lord Jorund's voice was low but calm, heavy but steady, and serious without being grave. Duke Cassius noticed his earnestness and paid full attention. The duchy was to be inherited by a young prince who made great contributions in war. He was in love with a princess from a nearby province. Everyone was happy with their pairing. The members of the duchy cheered their war hero for finding his heroine, and the members of that province blessed her for getting a charming prince. Jorund chuckled. You know how these stories go, there's always someone screwing things up. Duke Cassius laughed. Lord Jorund narrowed his eyes but nodded. The prince and the princess had a son. The son didn't show the characteristics of his father's race. Saying this, Lord Jorund pointed to the beautiful purple scales on his forehead. He had these scales like a snake, he was a Naga. Like me. Then someone was really upset about this. Lord Jorund leaned forward and filled his cup again. The prince had an elder brother, you see. That man had no problem with his brother inheriting the throne, but he couldn't stomach the idea of a foreigner's child becoming a prince. He wanted his brother to marry more women and produce heirs of their own race. But the prince was love-struck and loved only that one woman. The people surrounding them were captivated by the story and kept listening. Lord Jorund, however, paid no mind to their reactions and kept his eyes fixed on the duke's face. What had started as curiosity and ignorance now transformed into something the old man desperately tried to hide. So the elder brother killed the young brother and the woman he married. He thought he had also killed the child, but thanks to a loyal spy, the child survived and escaped from the duchy. Duke Cassius' face was pale, and he was trembling. He looked at Jorund with a horrified expression and muttered, "You are." Lord Jorund continued the tale, undeterred by the Duke's response. The boy spent 100 years of his life in hell, with only one thing on his mind, power. Power for revenge against his own uncle. It's impossible for a province to win against a duchy, and even he knew the odds were slim. But luck was on his side, and he got more than he ever dreamed of. The boy who once fantasized about the throne now despises it and wants to burn it down. Lord Jorund took the last sip of his wine and stood up. A heavy tension filled the room, and everyone's eyes were on the Lord of Barracks. His lips curled into an eerie smile as he looked down into the Duke's old eyes. And I want you to witness the death of your dream. The revival of Centaurus? No, it won't be Centaurus anymore. Zed, Yaras, Akira, catch him. The Duke yelled, and 3 rank 4 auras erupted. The veiled woman opened her eyes, and her silver eyes reflected the imperial palace. I should. As she was about to take a step forward, a message flashed in her mind, and she frowned. So she knew I was here? This was bad news. But there was nothing she could do now. A rank 9 infiltration of the border was impossible without a lot of preparation. Regardless, if allowed to run amok, the damage would be massive. The woman's body blurred, and a strand of hair fell from her head, flying toward the palace. Then she disappeared from the duchy and reappeared in a distant region. The hair transformed into a woman of unparalleled beauty, but her face was quickly covered by a veil as she slowly glided toward the palace complex. At the same time, the red-robed man walked steadily into the palace complex. Wherever he passed, soldiers collapsed, a thin red line on their necks. Hurry up. That will expose us. Act calm. Stay cool. I have recorded all your memories and obtained verifications for them. If I show it to Father, we still have time to act before tomorrow. Princess Catherine and Prince Theoran stopped in their tracks. The gentle lights of the garden illuminated their faces, revealing eyes that were frozen in shock. The pristine snow was now soaked with warm red and blue liquids. The joyful music playing in the background gradually faded away. The heavy breaths of the people he passed turned into faint gasps. The palace complex, which had been brimming with life just moments ago, now lay on its last breath, creating an eerily beautiful scene. Varian raised his head and glanced at the glowing building with a frown. He felt a weak aura shockwave from the celebration venue. Theoran says it's going to be tomorrow. Even Akira implied that. There's no way they'll do it today. Boom! The large building a few miles away exploded with a deafening bang. The night sky suddenly had a blinding white mushroom cloud that rose beyond the clouds. Shit, Varian cursed under his breath. His appearance morphed into that of a well-known rank 3 Imperial Guard officer. His feet tapped the floor, and he flashed forward to the duchy's main palace in an instant. Who are you? Our Raven, verify yourself. Why are you here? The guards at the Imperial Palace pointed their weapons at him and unleashed their killing intent. Thankfully, the moment the venue exploded, most of the powerful members in the palace hurried there. That left only a few dozen peak rank 1s, a couple of rank 2s, and a rank 3 to safeguard the palace just in case. Varian looked at them with a sharp gaze. Since Catherine had helped him get the keys for a small price, he decided to take as few lives as possible. Not that he was benevolent, but he didn't see a point in killing others when he could achieve his goals otherwise. Varian pursed his lips and said the words that would send them into a frenzy. The Duke is about to be assassinated. What? Shut up. No one can defeat the Duke. He's a rank 5. Even though they refuted him strongly, their eyes weren't so resolute. They were shaken. You fucking bastard. Are you even Raven? Or are you just wearing his skin? Reveal yourself. The rank 3 guard threw a spear at him. The weapon spun so fast that it created a tornado in an instant. A small stone on the spear lit up, and an eerie red light enveloped it. Varian raised his finger and blocked the spear with his fingertip. The fluctuating red light on the spear tried to suck away his vitality. His famine powers tried to stop the suction, but as a low rank 2, they couldn't fight against the attack, which almost surpassed the range of a peak rank 2. Varian's skin wrinkled, and his hair turned white. Fuck, he thought. Half of his vitality was sucked out in a blink. No, you're not taking that away, Varian declared. His silver powers shattered his 7 paths and channeled them into his famine powers. For just a few seconds, Varian's famine path was pushed to rank 3. Like a wild beast wrestling a piece of meat from its enemy's stomach, his famine powers dragged back his vitality. Good, Varian thought, his gaze fixed on the rank 3 opponent. We can fight all day and waste time, or you could go and actually do something about His Majesty. The rank 3 clenched his fist, his gaze shifting between the venue that no longer existed and the enemy standing before him. Boom. 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 In fact, when the venue exploded, the protective arrays of the Imperial quarters activated and blocked the region. Otherwise, the shockwaves would have killed at least a quarter of the planet by now. With barriers covering them, the Duke could fight his enemies without worry. But that's precisely why the rank 3 officer was so worried. It had been a full minute, and the shining explosions within the barrier hadn't stopped. Worse, they were growing more intense every second. This all pointed to a terrifying possibility. The Duke couldn't finish the battle and had to keep fighting. If so, the Duke might not necessarily win and would need all the help available. You'll die a dog's death, traitor. The rank 3 officer swore and ran off to the large, silvery barrier. The soldiers exchanged glances and faced Varian with a determined gaze. Even if they died, they didn't want to let him in. Oof. Varian let out a sigh of relief, and his eyes gleamed with a fleeting blue light. The next second, the soldiers, prepared to fight him, blanked out and collapsed onto the snow. Rank 3 spirits are strong, indeed, Varian thought as he took a step forward and appeared right before the palace's main entrance. Now, it was blocked by layers of killing arrays. Even peak rank 3s would be butchered if they tried to trespass. Thankfully, Varian didn't have to worry about that. He took out a silvery hexagon and easily passed through the arrays, entering the palace. Catherine is thoughtful, he thought. Even though he could have gone in any way, she saved him a lot of effort and time that, at this moment, could change fates. Boom. Boom. Even with the barrier up, the Imperial quarters were shaking wildly, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Varian ran through the palace halls, trying to avoid triggering as few traps as possible. But he didn't once attempt to use the powers of space or time. These powers were almost always detected in the Jai Empire, so using them would likely draw more restrictions. Thankfully, while the palace was vast, almost as big as a small city, he had a map and managed to reach the 33rd underground floor, which contained the treasury. The floor itself was small and dark. The treasury door was plain, with just one keyhole and 2 unicorn statues on either side. As he stepped closer to the door, Varian's heart thumped. Ba-dum. Ba-dump. It was as if a deer was approaching a lion. Varian's body was screaming at him to get away from what? The eyes of the unicorn statues glowed red, and Varian froze for a split second. The next moment, he didn't care about the consequences and used his space-time powers. With a blur, he appeared a few meters away. The place he had been standing looked the same, except for a small red light. But Varian could feel it clearly with his famine powers. If the power from the spear earlier was strong enough to suck a peak rank 2 dry, then this. The red orb spun in the air, shining brightly and sucking all the vitality from a distance. It seemed to have a fixed range. Varian gulped and stretched his finger toward the orb from over 100 meters away. When the tip of his finger crossed an invisible boundary, his skin wrinkled and dissolved like sand. Varian tried to pull away his finger, but it just wouldn't work. Once the area of his finger within the range was dissolved, the red orb started to suck away the rest of his body. Varian decisively cut off his hand and teleported a few floors above. He returned a few minutes later with a regenerated hand and a heavy heart. The door was still plain, the red orb was gone, and the statues looked normal. Fuck. Even rank 4s would die. Varian's chest heaved as his heart beat violently. If he hadn't used his space-time powers to escape, he would have been frozen and sucked dry once he was in the orb's range. Any prey that falls into its range can't move. Catherine. Varian's eyes shone with a fierce light for a moment before he focused back on the door. Why are you? The Duke struggled to speak, blood spilling from his mouth and splashing onto his celebratory clothes. The silvery white silk, worn for the happy occasion, was now stained with a deep crimson. The shirt trembled softly before emitting a gentle power into the Duke's body. Like a dead branch sprouting leaves, the Duke's complexion eased, and he gasped as if he had nearly drowned. But even then, his pupils trembled fiercely, as if witnessing a terrible sight. All he faced, however, was a smiling middle-aged man, whose face bore scaly skin where a centurion's horn should have been. Am I able to weaken you? Joran chuckled, raising his hand. A white, gaseous power swirled in his palm, glowing softly like moonlight. Though its quantity was limited, its power was unimaginably greater than anything the Duke could muster. It was a life strand, a glimpse of the power once wielded by a mighty high ranker. Its mere presence made the Duke's heart race. Despite his reluctance, his body yearned to prostrate itself in front of that greatness, to surrender to the supreme master of life itself. Thankfully, it wasn't a complete strand. Its power had been used by Lord Jorand over the decades to enhance his own strength and to enslave the people he ruled today. A portion of this power is in you. Jorand's eyes glowed with a hatred that went beyond mere animosity. Rank 3s and Rank 4s were fighting on the sidelines, each blow causing a shockwave that could destroy entire planets. Amid the chaos, however, the uncle and the nephew remained still. Their hair was blowing wildly from the fierce shockwaves, blood was splattering on their faces and clothes, and even corpses were piling up around them. Despite all this, they behaved as if it were just the two of them in this horrific battle where life was valued less than a blade of grass. By itself, the portion is powerless, and you could have dispelled it. But it's hidden in the medicine you've been taking for the last 3 days. Now it's too intertwined with you. It's too late. It's over. Jorand raised his arms and revealed his plans with a smug smile. The Duke's face contorted. Constantine, solving the drugs, so, it was all just. No, that's the unexpected part, Jorand said maliciously but honestly. That brat is an unexpected variable. But don't worry, someone from your side, or rather my side, manipulated him to do my bidding. As he said these words, the tide of the battle, where the Duke's forces had been suppressing the Lord's forces, suddenly turned. Traitor. Admiral Yaras, one of the only 4 rank 4s of the duchy, collapsed onto the ground. His head slowly separated from his body and was crushed into flesh and blood a few moments later. Akira. Prime Minister Zed and a bald man glared at the woman in black. Officially, there were only 2 rank 4s. Unofficially, there were 3. But in truth, there were 4, the Prime Minister, the Admiral, the Chief of Intelligence, and an old man long thought to be dead, the Duke's eldest son. I'm sorry, I have my grudges with this old bastard to settle, Akira smiled at her subordinates, who looked at her with dumbfounded eyes. You bitch. You bite the hand that feeds you. Have you forgotten who took you in when you were struggling in that brothel? The Duke was benevolent, but he was wrong. One really can't expect loyalty from a whore. The bald man, the first prince, cursed. Akira fell silent at those words. But her smile grew wider and wider until it reached a point of distortion. Her figure flashed, and the next moment, her elongated nails were just an inch away from the prince's neck. Humph. Snorting in disdain, the prince swatted her hand away. But the real attack came when her legs suddenly elongated. Boom! The prince smashed into the large barrier and slid down weakly, blood gushing from his chest wound. You saved me from being a whore? Akira waved her arm to the right, and a rank 2 Imperial Guard's head was ripped off by the shockwave. Her gaze turned to the old Duke fighting with Lord Jorand. Even though he couldn't exert his true strength, the Duke was still stronger than the Lord of Barracks. To finish that old dog, I need to enter after all. Akira flashed a sneer. My father was a fool to believe this old dog's stories and joined him on dangerous adventures. Cassius, who was trying to suppress Jorund, slowed down his attacks and tried to listen. He saved that old dog's life many times. But the old dog didn't repay the favor. My father died, but he came back alive with some nasty injuries. He couldn't make any progress and led the most pathetic life for any duke. Cassius' pupils shook, and the hazy memory of a smiling man flashed in his mind. It was a secret of his, a secret he never wanted to be publicized. When they entered that dangerous place, he sacrificed that man's life to return alive. And after returning, he ordered someone to silently execute everyone in that man's family so that he wouldn't run into any trouble. Cassius gasped, and his chest grew heavy. It was as if his conscience had materialized and weighed down on his shoulders. Lord Jorund didn't act even though the opportunity was ripe. Instead, he watched his beloved uncles struggle with relish. Akira also laughed. She laughed as her fists smashed the bald prince's face into a mush of meat, ending his life brutally. You didn't save me from being a prostitute, you old dog. To escape the people you sent after me, I sold myself. Then you still found me and made me your servant, forcing me to serve you for decades, thinking you were saving me. What a self-righteous, disgusting piece of shit you are. Blood slowly leaked from Cassius' lips. What a wonder of fate. Varian scrutinized the unicorn statues with a deep frown. They reacted fiercely to all his powers, including space and time. Every time Varian tried to break in, the unicorn's eyes would move slightly, and the red orbs would fly out, intending to finish him off. They were black holes of vitality. Even with all his power, he had no way of neutralizing them. Wait a minute. Varian's eyes shone with a glint, and he waved his palm. A small sphere of ethereal white flew toward the red orb. The order is reversed. Instead of absorbing vitality, you'll give it out. Varian willed, and the sphere enveloped the orb. The orb shook violently and leaked a bit of vitality before the white sphere collapsed, and things returned to normal. Damn, Varian hissed, wondering if he was trying something impossible. But no. Order and chaos were fundamental powers holding up the cosmos. They governed the cosmic scales, from the increasing chaos of the universe as a whole to the increasing order of existing galactic clusters. Similarly, order was very much necessary for life to exist. Without proper systems governing an organism, it couldn't function. The order sliver he wielded wasn't just a physical order, it was the manifestation of the concept itself. If I can't control all of it, then some of it should work. Varian waved his palm again. This time, the white sphere enveloped only a part of the red orb. Then, it happened. A quarter of the red orb glowed brightly and began to release an enormous amount of vitality. The rest of the orb began to suck it in. The more it released, the more it absorbed, and the more it absorbed, the more it released. Because of this cycle of reinforcement, the absorption and release speeds skyrocketed in an instant, reaching a rate that Varian senses failed to even notice the cycles. Damn! The glowing red orb was reflected in Varian's eyes. It shone brighter with every second. The incredibly tough stones on the floor shook violently at first, and then the entire palace complex began to vibrate. The air grew tight, and Varian felt as if he was trapped in a sea of iron. The expected explosion didn't come. The red orb dissipated with a whimper. Even though it was an incredibly powerful defense mechanism, it couldn't function forever. In just a few seconds, it had accelerated to the point of running millions of absorption and suction cycles. As the air returned to normal and the dust settled, Varian noticed that the unicorn statues had lost their eyeballs. Son of a... The heavy door creaked open, and Varian walked into the treasury, stealing his nerves. Far away from Centaurus, the solar system, and even the kingdom they were in, at the very edge of the galaxy, a figure stood in space, her body enveloped in a soft white light. Just by her mere presence, nearby star systems began to shake and slowly drift away. The planets she passed by on her way here were now unrecognizable. Barren planets now sprouted life, and life-covered planets underwent uncontrollable evolution. Some species gained innate talents, and entire ecosystems were reshuffled. Even in empty space, the area around her shifted as a rich aura swirled, giving rise to new and wonderful life forms that emerged and dissipated. A snap of her fingers, and new life would indeed come into existence. Though imperfect compared to the life created by the universe's natural order, the life she created was still a marvel. The veiled woman gazed into space with a sharp gaze, and her voice traveled through the distant void, carrying her sharp killing intent. I've covered my tracks well. No one would expect a rank 9, let alone me going there in person to catch a mere duchy-level spy. A small chuckle came from all directions. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and mocking. The space in front of the veiled woman shifted, and a woman enveloped in purple light appeared. The space around her continued to twist and swirl, as if she were in the eye of a tornado, and could disappear at any moment. But she also seemed to be the tornado, capable of making anyone vanish at will. It's a coincidence, Princess Calamity, the woman said, covering her mouth in a weak attempt to hide her smirk. Crimson Spectre, the brother of Slaughter's Shade, the mastermind behind the last war's infiltrations. I thought I could gain something related to the Shade and thwart your plans in the upcoming war. Miss Calamity's voice was calm as she explained her intentions, but beneath her calm exterior, a raging fury simmered, which the woman facing her did not miss. Her anger alone would have instantly killed a rank 7. Yet, the woman remained unperturbed. After all, Ashala's trust in you is not misplaced. But even for you, it's impossible to be that lucky. As I said, it's a pure coincidence, Zahara Onyx, who practically oversaw the spy network of the Jai Empire in the Alliance, shrugged. Her words caused Miss Calamity to frown for a moment, and her thoughts raced before her lips parted. So Ashala is looking for something in that duchy. Zahara nodded with a smile. It really is a coincidence. If Ashala wasn't personally involved in the mission, no one would have known that Miss Calamity herself was about to involve herself in capturing this small spy. But, by the wonder of fate, things went in a different direction than either side anticipated. Zahara snapped her fingers, and the expanse of an entire solar system around Miss Calamity froze and began to collapse. The space twisted and cracked, forming numerous unstable black holes and countless space loops. A rank 8 could enter these space loops and never get out. Even rank 9s would be swallowed alive by these space cracks, for these weren't ordinary cracks in space. They truly ripped the target apart. Even if the enemy could regenerate from a drop of blood or even a single cell, these space cracks and space storms were so fierce that they would destroy even that last trace of the enemy's existence. But, of course, that was only for normal powerhouses. Miss Calamity's body was swallowed by the fierce space cracks and disappeared. But the next moment, she stepped out from another place, completely unharmed. The space attacks ripped her to pieces again and again, but every time, she came back in perfect condition. Zahara's lips twitched, and she stopped attacking. Sealing the space further, she said with a provocative sneer, "My boss doesn't speak much, but her fists aren't very forgiving. You, of all people, should know." Miss Calamity's pupils froze for a split second before she regained her calm. "She belongs to my great-grandfather's generation and brags about overwhelming me. Indeed, I know what a pathetic failure she is." Harsh words, Miss Calamity, Zahara's voice was filled with regret and pity. "As punishment, I'll have you stay here until the business in that duchy is sorted out." Miss Calamity's eyes narrowed. The clone should be capable of defeating that weak spy. But since they were prepared. A sigh escaped her lips, and her eyes shone with a mysterious light for a split second. At that exact moment, tens of thousands of light years away, in a palace built atop a tree growing on a literal star, a woman in maid's clothes blinked twice before yelling, "Centaurus Duchy, Ashala Starlight's mission, Crimson Spectre." A fierce breath rose from the tree and vanished into a space gate. Only a voice remained behind, "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Miss Calamity repeated the words to Zahara, who didn't seem surprised. 5 minutes is forever, you know. Your sense of time is really distorted, just like Ashala's. She could twist time itself. Such majesty would indeed transcend time, Zahara said with reverence, turning her attention back to Miss Calamity. And you, on the other hand, will have to understand that everything will be over in 5 minutes. Miss Calamity's breath filled the sealed space, causing it to crack like a mirror. But Zahara continued to enforce the space, and the two reached a stalemate. Just a few seconds ago, Crimson Spectre and the clone of Miss Calamity had finally reached the Duke's treasury. It was snowing. The smooth, soft snow fell slowly. Instead of being pure white, it was red and purple, carrying a heavy scent of blood. The capital fell into absolute darkness, except for the periodic blinding lights from the explosions in the palace. The ground shook violently, and a fierce aura storm swept across the entire city planet. People stayed in their homes, clinging for dear life. Even celestial rankers didn't dare to come out, as even the controlled shockwaves proved catastrophic. Only a few men and women in hoods rushed to the palace. Their breaths were heavy, and their steps unsteady. But strangely, their auras continued to rise, and they grew faster and faster. Worse, they carried a thick killing intent and fierceness that wouldn't appear without stepping over mountains of corpses. These bastards destroyed our livelihood, hunted us down like street rats. For what? For those filthy commoners? We're not the same breed as them. We're the kings, the lords who oversaw the drug trade. We can't live like gutter rats. The duchy must end. The man leading the group raised his arm and roared. His speech garnered passionate battle cries. Almost at the same time, an elite army of 100,000 on spaceships reached the entrance of the palace. All of them were sovereigns. They rushed here after learning something was wrong with the capital. Even though they were weak individually, when paired with special artifacts, this army could suppress even several rank 3 celestials. For a duchy, 100,000 sovereigns were no joke. Moreover, all of them were geniuses. In the coming years, at least 1,000 celestial rankers would emerge from this army. When this elite army came to control the situation, they were blocked by a few men and women in ragged clothing and haggard faces. Their faces were instantly recognized. They were all high up on the bounty list and were also the primary targets the army had to hunt. However, instead of fighting them right away, as they usually would, the army commander stepped forward and said, "I don't know what they promised you, but if you assist the duchy in this critical moment, your crimes will be forgiven. The victory of our duchy is only a matter of time. The Duke is just letting the fight brew so he can clean up the traitors all at once. This is your golden opportunity to bury the past and start a new life." His words were followed by an unexpected silence. The commander had made up a lot of what he said. He had no authority to decide the fate of these drug lords, even if they helped the duchy. But he at least hoped to turn several of them to their side so they could hurry into the palace. To his unease, the drug lords merely looked at each other and chuckled. Burial of the past? A new life? Forgiveness, one of them said. We did nothing wrong, another replied. The duchy wasn't even brave enough to attack the Havocs. You cowardly hypocrites couldn't touch us when we still had their backing. But you want us to be your dogs now? Impossible. We lived like kings, we'd never be your dogs. Beams of tremendous auras shot into the sky, lighting up the entire planet for a second. The commander gritted his teeth and unsheathed his sword. So be it. The 100,000-strong army split into 5 formations, and a token on their armor lit up. There was a deep hum in the silent night, and 5 fierce sword lights slashed at the drug lords. Petty tricks, the drug lords sneered, and they attacked back. A fierce battle ensued. Unlike in the palace, this battle wasn't as constrained by the formations. Even though the capital planet was blessed with several artifacts and wouldn't be destroyed by celestial battles, it suffered extensive damage. Everything within 1,000 miles was obliterated in an instant. Once bustling streets, luxurious commercial blocks, and festive grounds were all reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. The loss of life in that single second exceeded 100 million. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Clicking his tongue as if pitying the scene before him, a man in red robes walked calmly into the palace. As soon as the first battle began, the protection formations in the palace activated. Any unidentified entity was targeted severely and had little chance of surviving unless they possessed the strength of a rank 3 celestial. That's why Barracks's powerhouse first helped destroy some of the formations, allowing weaker celestials to fight their enemies. Crimson Spectre didn't even try. With each step he took, ripples spread through the glowing formations, causing them to explode. The soldiers and officers who saw him couldn't even speak before their heads and bodies separated. The only person he needed to be cautious of in the duchy was the Duke himself. If the Duke wasn't engaged, he could use the special defense formations to make Crimson Spectre's mission difficult. More dangerously, the Duke could activate the teleportation formation in the treasury and send away the treasures, rendering his mission impossible. So, Crimson Spectre waited until the Duke was trapped in a fight he couldn't escape before entering the palace complex. He stopped at the palace's main entrance and frowned deeply. At that exact moment, a woman stood at the back entrance of the palace. Despite the palace's city-like size, the two powerhouses could clearly sense each other's presence. Their eyes shifted and seemed to lock for a moment before they both moved their fingers. The main palace, one of the most heavily fortified areas, was struck by two inconspicuous lights. The palace split apart, and the lights descended to the floor of the underground treasury. They hit the unicorn statued door, turning it to ashes. But Varian, who was unprepared for this, was hit by the Crimson Spectre's attack. He had been considering entering the treasury when his senses suddenly screamed a warning. Before he could react, a thin line of space cut through his heart. Varian tried to raise his hand to touch his chest, but it fell limply, like a puppet with its strings cut. A small hole in his chest began to crack open, and Varian collapsed onto his back. His disguise faded, and his heart began to shatter as if made of glass. But it wasn't just his heart, his lungs, stomach, and even his blood started to crack. Cracks spread across Varian's body, as if he were a glass doll. He slowly disintegrated into small crystals. Varian's mind felt heavy, and everything was slowly growing dark. The comforting embrace of endless sleep beckoned with irresistible allure. Light footsteps approached, and a red boot stepped on the crystals that had once been a man, then walked into the treasury. A woman descended from the opposite direction and looked at him with a pitying expression. She, too, entered the treasury without a word. Varian's body had long since disintegrated. The only reason he still lingered was his spirit power. If he had reached rank 4, he could have survived as a soul even after his body was destroyed. But he was only a rank 2 spirit, and surviving a few extra seconds was already a great gift. Varian lacked the strength to fight against the unexpected death. His body had already broken down, and his soul was slowly fading. No power he possessed could change this situation. I don't want to die. Varian's hazy mind sharpened for a brief moment, and a thought flashed through it. This injury was something even his monstrous regeneration couldn't reverse. The tyrannical power of space still lingered in his body, pushing him toward death. If he were calm, he might still have a chance to deal with it using the sliver powers. Just like the life strand. Varian's consciousness quickly located the parts of the life strand sealed within his body. Using the power of the slivers, he sealed the force inside and broke free from Akira's control. As his mind began to fade, Varian used the last bit of his willpower to remove the seal. Then, he fell into an endless darkness. A bug in this place at this time. Is it also your pawn? Crimson Spectre strolled into the treasury with calm steps. It was an exceedingly refined place. The blue marble walls were polished to the point where they could serve as fine mirrors. There seemed to be an endless line of shelves carved into the walls, each containing extremely precious treasures. Even if Centaurus had declined, its wealth was higher than that of 100 provinces combined. Each shelf was guarded by a small unicorn statue. Just like outside, if any unauthorized person entered this place, they would be attacked by the vitality-sucking red orbs. Although each unicorn statue was smaller and weaker than those outside, they could pile up their attacks and overwhelm even a rank 6. That's why, even though Crimson Spectre and Miss Calamity's clone entered the treasury, they didn't act rashly. Crimson Spectre was searching for the item he had to retrieve. Miss Calamity was waiting for him to provoke the unicorn and get caught in the security mechanism before making her move. As a Space Awakener, Crimson Spectre was a master at fleeting. If it were her real body, she would have no problem restricting him. But as a clone, attacking him when he was already entangled by the security mechanism was her best shot. So, they both strolled into the treasury. A man in red robes with creepy designs embroidered on them. A veiled woman in long-sleeved blue clothes and a large floral skirt. A suspicious mage and a princess-like girl strolling through someone else's treasury. Miss Calamity, why don't you answer? Crimson Spectre smirked as he checked off another shelf and moved to the next. Scared? His words pricked the pride that the clone had inherited, and she sneered. If it's my main body, no, even if it's a clone I spent more time creating, you would be kowtowing, begging for mercy. It's funny you say I'm afraid. Funny that a rank 9 is targeting me and still got outsmarted? Crimson Spectre chuckled. But Miss Calamity couldn't smile. The temperature in the treasury dropped to a freezing point, and the air grew heavy. Crimson Spectre's eyes narrowed as he continued to provoke her. It won't be long before the entire Vita Council learns that Princess Calamity has not only lost to Princess Ashala but also to her subordinate. Miss Calamity's chest heaved up and down, her eyes flaring with anger. It had been so long since anyone dared to insult her like this. She had the urge to fight him right away. But Miss Calamity controlled herself. As her aura subsided, the eyes of the unicorn statues around them slowly moved away from her. If she took the first shot now, she would be targeted and lose any chance of taking down the bastard. The best Zahara can do is block me, she can't even dream of injuring me, Miss Calamity sneered. As for your princess, once I break through, the Jai Empire will have one less divinity. After all, her imperfect divinity would never win against me. I am perfect? Crimson's heart sank. He realized he had stumbled upon a huge secret. The whole affair was strange and unexpected. Zahara blocked me at the border of the galaxy, rendering my plan useless. But fighting me on the edge of this empire is a big threat to her. She's constantly changing our locations, trying to steer clear of the old monsters. But she can only hide from them for so long. Once they step in, her return is no longer guaranteed. She'll be seriously injured, to the point where she'd have to rest for 100 years at best, or she'd suffer a brutal death at worst. Miss Calamity's voice was calm and plain, as if she were discussing a daily affair. But the content she spoke shook the heart of the master spy, who didn't hesitate to taunt a rank 9. Crimson's face turned pale, and his arms shook violently. The confident strides he had taken just a while ago now turned into sluggish drags. Crimson Spectre was a man feared throughout the duchies for his impressive record. Since he could talk to her without fear, he had forgotten who he was addressing. This was Miss Calamity, a woman so dangerous that even the Jai Empire's army considered her a target to avoid. Wherever she was involved, only destruction remained. The Jai Empire had learned their lesson when she single-handedly ended 3 kingdoms and dealt an irrevocable blow. More than 100 trillion lives were lost, but not a single one lived to tell the tale. She was a living nightmare, and had been called Miss Calamity ever since. During the war, 500 years ago, when she was still a rank 9, a part of her precious self was broken off and sealed. Miss Calamity chuckled. It was a pleasant, mesmerizing, and charming chuckle that could ensnare any man's heart. But to the notorious Spectre, there could be nothing more devious than that chuckle. It twisted his heart and threw him into an icy abyss. His heart raced as the gravity of the situation finally dawned on him. The puzzle pieces fell into place, and his mind couldn't stop thinking. No wonder Princess Ashala was personally looking into his minor mission. No wonder Zahara Onyx would risk her life just to block Miss Calamity. No wonder he was asked to accomplish the mission, even if it cost him his life. You're lying. Even in the last war, Princess was unparalleled. No one could defeat her. Much less separate a part of her and seal it. Crimson grinned at Miss Calamity with a confident expression. Miss Calamity simply smiled at him. Yes, I'm lying, Spy Master. Now, go get the sealed box. Crimson Spectre clenched his fists and slowly walked to the shelf he had noticed earlier. The crystal on him slowly lit up as he approached it. Yes, this was it. The treasure box. The sealed part of Ashala Starlight herself. Go on, Miss Calamity's voice rang coolly. Take it. The dynamics had completely shifted. But even then, Crimson Spectre ignored his shuddering body and raised his hand. Years could pass by without anything significant happening. Yet, there would be minutes that could alter an entire lifetime. As he extended his hand, the unbearable past he had buried deep within flashed through Crimson's mind. Sold by his parents due to his talent, the place he was taken to knew no mercy. From a tender age, he experienced all the pain the world had to offer. The leaders of the organization considered this the perfect method to train spies who wouldn't leak a word. There, they were subjected to various methods that distorted their souls to the point where even powerful soul controllers would struggle to extract their memories. Crimson didn't know what normal people were like, but he understood that it wasn't normal to feel a burst of pleasure when torturing someone to a horrific death. It felt incredibly good to see them cry their eyes out and scream until their throats were raw. Instead of letting them die instantly, cutting their throats or wrists and letting them bleed to death slowly and torturously was even better. Crimson couldn't differentiate between food, music, or beauty. There was no novelty he wanted to pursue, no woman he wanted to love, no place he wanted to visit. To him, they were all the same. But violence and pain were different. Whenever he saw someone in deep pain, he felt a twisted pleasure he couldn't resist. Every inch of his body and every sliver of his soul yearned for more of that pleasure. That's why I have to survive, to get what I want. I must. Crimson's eyes glowed for a moment, and the space around a porcelain bottle shifted. The eyes of the unicorn statues surrounding him instantly turned to him and spat out small red orbs at a speed that seemed almost instantaneous. If it had been anyone else, even the fastest adept, they would have been unable to escape these vitality-draining red orbs. But Crimson just waved his hand, and space began to ripple with him at the center. It was as if invisible waves were splashing against the red orbs. These space ripples continuously pushed the red orbs away, keeping them just out of reach where they could not take down Crimson. You're done, Miss Calamity's voice was filled with equal parts glee and fury. An invisible force field of life spread from her. As it passed by the shelves, the precious plants, herbs, and fruits collected there began to grow wildly. This invisible force drilled a hole right through the space waves and reached Crimson in the blink of an eye. When Miss Calamity's clone thought he was certainly going to end, a bracelet he wore under his robes suddenly lit up. A single wave of blue power shot at the invisible force and broke it with ease. Huh! The smuggled artifact. Sahara had asked him to take an artifact through some channels a while ago. He thought it was a replacement for the one he lost, but this treasure was on another level. It had behaved normally so far, but when it sensed Miss Calamity's power, it revealed its true strength. They planned this way back. Miss Calamity frowned and clenched her fists. The blue power rippling out of the artifact was the power of time itself. It wasn't just countering her attack, the time power was directly freezing her attack. Ashala. Miss Calamity gnashed her teeth but didn't stop her hand movements. She formed a unique symbol and pushed her palm toward the specter. Miss Calamity's left arm dissipated into particles of light, and a thick beam of green light shot out. Instead of attacking him directly, the green light dispersed into several rays and struck the unicorn statues. As a result, instead of targeting the attacker, the red orbs all focused on the spy. You erased your life fluctuations? Crimson Spectre's expression was fierce, his eyes blazing with hatred. Even a rank 6 Forsender couldn't do that, much less a rank 5. But the one he faced was no ordinary rank 5. It was a clone of a rank 9. By paying the price of an arm, she had done the impossible, deceiving the entire defense system of the treasury into believing she wasn't even alive. What do I do? What do I do? Crimson's eyes frantically searched for an exit. He had wanted to teleport as soon as he took the porcelain bottle, but the treasury's defense arrays activated immediately after an unauthorized item was taken. By the time he figured out a way to teleport out of the arrays, this had happened. You won't win, Crimson said in a freezing tone, unleashing all his power to resist the onslaught of the red orbs. He couldn't let them cross a certain distance or it would be over once they started draining his vitality. I won't win? No, I won long ago. Miss Calamity shook her head, keeping her gaze on his shining bracelet. It seemed to have a mind of its own, focusing solely on her. If she made a move, it would intervene. Despite her supreme confidence in her own abilities, Miss Calamity couldn't help but want to avoid a collision with this dangerous artifact. Moreover, with an arm gone, her power had dropped, from the peak of rank 5 to a low rank 5. She was no longer able to defeat Crimson one-on-one. But that didn't mean she would stay still and give her enemy a chance to find a way out of his predicament. With a cruel smile under her veil, she snapped her fingers. The red orbs were pushed by an invisible force into a specialized formation. Compared to earlier, they were much more efficient and dangerous. Crimson's face grew pale as he realized his aura was draining at an alarming pace. Even with his reserves, these monstrous little black holes would empty him in 10 minutes at most. As Crimson's eyes grew increasingly desperate, Miss Calamity crossed her arms and waited patiently. If she attacked now and accidentally provoked the bracelet, certain victory would vanish, and an uncertain future would emerge. Come on. Do your best. The Duke's power had fallen below rank 5. Yet, he was able to overwhelm Lord Jorund, who was at the peak of rank 4. The Duke's 4 rank 4s were the Prime Minister, the Grand Admiral, the Duke's eldest son, and Akira. With Akira defecting and killing Cassius' eldest son, the duchy had 2 rank 4s. Barracks Province also had 2. In addition to Akira, there was a fierce bald man over 8 feet tall with a ripped physique. He was a peak rank 4 that Jorund had enslaved using the life strand. After years of training, he had become a shell of a man but an impossibly loyal servant. Without any regard for his own state, the bald man took on both the Prime Minister and the Grand Admiral. The duchy was certainly matched by barracks in rank 3s. But in rank 2s and rank 1s, Centaurus heavily outnumbered Barracks Province. It should have been a game-changer and ended the battle by now. However, unexpectedly, a lot of these soldiers suddenly felt an unknown force bursting out from their bodies, injuring them internally. What's happening? It's the medicinal material from the pills we took. And the potions. The panicked screams of the rank 1s and rank 2s filled the air as their barracks counterparts exploited the situation and brutally slaughtered them. Akira. A thunderous roar shook the entire planet. Millions living within 100 miles of the palace fainted on the spot. Even many rank 1s fighting fiercely felt dizzy. Ha ha ha, yes, thanks to the help of Akira, I was able to mix some things into their potions, Lord Jorund said, wringing his hair and drying off the sticky blood. Compared to Jorund, who had injuries all over his body, Cassius was in a much better state. Except for a few gashes here and there, he looked all right. Don't be so angry, my dear Duke, Akira said, throwing away the treasures she used to cripple the soldiers and entering the barrier to face the Duke. This is between the two of you and me. They are all innocent. Cassius spat and pointed to the thousands fighting around them outside the thick barrier. Innocent? Jorund laughed. Following a scum like you is a sin in itself. They were given an option to switch sides, my dear Duke, Akira replied, her tone calm but taunting. They made the wrong choice. Looking at the madman and woman, Cassius clenched his fists, his chest heaving. He might have fought them desperately if he were still young, but with age, he had many things to consider. Even if he won, it would be a tragic victory. The loss of a rank 4 was already damaging, but they would lose many rank 3s and rank 2s. There were signs that a war would begin soon. If Centaurus was so weakened, it would fall under the hands of the brutal Jai Empire. These were all under the assumption that he won. What if he lost? He had managed to suppress Lord Joran so far, but if Akira was added to the mix? Is there no other way? Even if you win, you will end up in a worse state than before, Cassius said earnestly. Joran was silent for a few seconds before crossing his arms. Admit every terrible thing you've done over the years. Not just to me or Akira, but to every family you've ruined, every child you've orphaned, and every city you've left to the wolves. Admit it all in front of everyone and kill yourself. What are you saying? Cassius looked at him in disbelief. Enough talk. I want to hear him scream and writhe in pain. Akira's hands glowed, and she shot forward in a blur. A blinding light flashed, and a fierce shockwave swept through the palace complex despite the thick barrier. Even the strongest rank 3s outside could only see 3 blurred figures clashing endlessly within the barrier. As time passed, more and more people began to die. The battles grew slower and less intense. As injuries piled up and aura reserves depleted, the fighters couldn't exert the power they had at the beginning. Everyone's powers were down by almost a rank. The Duke was the worst off, barely lingering above rank 3. Akira and Joran were slightly better, managing to display the strength of a low rank 3. Compared to earlier, the Duke was now covered in severe injuries. Akira and Joran were better, but only relatively. They too had several deep cuts that would have made them scream at other times. But now, with vengeance-filled souls, they forgot to scream. All they could and did was fight. That fucking son of a... Varian rubbed his head and slowly opened his eyes. The pain was excruciating, and he felt like a sharp blade was slicing his insides into paper-thin pieces. He would have really died this time. The life strand Akira forcibly fed him was ironically what pulled him back from death. I'll kill that bastard, Varian said with a harsh tone from beneath the rubble. But despite sensing the 2 presences inside the treasury, he teleported out of the main palace and sat on the stairs with a tired expression. But I can't kill him now. I'm too weak. Fuck it. You have at most 2 years and at least 6 months. Status. Mystic rank 2, 225/250, plus 75. The destruction of your body to such a basic level turns out to be one of the most productive ways to grow stronger. Who could guess, eh? Famine rank 2, 200/250, plus 75. Reconstructing your entire body and filling it with life force is also one of the best ways to improve your famine powers. Spirit rank 2, 150/250, plus 75. Your soul dissolved. Matter rank 2, 150/250, plus 50. Energy rank 2, 150/250, plus 50. Your body is an orderly system with its own chaos. Deconstruction and reconstruction are very good learning sessions. Try it a few more times. Space rank 2, 249/250, plus 149. You should have reached rank 3, but you hit a bottleneck. It's not hard, but you need to experience space properly to break it. Time rank 2, 150/250, plus 50. PS** if it weren't for that life strand, you'd have been a goner. So, realize how weak you are. Do not get complacent. I still have to go down there and get that thing from the treasury. Varian stood up and looked down, his gaze piercing through the endless stone floors underground, locking onto the figure in red robes. But to do that, he'd better be as strong as possible. It would be a tragic irony if he died after surviving miraculously. It's in his best interest to be as strong as possible to increase his chances of survival. Now, this is a golden opportunity. Varian looked at the fierce battle in the distance with a burning gaze. Crimson Spectre was slowly losing the battle. Facing the red orbs that continued to press against him like mad dogs, his reserves were about to bottom out. In 30, no, 40 seconds. Miss Calamity narrowed her eyes, and an invisible ripple spread out from her. It would be difficult for rank 5s, but even as a weak force sender, she was displaying great skill in grasping her life force and using it outside her body. This force hovered around the red orbs, waiting in ambush. Once the orbs rushed in to take him out, the specter would lash out and try to escape. Then she would strike him. Crimson's eyes grew fiery as he noticed the confidence blooming on the veiled woman's face. The world around him suddenly quieted, and all his worries disappeared for a brief moment. A deep sigh left his lips, and Crimson's eyes met Calamity's. Then, under the princess's dumbfounded gaze, the waves of space stopping the red orbs suddenly vanished. The orbs shook violently for a moment and were about to race toward him. The princess's attack was also ready to strike him. Without that defense, it's over. But did he really give up? As the red orbs started to reach the man's body, his red, ominous robe, inscribed with esoteric runes on the inside, slid down. The right half of Crimson Spectre's body was youthful and resembled a humanoid in his late 30s. But the left half was limp, wrinkled, and resembled a bag of bones rather than a living being. Oh damn. Miss Calamity realized she had overlooked one thing. A fierce space storm brewed around Crimson. The red orbs that tried to drain him were blasted away. Miss Calamity's force attack was shattered into pieces. Crimson Spectre looked at the veiled woman and pointed to his left side with an ironic smile. It's a curse and a blessing. Few members of my race have the talent to sacrifice their vitality to temporarily enhance their spacetime powers. This is why my parents were able to sell me for a good price. It's also why they saw me as fit for this job. I hate this talent. It made my life miserable. But without it, I would have been killed by my own parents. It saved my life. As he continued to speak, his youthful half began to age. The skin sagged and wrinkled, the muscles shrank, and the bones became light and brittle. His straight back curved, and the skin on his face dried like that of a mummy. A sad past can never earn my sympathy for a man who commits evil. What if your life was bad? It doesn't justify destroying others' lives. The oppressed become the oppressor and justify their behavior with their troubled past. This is why the cycle never ends. Miss Calamity set up a force field to resist the space storm. The two fields clashed. One was the fundamental power of space, which twisted the basic building blocks of reality, space, wherever it touched. The other was Chi, the applied life force, which could influence anything and everything, space, time, order, and chaos. The Chi field tried to calm the space and neutralize the storm. It worked, partially. But the space cracked faster than the Chi field could repair. If it had been a pure contest of strength, Crimson Spectre would never have gained the upper hand against Miss Calamity. However, thanks to his racial talent, his space storm grew fiercer and fiercer until it started to rip apart the floor tiles and crack the walls. Despite her Chi field collapsing, Miss Calamity didn't back away. The defense arrays were being slowly eroded, one by one. When enough were gone, Crimson would teleport and escape. Thanks to you, I'll gain the reputation of killing Miss Calamity, even if it's just a clone. Crimson smiled, even as his body began to shrivel. I might really die here, he thought. Even though she was a clone, she didn't want to die. But her main body's instructions were clear: she must obtain the item, even at the cost of her life. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't win against the Spectre using his racial talent. A clone, especially a hastily created one, couldn't replicate the main body's talent. Otherwise, with Miss Calamity's abilities, the fight would have been over in the first minute. Tiny, almost invisible cuts began to appear on her body. It was as if a sharp thread was sliding over her skin, strong enough to tear it but gentle enough to avoid spilling blood. Miss Calamity glowed with a white light, and her injuries began to heal quickly. But just as the old wounds disappeared, newer and larger ones appeared. In just seconds, she was a bleeding mess. She felt like a wild animal slowly bleeding to death for the amusement of a butcher. Crimson, assured of his victory, glanced at the legendary woman with a relieved smile. If I hadn't used my talent, I would have lost. The legendary spy losing to a mere clone, HMPF. But you know, this mission was supposed to be much easier. It's you who pulled the strings and brought it to this stage. Miss Calamity's eyes responded with a sharp glare. Crimson didn't care. He could feel it clearly. In a few minutes at most, he would be able to leave. First, the Havocs. They were a persecuted race in the Nexus Empire who ended up here. Of course, I was the one who helped them move. So, on this important day, they promised to help. With a rank 4 and a couple of rank 3s, this would have been a cakewalk. And they lost to a nobody. Miss Calamity sneered. Second, Crimson didn't respond to her provocation. The twins of Starsafe and their sibling, the drug lord of Ubik, were working against the Duke for ages. They have members in the palace who could help them lower the defenses. With their help, I wouldn't have needed to wait so long to teleport. Miss Calamity tried to lift her hand to strike him while he was speaking. But the fluctuating space restricted her movements, and her hand, which had moved just a few inches, was losing a large chunk of flesh. You did these two things. I'm guessing that bug outside was also your idea. Too bad it's too weak. Crimson sneered. You sneak attacked. So? That bastard wrecked my plans and made me lose my vitality. He deserves a very painful death. Lucky for him, he's already dead. Crimson sneered and cast a glance at the rubble outside the treasury. That man was buried under. Huh. Miss Calamity also noticed something odd. The body was missing. Wait, he didn't die? Crimson blinked in disbelief. But even if he didn't die, why didn't he feel Varian slipping away? He's a fucking rank 5. He would have never guessed that Varian's order powers allowed him an extraordinary degree of stealth. But he did guess that trouble might return. Even though Varian was so weak, Crimson didn't want to risk losing everything after this hard-fought victory. I'll end this quickly. The duchy's army was slowly losing to the province. It wasn't the province itself that was very strong. Sure, Barracks was extraordinary, but by itself, it was still far from topping Centaurus. It was the traitors. Cassius crossed his arms, blocking the sharp punch to his chest. As the price for completely blocking Joran's attack, he took a direct hit from Akira on his back. With a muffled thud, he crashed to the ground like an asteroid. If not for the formations restricting the impact, the entire planet would have started to crack like an egg. Old dog, seeing you like this really causes pity. Akira licked the blood flowing down her nails and slender fingers, like a wild cat. But too bad, I am a sadist through and through. I like to destroy cute, beautiful, and pitiful things. Cassius had already stood up, facing the two of them with the same stern gaze he had maintained for the past few minutes. Since things had come to this, he'd have to kill them both at any cost. His trump card was his racial talent. Once the aura stored in his horn was released, his strength would skyrocket for a short period. But once the usage was over, he would fall into a weak state. If they didn't die even then, he'd be in big danger. Understandably, he was reluctant to use that talent. But now, pushed to a corner, he decided to use it. Support arrived. Lads, say hello to your savior. A burning white meteor fell from the sky and crashed in the middle of the battlefield. A shockwave struck the chests of the barracks rank 2 powerhouses before they could react. They exploded into blood and bones, unable to offer any resistance. The battles between the rank 1s and rank 2s nearby stopped. The rank 3s also turned in this direction with fear and anticipation. It's you, the Imperial Guards recognized him right away. This mad son of a bitch fought 100 rank 1s by himself. Who else? Varian shrugged with a smirk, his gaze turning to the dozens of rank 3s and hundreds of rank 2s on the battlefield. The number of rank 1s exceeded 1,000. Thankfully, there were enough defense arrays to keep the impact under control, otherwise, this planet would have been destroyed long ago. Constantine, suspected to be rank 3, a man who seemed like a commanding officer, informed his company of soldiers. The 200 peak rank 1s, 30 rank 2s, and 1 rank 3 set their sights on him under the man's guidance. Varian narrowed his eyes as this unit fast approached him. These soldiers were different from the other barracks troops. At a glance, their armors, swords, and other equipment were 2 grades better than those of their peers. But there was a bigger difference that Varian detected only through his famine power. They have something extra, activated in them. Whoever they passed by, these soldiers casually waved their hands, and a green gaseous substance leaked out of their fingertips. The soil melted away, as did the skin and flesh of the unfortunate centurion soldiers touched by the gas. Even those strong enough to resist the erosion of the gas quickly clutched their necks in a desperate attempt to avoid breathing in the poisonous gas. But it entered their system through the pores in their skin and killed them quickly. Nagas who can use their racial talent well, HM. Varian cracked his neck and muttered. Their poison grew with their physique, and the poison of a rank 3 mystic could kill a dozen mystics of equal strength. Instead of waiting for their attack, Varian jumped right at them. The green clouds swallowed him without hesitation, and Varian inhaled the poison as if it were a sweet fragrance. Wait, what? The rank 3 commander leading the soldiers froze abruptly, his gaze dumbstruck. He had seen many strange people since joining the service, individuals who killed 1,000,000 without batting an eyelid, parents who tortured their own children, children who harmed their own parents, and countless other terrible events and people. But a man so crazy that he inhaled the infamous Naga poison, and from a rank 3 no less. Is he trying to commit suicide? Inhaling that poison? Even rank 4s might die. This is so tame compared to earlier. It's just a scratch. No, less than a scratch. A tremendous suction force emerged from Varian's body, and the famine powers devoured the poison completely. Even then, they severely damaged his organs in a short period. Yet, to Varian, this felt so easy, so manageable compared to the unbeatable space attack earlier. Severe injuries? He could heal them in seconds. Loss of vitality? He could make it up by draining it from a dozen enemies. But that space power that kept killing him. Even if he were fully prepared, Varian had no confidence in surviving that attack. And it was just a casual attack from that man. Come on. Fight hard. Varian emerged from the green cloud and landed in front of the 100 or so soldiers. His normal clothes remained intact for reasons they couldn't understand, and he looked completely unharmed. With their most potent ability rendered useless, the group stepped back hesitantly for the first time. Varian grinned like a predator and grabbed the neck of the rank 3 officer in an instant. It was scaly and slippery, and Varian lost his grip in a blink. But if he hadn't, he would have broken the commander's neck and ripped his head off. As he barely escaped death, the officer felt his heart nearly exploding in his chest and roared, "Fall back." Scales quickly grew on all the soldiers, and their speed slightly increased. "Nah, you're not going anywhere," Varian said. The demon sword of Uranus slid into his palm, and he slashed the space horizontally. A red line thinner than a strand of hair flashed and passed through the soldiers. Huh? What was that? It reached me, but I can't feel anything. Is that supposed to be an attack? The soldiers were confused but hastened their movements, retreating a few dozen miles in seconds. Varian sheathed his sword and calmly walked to where the rank 3s were fighting. Huh? The fleeing soldiers stopped and looked at each other in confusion. The rank 3 commander, who had nearly lost his head to Varian, also stopped. He glanced at the soldiers, intending to relay the next order, but his eyes froze, and his hands began to tremble. Everyone. A cold wind blew on the nape of his neck, and he unsheathed his sword in a hurry. Commander, the soldiers turned to look at him. They shouldn't have done that. A thin red line on their necks expanded in an instant. Like neatly sliced butter pieces sliding over each other, the soldiers' heads slid off their torsos. Under the commander's horrified gaze, more than 100 headless bodies stood, splashing blood like fountains. Gulp. It was a chilling sight even for a veteran. But in gulping his saliva, his throat moved more than it should. A red line also appeared on his neck. With a shaking hand, the commander touched his neck and, realizing it was just a shallow wound, his shoulders relaxed and he slumped to the ground. The man was defeated even without a fight. Centaurus had just one rank 5 and only 4 rank 4s. The pillars of the duchy had always been the rank 3s. Despite its expanse and population, it had only a limited number of these. Even if the 500 billion population were searched, one wouldn't find more than 100 rank 3s. The official number was always lower because many rank 3s, when facing the end of their lives, would go into secluded retreat for one last attempt or give up the divine paths altogether and live a normal life. In everyone's minds, even if the sky fell, they would be there to hold it up. For a province like Barracks, rank 3s were supposed to be their rulers. But thanks to Lord Joran's unexpected resources, they became important fighting forces. Even though they were disadvantaged against the duchy's forces, the traitors that emerged at unexpected moments gave the province's rank 3s a definitive edge. You beast! The admiral saved your life, and you betray him? Even animals are more grateful than you. An old woman spat blood as she fought a younger man, her adopted son, whom she had raised with love and care. Before her death, her only wish had been to see him marry and hold her grandson. But the family she had always believed in, the happiness that had never left her, all of it collapsed today. Saved my life? The young man's teeth chattered as he glanced at the remaining rank 4s from the duchy. The admiral and the prime minister were both fighting against a bald man from the province. He was emotionless, like a machine, and matched both of them equally. Enslaved by the life strands, he was the strongest man in the duchy, other than the duke. If not for him holding back the two officials, Akira and Jorand would never have been able to force the duke into his current state. And he wasn't just holding them back, he was actively injuring them. The prime minister was relatively fine, but the admiral was slowly growing exhausted. As he blocked a deadly swing of a sword and fell back, the admiral's eyes met the young man's for a moment and widened as if he had seen a ghost. What are you? The green scales that grew on the young man's neck silenced the old woman. That animal once killed a space city and took his minions to rape many women. I'm his bastard. No, don't slander me. I killed people in that city because they were hiding spies of the Alliance, the admiral yelled despite his difficult situation. Do you think I'll trust you? I have your blood flowing in me, the young man spat in disgust. I lost a son when I was, shut up. You vile beast. The young man unsheathed his sword and unleashed a torrent of attacks on his adopted grandmother. It was as if he was pouring out all his anger at his father onto her. The old woman, who had fought him valiantly until now, found her strength waning. If what he said is true, then maybe we deserve. It wasn't just this young man, every traitor had a very convincing reason for their betrayal. Listening to their justifications for such despicable acts, the duchy warriors felt their resolve falter. Were they really defending such a horrible regime? A sense of revulsion slowly rose from their hearts. Pay for your crimes. Siding with a sinner is still a sin. The young man glared at the admiral, and his hand blurred. The sword in his palm spun like a top and reached his mother. The old woman exhaled deeply and closed her eyes. The spear in her hand dropped to the ground, and the sharp blade reached her neck. Die. B-O-O, SSSSS. The sound of the wind exploding died off in an instant, and a feeble, struggling sound emerged. Why you? The Naga young man's eyes nearly bulged out as he saw a palm holding his sword's blade. Just a bare palm holding the sharpest edge of his blade. What the hell was this? The Naga young man instinctively dropped his sword and jumped back. A very touching story, Varian said, flipping the sword and throwing it with a casual gesture. The space around the sword collapsed, and the flow of time around it sped up to a ridiculous degree. The subtle forces of matter and energy that Varian had left at the handle of the sword began to act. The sword's handle melted away, and the blade accelerated even further. Although each of these powers was only rank 2 on its own, a mystic strength, combined with the assistance of space and time and the acceleration of matter and energy, transformed the level of this attack entirely. If Varian had used any of these powers separately, the best he could have done was kill a high rank 2 and severely injure a peak rank 2. But when imposed together, the sword merely blurred in the eyes of every other rank 3. By the time they noticed the trajectory of the sword and turned their gaze, it had already severed the Naga man's head and sliced through a dozen barracks rank 2 warriors. Ji John. The old woman sobbed in a heartbreaking voice, looking at Varian with a mix of emotions. Unsurprisingly, there was an unconcealed hatred in her eyes. After hearing the misery her adopted son had endured, she felt he had died unjustly and that Varian was siding with the bad guys. But Varian sneered without the slightest apology. If you want to play justice and evil, go to kindergarten. Barracks ruined so many innocent lives for the so-called revenge. They have no moral standing to speak of. Varian could have picked any side to help. Initially, he was inclined to help Barracks, as Centaurus seemed like the greater evil. But before any other thought arose, the silhouettes of the family that ran the inn in Ubik flashed in his mind. A father, addicted to drugs, who neglected his family. A mother who worked tirelessly every day to support her family. A son who couldn't endure the bullying at school and turned to a life of crime, risking his life daily. Worst of all, a young daughter who sold herself to a mad scientist just to afford school. This was one dysfunctional family. This was the suffering of just 4 people. How many people lived in Ubik? How many people lived in Duchy? Indeed, Jorand was wronged by his uncle. His parents were killed unjustly, and he was driven out, nearly dying. But was his suffering in any way comparable to the suffering of hundreds of billions of people because of his support for the drug menace? He might not have invited the Havocs, but he certainly helped them integrate into Centaurus smoothly. For his so-called revenge, how many people did he drive to death, and how many lives did he destroy? For all the talk of suffering and injustice, Varian couldn't see Lord Jorand any differently from Duke Cassius. His words caused a ripple in the crowd. The reason they were so easily persuaded that they were on the wrong side was that Centaurus had been declining for centuries. Most of them couldn't tolerate the fact that despite their efforts, their collective strength was diminishing. Even though they all fought for Centaurus, they had little pride in it. So, when someone accused Centaurus of being in the wrong, it just felt right. Surely, they must have been in the wrong. That's why they were declining. Of course, if Centaurus had been a warring duchy, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. For a group fighting for survival, issues of right and wrong wouldn't matter. But Centaurus had no war in the past 5 centuries and had been declining. Thus, the people had forgotten war and grown weak-willed, placing the region in a unique state. In this situation, Varian's words acted as a wake-up call. Indeed, Barracks had weakened most of them through drugs. These individuals were in league with the drug mafia, which had ruined countless lives. Even if the top powerhouses of Centaurus were considered trash and scum, the Barracks province was no better. They're sons of bitches, but there are sons of bitches. With this mentality, the powerhouses of the Centaurus duchy fought back fiercely. The battle, once dominated by the Barracks province, was slowly reclaimed by them. Within just a few minutes, the two sides were neck and neck. It seemed the battle would continue indefinitely, but Varian's addition changed everything. Every time his sword flashed, the head of a Barracks warrior or Centaurus traitor flew into the sky. In a ridiculously short period, as if mocking the efforts of the Centaurus rank 3s, he slew all the rank 3 warriors of the Barracks province. Each rank had its own region where they were fighting. Rank 1s were farthest out, on the periphery. Rank 2s were slightly inside. Rank 3s were even more central, with rank 4s fighting just outside the translucent barrier, where the Duke was confronting Lord Jorand and traitor Akira. Now, except for the rank 4s, everyone else fell back to their side and stared at the area where the rank 3s fought, hearts pounding. What the hell was that? Is he on our side? Do we even know him? All the rank 3 warriors of Centaurus kept their distance from Varian. They were unsure how to approach this monster who had casually slaughtered the enemies they had struggled against. If he tried to kill them, they knew they wouldn't be able to resist for more than a couple of minutes. And that's assuming the strength he had shown so far was his full strength. Varian glanced at them from the corner of his eye and then turned to the rank 2s and rank 1s who were staring at the area with anxious eyes. When they noticed him turning to them, the barracks warriors despaired, while the Centaurus members rejoiced. Once he joined the battlefield, it would be very easy to clear off the enemy. You can stop fighting. Regardless of how well or poorly you do, the result will depend on the top dogs, Varian said in a light but irrefutable tone and slowly walked to the rank 4 area. The soldiers and officers looked at each other in confusion. Even the rank 3 Centaurians who were about to slaughter the rank 2 and rank 1 barracks warriors opened their mouths to retort his absurd words. But in the end, no one said anything. Thus, a strange scene unfolded in the central grounds of the duchy's capital. Thousands of troops sat in 2 groups around the fighting area, where 6 rank 4s were battling, Duke Cassius versus Lord Jorund and Akira, Prime Minister and Grand Admiral versus the peak rank for Bald Slave. But all eyes followed a young man who slowly stepped into the fight of these giants. Exhaling deeply, Varian unsheathed his artifact, the demon sword. The blood pooled across the battlefield, shook violently and flew to the sword in clumps. The demon sword sucked the blood like a greedy beast and began to glow with a fiery red light. The so-called artifact of the Devis began to show a glimpse of its power. This power. When sovereigns use these artifacts, it's like 2 snipers fighting in melee with their rifles. Varian's hand, holding the sword, vibrated at such a high speed that his bones began to creak. With a movement of the slivers, the 6 powers of Varian's divine paths suddenly poured into his mystic path, pushing it from the peak of rank 2 to a state well surpassing that of rank 3. Then, Varian's hand blurred as he slashed the sword, releasing a blinding beam of red light that reached the rank 4s immersed in battle. With almost all 7 paths in high rank 2, Varian's ultimate blow could faintly surpass that of a peak rank 3. The red light he slashed out radiated fiercely, causing even the rank 4s to feel a sense of palpitation. With the help of an artifact, Varian's attack crossed an impossible realm, reaching a rank that should never be possible. The Prime Minister and the Great Admiral were both fighting the Bald Slave. All 3 had varying degrees of injuries and continued their battle even as Varian cleaned up the rank 3s. However, when the sword light approached, they all fell back, including the Bald Slave. Unexpectedly, the sword light twisted in space as if guided by an invisible hand, piercing through the Bald Slave's chest. Hiss! The audience watched with expressions of horror. Moving from rank 3 to rank 4 was a significant transition. It was common knowledge that even if rank 4s stood defenseless, it was difficult for rank 3s to injure them significantly. But Varian. Lord Jorund's eyes lingered on Varian for a moment before he resumed his battle with the Duke. The unexpected variable both scared and disgusted him. Die, old bastard. Die already. He growled like a wild lion and unleashed his trump card. A strand of glowing white light left his chest and shone on the Duke. The Duke's skin wrinkled further, his back began to hunch, and a wave of exhaustion washed over his body. Combined with his injuries, the Duke's head grew dizzy. Lord Jorund sighed inwardly. As he had thought, he could end this battle whenever he wanted. The only reason he continued was to torment the Duke. But that boy's intervention infuriated him. More than killing the rank 2s or rank 3s, what angered him the most was his words. How dare he say I am as bad as this old bastard? Lord Jorund clenched his fist and laughed coldly. But when he glanced at the spot where his Bald Slave was fighting the 2 rank 4s, he couldn't laugh anymore. What happened? It was as if someone had dug up his flesh 6 inches deep. The Bald Slave had a hideous gash starting from his abdomen and going all the way to his neck, passing just an inch beside his heart. If he hadn't been a mini-giant, a 6-inch gash would have cut through his torso. And if he hadn't been lucky enough to dodge the attack at the last moment, the sword light would have pierced his heart. Even now, through the huge, twitching wound that looked like a dug-up passage. His beating heart was visible. Fuck. Even though he remained calm when facing the Duke, Lord Jorund couldn't help but swear at the chilling sight. The bald slave was a powerful adept with insane control over his body. He should have already started to heal at least a tenth of that injury by now. His twitching muscles and insides were proof that he was trying to heal. But the wound that continued to exist was proof that he wasn't succeeding. That sword, whatever it was, somehow managed to mess up an adept, the Awakener with the most perfect body, and prevent them from healing. Is that even possible? Lord Jorund's gaze darted to the sword in Varian's hand. An unpretentious black and red sword with no runes, no inscriptions, and certainly no aura gem. Whether the weapon or the person was powerful, the damage was done. I'll go to hell. A shock pulsed through Lord Jorund's spine, and he fell back, trusting his instinct. Almost immediately, the Duke appeared where Lord Jorund had been, the horn on his forehead shining brightly. This was a Centaurian racial ability, allowing them to strengthen themselves using the energy stored in their horns. Even though the Duke was affected by the life strand, this strengthening would allow him to hold out for a while, even if Akira and Lord Jorund fought together. On the other hand, I'm really in a bit of a hurry. So, I'd appreciate it if you could just die. Varian's figure flashed as he fought against the bald slave alongside the Prime Minister and Great Admiral. The sword, no longer drawing blood, wasn't as powerful as before. However, its strike still reached the 4th rank level. Varian himself wasn't winning against the bald man, he was losing every exchange. Any of the bald slave's attacks should have killed him. The only reason he was still standing was that he used the sword to reduce the damage. Even then, he was a bloody mess. But the situation was spiraling out of control. The 2 Centaurus rank 4s could already handle the bald slave at his peak. Now, with him heavily injured and Varian interfering, they were quickly wearing him down. Without external help, he wouldn't survive a few more minutes. Akira, go help. Lord Jorund said and withdrew his weapons. What about you? The spymaster didn't leave right away and frowned at the Duke, whose injuries were rapidly healing. Even with all the disadvantages, his transformation makes him a monster. Lord Jorund chuckled softly, and glowing purple scales covered his face. His pupils turned vertical, and his eyeballs turned green. He hissed with his forked tongue and said, "It just so happens, I'm also a monster. That old bastard killed my parents because he wanted a Centurion heir instead of a Naga. Today, a Naga will bring down the proud Centurion." A huge cloud of green gas spread out from Lord Jorund and expanded rapidly. Anything it touched melted on contact. Akira was a split second late in getting out of the barrier and nearly lost her left hand. Looking at the brown bone, she shuddered and glanced at the 2 silhouettes approaching each other in the green cloud. Monsters indeed. Then, she turned to Varian among the rank 4s, her eyes burning with killing intent. Her figure blurred, and her breath grew fainter and fainter. She became invisible a second later, unless someone specifically searched that location, even her peers couldn't find her. Chief of Intelligence, Akira, on her mission. She flashed forward and appeared behind Varian in an instant. The name of her race was forgotten by the common people after they nearly went extinct in the previous war. Now, some call them the Shadow People, and others refer to them as ghosts. But they like to call themselves Reapers, those who came without notice or permission and took your life away. Of the 3 rank 4s present, neither the veteran Prime Minister, who lived for more than 4 centuries, nor the fierce and sharp Great Admiral, known for his talent, detected Akira when she appeared behind Varian. They couldn't see her, much less sense her. The bald man, who was at the peak of rank 4, naturally had stronger senses and only he got a hint of her arrival. But he made no movements and didn't alert anyone. Varian raised his sword to strike the bald slave again, but his scalp went numb and his spirit shuddered. His body's instincts didn't indicate anything was wrong, but his soul screamed at him. His instincts never clashed before, but when they did, he usually preferred his body's instincts. However, having just returned from the edge of death and learned a bitter lesson, he took the safer path, even if it meant temporarily giving up his offensive. With a swift kick to the ground, he jumped away and landed on the translucent barrier under which the Duke and Lord fought. Varian looked around with vigilance. His body remained completely normal and indicated no danger, but his mind continued to warn him. It was creepy to search for the invisible enemy. He felt like a child searching for a ghost. He'd be damned if he didn't find it, but he'd also be damned if he did. Only Akira is missing. She's the chief of intelligence. This ghost must be her. Varian's eyes narrowed, and he held his breath. All his senses failed to discover any trace of presence around him. But who knew if that woman was just behind him, grinning widely, ready to stab him at any moment? He did guess a bit too accurately. Akira stood right behind him, her long nails inches from his neck. She was waiting for him to drop his guard so she could deliver a fatal blow, instantly killing him and eliminating the only variable on the battlefield. But to Akira's frustration, Varian's patience was unusually high. Anyone who had been through such incidents could tell that staying ultra-alert for too long was nearly impossible. Even if your physique supported it, it was too taxing on the spirit. Even with decades of experience in the field, Akira couldn't remain that alert for long. Is he very old? But the life strand in him suggests he is young, incredibly young, not even 100 years. But that's just absurd. A rank 3 who isn't even in his triple digits? Even for a big duchy, that's a tough achievement. As Akira's mind swirled with thoughts, Varian's tense nerves inevitably relaxed. The grip on his sword loosened slightly, and his shoulders drooped almost imperceptibly. Now. Akira's sharp nails, enveloped in an aura that glowed like ghostly flames, reached the back of Varian's neck. You're dead. As her nails cut through Varian's skin and droplets of blood splashed out, Akira, in her heightened perception of time, finally smiled. It's done. Her shoulders dropped slightly, her gaze softened, her muscles relaxed a bit, and her tense mind sighed in relief. It was exactly the same moment of relief she had aimed to exploit in Varian. SSSS. The wind whistled, and a red blade sliced through Varian's chest, piercing Akira right in the heart. A sharp wound opened on Varian's chest, and blood spilled out like a fountain. But behind him, Akira gazed in shock at the sword lodged in her heart. Her nails, halfway through slicing Varian's neck, were already drenched in his flesh and blood. She had reached his throat bones. Just a bit more, and she would have torn his skull from his torso. But the sword in her heart turned that simple step into an unbridgeable moat. Like a demonic child suckling a mother to her death, the demon's sword drank blood directly from her heart. Even a damaged heart couldn't easily kill a rank 4 adept or forsender. But when their vitality was drained, they fell just like everyone else. You, what the hell are you? Akira collapsed onto her knees, her body shriveling like a dried-up fruit. The blood from Varian's wound splashed on her face. Even with her failing vision, she could see the risk he took by driving the sword through himself to strike her. The wound tore open right next to his heart. His move was reckless and bold, clever and cunning. You wanted me to drop my guard, and I waited for you to drop yours. Varian turned around, touched his wound, winced, and immediately withdrew. That fucking hurts, you know? Even though the sword was obedient enough not to drink my blood, I can't heal the wound fast enough. Akira bit her lip and stared at him with venomous eyes. Who was he kidding when that wound was closing so fast? All spoils belong to the victors, including my respect. Akira laughed bitterly, tears swirling in her eyes. Varian bent down in front of her and cupped her cheek like a kind old man. Respect? What respect do you expect? And you drugged me to do your bidding and planned to kill me once my role was finished. Akira's eyes trembled fiercely, and she gnashed her teeth. She regretted it bitterly. If she hadn't brought this man, he might not have been able to bypass the defense formations and enter the palace. But she had brought him, helped mask his identity all along, and now had to watch helplessly as he destroyed her dream of revenge bit by bit. It's not fair. Akira lowered her head, feeling her body grow heavy and her mind hazy. Why do the evil always win? Why can't I get my revenge? My just and deserved revenge. That old sinner shouldn't have been rescued. Fairness, Varian muttered, his gaze turning to the treasury. It only exists in the minds of those who dream of an impossible world. Despite the fierce shock waves, which the treasury's formations had mostly blocked, they had gathered enough attention. But no one had the leisure to investigate the situation. Varian, however, knew the battle must be drawing near. Crimson Spectre thought he could win easily once he activated his racial talent, but he was facing a monster. Even if she was going to lose, it wouldn't be so soon. 3 more minutes, Varian estimated, turning his gaze to the battlefield. The bald slave was dead, his body butchered into pieces and scattered. The Prime Minister and the Great Admiral had now joined Duke Cassius in fighting Lord Jorund. The corrosive, poisonous green clouds fired by Lord Jorund were blown away by the planet-shattering attacks of the trio. The Duke's racial talent strengthening hadn't been exhausted, making him stronger than ever. With 2 additional supports, his side gained an unimaginable advantage. Why? Why do you win? Why should you win? You don't deserve to live. Lord Jorund was heavily injured and in a dire situation. One mistake and he would die. Any sane person would have fled the scene. But he didn't. He kept fighting, though his sanity was on the edge. All the injustices he suffered, all the humiliation he endured, all the hardships he braved, every drop of sweat, blood, and tear was for this very day. But he failed. He couldn't stomach it. He had done everything he could, spent everything he had, and perfectly executed his plan. Yet, an unknown man showed up and wrecked it. He had staked his entire life on this, and now he was going to lose because of bad luck? Fuck luck. Fuck fate. Lord Jorund couldn't accept his ending. But more than that, he couldn't accept that someone as despicable as Duke Cassius could still go on living. So, even at the risk of his own life, he attacked Cassius fiercely. But facing 3 alone, he couldn't even do that. For a split second, Lord Jorund's eyes met those of the kneeling Akira, and their eyes screamed the same emotion, unwillingness. They were willing to die, but not before their enemies. But that was it. Emotions meant nothing in the face of absolute strength. As Lord Jorund prepared to spend his last moment, Varian slowly walked into the barrier. The Duke sighed, relaxed and smiled wider, while the despair on Lord Jorund's face deepened. Unexpectedly, Varian faced the duchy powerhouses and said, "Considering you weren't very good or honorable people, I'll support barracks." Question mark. Exclamation point. What? Not just the 3 duchy rank 4s, who gaped at his words, nor just the dying Akira, who looked at him with widened eyes, but the entire crowd froze at his words. Varian grunted lightly at their reaction and raised his hands. "All right, I'll be honest. I don't care who wins or loses, you're both evil. I guess I'm evil too. But I just want to fight. I gotta fight." "You're crazy, Constantine. Do you hear yourself?" Duke Cassius stepped forward and growled at him with thick killing intent. All the gratitude in the Prime Minister's and Great Admiral's hearts vanished, replaced by endless fury. This isn't a joke. They're the fucking evil behind the mafia that destroyed this duchy and ruined billions of lives. Forget their deeds, you can't hope to win against the 3 of us. Mafia? Ruined lives? They are indeed evil, but what about you, who watched chaos unfold and destroyed the lives of your own citizens just because you didn't want to take any risks? Forget all that, did you even give a shit and at least try to improve the situation? No, people are treated worse than animals. You have no moral high ground to speak of. Varian drew his sword, and a red light began to glow from its blade. Let's just say you are the good guys here, but my conscience wouldn't hurt the slightest if I killed you. I sold it to the devil when I exterminated an entire race. A chilling silence spread over the battlefield. An entire race? How many lives did that amount to? 10 billion? 100 billion? Even more? A single man killed an entire race? Who the fuck were they dealing with? Varian turned to Lord Jorund and said with the smile of a devil, "If you inflict enough damage on them, I can kill them before you breathe your last." Except for great geniuses who grew up in favorable environments, Varian was far too young compared to his peer rank 2s. The current Centaurus youngest rank 2 was over 150 years old. The less said about the rank 4s, the better. In his own words, Lord Jorund's father was the hero of a war that occurred more than 500 years ago. Even considering he was born a century after the war, he would still be more than 400 years old. So, Varian wasn't trying to manipulate him. An average human eats for almost 4.5 years during their lifetime. Even by the most conservative estimates, the time this individual spent eating was still longer than his entire period of existence. Varian made it crystal clear from the start, "I'll help you seek revenge, but you will pay for it, perhaps with your life." The sleepless nights, endless meetings, and countless plans. Lord Jorund exhaled a cloud of dark green gas and moved forward in slow steps. The air turned a light green and began to corrode everything it touched. Once Varian declared his betrayal, a few rank 3s on the battlefield, Centurion powerhouses, since Varian had killed all of Barrax's, rushed into the barrier and stood guard in front of the Duke and his 2 subordinates. However, upon contact, the green air began to melt their armor, passing right through whatever aura barriers they set up. I can't stop it. Hiss. They couldn't resist for even a minute and melted into a puddle of red and purple. Lord Jorund's bulging muscles shrank, and something invisible seemed to leave his body, leaving him hollow. Sacrificing his lifespan in the very first attack, whatever might be true or false, he was determined to see this through to the end. Varian raised his hand to touch the green air, but it dispersed and avoided him as if it were its very instinct. On the other hand, the Duke and the 2 ministers were not having a good time. Although it was not fatal for their rank 4 defense, the green gas was like a mad dog, slowly gnawing away at their armor and reinforced skin. "You bastard, I'm putting everything on the line," Lord Jorund said without even glancing back, but Varian felt the heaviness in his words and nodded subconsciously. The Duke's body swelled even more as he squeezed out the last bit of his potential and leaned forward, ready to dash and finish everything. "Everything is a game to you, isn't it, Constantine?" The Duke's lips barely moved, but his voice filled the entire palace complex. "You killed the warriors of Barracks without hesitation and now you help them. You're using both of us." Even Lord Jorund's eyes flinched, and he hesitated for a moment. And that was what the Duke was aiming for. Dashing forward like a bullet, he reached his nephew before the latter could react and thrust forward a spear darker than the night. Though it didn't pierce his abdomen yet, Lord Jorund felt dizzy from the horrendous aura emitted by this light-sucking weapon. But instead of backing off, he put a hand to block the spear and used the other to swipe at Cassius' neck. The spear easily pierced through Jorund's palm, leaving a bloody hole, but deviated from its original trajectory and only grazed him rather than stabbing through his abdomen. Immediately, a black light engulfed Jorund's palm, beginning to suck away his aura. As if he expected it, Jorund sliced at his wrist and severed his hand. Meanwhile, his long nails dug into the Duke's neck, and a green light passed through his nails into the Duke's now visible and bulging veins. The Duke grabbed Jorund's shoulder, trying to throw him off, but Jorund held on like a rabid dog, refusing to let go. With every passing moment, the green light passing from his nails into the Duke's body grew darker. The innate talent of the Naga race was working in full swing, creating a customized poison to deal the maximum damage to Cassius' body. If it were rank 4, they'd be in a dire situation by now. But after everything, the Duke was still a rank 5, so he needed some time that would cost him dearly. The Duke's movements slowed considerably, but his left hand clenched into a fist, and he delivered a blow straight to Jorund's jaw. The Lord's vision blurred, and he blanked out for a moment, but his grip only grew tighter. The Prime Minister and Admiral arrived on either side of the Duke and sliced their weapons at Jorund without a word. Jorund scoffed, and densely packed green scales covered his body. The sword and axe that struck him bounced back, eliciting sparks from the scales. In response, the Naga's muscles shrank further, and he was drained even more. The three Centaurian powerhouses began a torrent of attacks on the last barracks powerhouse. Even with the scales he had summoned at such a high cost, Lord Joran's green blood began to pool at his legs. His consciousness was on the verge of collapsing, but his body didn't back down in the slightest. The Duke had slowed down dangerously and was now barely able to display the power of an early rank 4. And this was even while the power of his horn was active. The Prime Minister and the Admiral were not in good shape either. The mad Jorand didn't even bother to heal his severed left hand and manipulated his bleeding blood. The vicious green liquid formed a terrifying poison and began to damage them bit by bit. Avoiding it was simple, just leave the place. But they couldn't. So, they became sitting ducks for these attacks, and their condition began to deteriorate uncontrollably. After fiercely trying to shake off Jorand and failing, the Duke sighed in exhaustion. His bright white unicorn horn flickered as if it were about to dim at any moment. What do you think will happen to barracks after your death? Cassius rested his chin on Jorand's neck and asked in a weak but tough voice. Jorand's unfocused eyes blinked twice, and a hint of fear emerged. It doesn't have to be this way, nephew, Cassius said in a genuinely regretful tone. After this, I wouldn't survive even a decade. By then, you'll be the strongest one here, and might even reach rank 5. At that time, Centaurus and Barracks will be united. You can rule them together. Jorand's body shook slightly at his words. His emotions roared with hesitation, reminding him of his parents' death. But his rationale also started to fight back. Yes, he had no issue dying to avenge his parents. But if Cassius was going to die anyway, wasn't that enough? You want revenge? Fine. I am a sinner, I get it. Cassius coughed up some blood, which flowed down Jorand's back. But what kind of revenge do you want? One where you die, or one where you can rule a fucking duchy? The same duchy that was stolen from you? Jorand's body trembled, and his face grew conflicted. If it had been just a few minutes ago, he would have scoffed at these words and never agreed. But as he sacrificed his vitality and felt death slowly pulling him into its embrace, an unknown fear crept into his heart. He still wanted to avenge his parents, but he didn't want to die. How can I trust you? Even the Duke hadn't expected his last-ditch effort to work. With a bright smile, he said, use that life strand and control me. I'm putting my life in your hands. The Duke could no longer fight. If he continued, Jorand's death would come at the hands of the Prime Minister and Admiral. So, there was no hesitation in Cassius' words. The two stopped attacking him at the Duke's signal, and Jorand sent strands of life into his uncle's body, quickly taking control due to his lack of resistance. Then, the Duke's horn dimmed, and he slumped to the ground. Lord Jorand managed to remain standing, but his legs were still wobbly. Admiral Yara's and Minister Zed were still able to fight, but parts of their flesh and bones had been melted away by the poison. Alright, now that we've reached an agreement, this outsider has to pay the price for trying to play us like fools. Cassius' eyes locked onto the black-haired figure standing still, holding that dark red sword. Lord Jorand nodded and moved forward in heavy steps. Yaras and Zed kicked the ground lightly and shot forward. Varian scoffed and had a big smile, like a boy who received an unexpected birthday party. I'll be honest with you, you're only helping me with this, I swear. The injured and worn-out rank 4s could no longer display their full strengths. Yaras and Zed were seasoned fighters. Even though Centaurus had no wars and weakened over the years, these two had traveled all over the kingdom to hone their skills. Despite being very weakened and injured, Varian still felt a heavy mountain pressing on his shoulders when facing both of them at once. The two swung their swords one after another, leaving Varian in a position where defending against one would leave him vulnerable to the other. Matching their timing, a sphere of green light shot into the air, hovering above Varian's head, ready to strike at any moment. Though weakened, the ball of poison was still potent enough to instantly kill a peak rank 3. Varian exhaled slightly. This difficult situation could still be cracked with the right combination of powers. He couldn't allow the swords to injure him deeply, but he could still afford the poison to hit him as long as he controlled where it struck. "I'm flattered that you all ganged up on me," Varian said, his lips curling into a smirk. Instead of blocking the sword attacks from the front, his left foot stepped to the side and landed heavily on the ground. Using the strength from his lower body, he turned while keeping his torso still and swung his sword. Varian's blade sliced through the Duke's arm, cleaving it in two vertically. "Stop!" Yaras and Zed forcibly withdrew their attacks and rushed to the Duke's defense. "Loyal subordinates, Varian sneered and punched upwards. The green orb that was descending struck his fist instead of his head. Varian's reckless action surprised everyone, most of all Lord Jorund. The thick, gaseous poison from the orb drilled into his fist, instantly melting away his skin, flesh, and bone. It wanted to dissolve into his bloodstream. Once it did, it would travel throughout his entire body, destroying everything and killing him with ease. Rank 4s could slow the poison and eventually block it out. Rank 3s, however, could only block most of the poison. The small amount that slipped through would be enough to take their lives. Tisk. Varian wasn't a rank 4, and he wasn't even a proper rank 3. But the poison met an unexpected obstacle in his body. A white and black power glittered in his blood, enveloping the poison. With his strength, Varian was able to block 50% of the poison. The remaining 50%, he channeled through the slivers. Due to his own weak strength, the slivers, which could otherwise destroy anyone with a thought, could only manage to handle half of the poison at best. But they did it flawlessly. The order and chaos of the poison changed. In the short term, the poison began to coalesce instead of dispersing. In the long term, the poison itself became subject to internal chaos and began to break down. Varian's hand regenerated in a matter of seconds, and he swung his sword again. The Duke had long retreated, deeply regretting his decision to ambush. Had he known that even if he covered his aura, sound, and smell, he couldn't escape Varian's spatial sense, he wouldn't have tried. But there were no what-ifs. With the Duke completely out of the game, Varian faced off against the 3 rank 4s and went all out. His first target was Lord Jorund. Rather than fight the 2 swordsmen while the poison guy blasted him, it was better to finish him first. While Jorund was strong enough to take down Yaras and Zed with him, he had a fatal weakness Varian could exploit. Go! Varian used his silver powers and channeled all his energy into the famine path. It rose from rank 2 and reached the peak of rank 3, and just a bit beyond. Red color. Yeah, just like those. With a simple manipulation of energy and matter, Varian painted the orbs red. Then, he retrieved a bunch of metallic spheres from his storage ring and teleported these red orbs into them using his space power. With a pained expression, he said, "You forced me." Under everyone's confused gazes, the metallic spheres blurred and reached Lord Jorund before he could react. Then they exploded, revealing the bright red spheres inside. No! The Duke's face paled, and he yelled, "Get away, Fro!" The red orbs surrounded Lord Jorund, unfazed by his poison, and began to suction his vitality. Jorund was much stronger than Varian, but he had already lost too much vitality. If he pushed his body any further, he might collapse. That's why he didn't even attempt close combat. So, when the famine-powered orbs began to suck his vitality, he couldn't put up much resistance. Arg! Lord Jorund's vitality drained visibly. The middle-aged man's already wrinkled skin now withered and sagged. His eyes grew dull and loose, and his muscles weak and slackened. Like an engine running out of gas, he came to a screeching halt and collapsed powerlessly. He lay on the ground, the life strand inside him, which required a significant part of his power to control, now flew out of its bounds and rose into the sky. The red orbs sucked it away and delivered it straight into Varian's palm, who put it away nonchalantly. Unlike Lord Jorund, who had a hard time controlling it, he'd just throw it to the slivers and let them discipline the life strand. So, you two are left, eh? Varian grinned and cracked his neck. Yaras and Zed frowned. Look, we don't have to do it this way. You can have what you want and leave us to sort out this mess. If things get too messy here, the kingdom wouldn't be happy either. It's better to make more friends than enemies, no? The Duke intervened before the battle could begin, offering a reasonable compromise. With the life strand out of the way, the shackles on the Duke were gone. However, his current condition didn't improve. It just stopped deteriorating. For him to return to his previous state would require months of recuperation. Your words make too much sense, old man. Varian took a deep look at Cassius, who played politics even while lying down powerless. He reminded Varian of those cunning politicians who had a way with words. Even though he considered himself someone willing to do anything to achieve his goals, Varian found it hard to stomach the enmity. But to the Duke, all friends and enemies were just tools to help his dream of the duchy's revival. I can marry my daughter to you to show my sincerity. She'll be the ruler of Barrack's province, and as her husband, it's your dowry. Lord Jorund, who hadn't died yet, opened his mouth in shock and stared at his uncle with disbelief. What the fuck was this old bastard on about? Not to mention Lord Barracks himself, even Varian was dumbfounded by this proposal. A functioning duchy and province are far more valuable than dead and chaotic ones. My word still stands, I'll die sooner or later. Once you hone your ruling skills in the province, you can inherit the duchy upon my death. I don't know much about you, but you aren't old. I can rest assured putting the duchy in your hands because, just by being ruled by you, it will revive. If anyone else were in my position, I believe they'd have already called you father-in-law. You have that life strand, right? You can control my life as well, so rest assured. I don't care about anything else, I just want Centaurus to bloom once again. The Duke spread his arms with difficulty and pointed to the starry sky. I want Centaurus to shine among the stars once more, to stand at the forefront against the Jai devils, and to leave legends that will live on for millennia. As a neighbor to Centaurus and someone who fought against perhaps the weakest minion of the Jai Empire, which had just wreaked havoc on humanity for centuries, Varian was tempted by his words. You said it yourself, you don't care about the morals. What matters is the results, Cassius said. Varian opened his mouth to refute him but decided against it. He felt another tremor from the treasury and pushed aside all his thoughts. I'll decide this later. Varian swung his sword and pointed it at the two rank 4s. But after dueling with you two. Yaras and Zed could no longer feel his killing intent and sighed in relief. If they were defeated by him, they would still be spared. If they defeated him, then. With his current strength, Varian never stood a chance against either of the ministers. He is just too weak against a rank 4. But when they are severely injured, weakened, and exhausted, while he remains at his peak. The figures of the three men blurred and clashed everywhere. The shockwaves from their blows were far weaker than the epic battle between the Duke and the Lord. But ironically, this battle would decide the fate of the duchy and the province. The demon's sword was splattered with blood, mostly Varian's as the battle progressed. From the first clash, Varian had been at a disadvantage. Thanks to the demon's sword, he could injure a rank 4, but his defense wasn't enough. So, he suffered heavy injuries every time. Should I use the crystal armor? After a moment's thought, Varian decided not to. This fight was his whetstone. It's better to get as injured as possible without risking his life and improve his strength for the real battle. Varian's gaze turned to the main palace, now collapsed into rubble. From time to time, beams of dazzling red and purple light shot out from the ruins and flew into the dark night. Before he could withdraw his gaze, a terrifying spatial shockwave erupted from the rubble, followed by a familiar aura that continued to weaken. She's losing? Varian frowned and gripped his sword tighter. Status asterisk. Mystic rank 2, 249 to 250, plus 24. Famine rank 2, 249/250, plus 49. Spirit rank 2, 249/250, plus 99. Matter rank 2, 249/250, plus 99. Energy rank 2, 249/250, plus 99. Space rank 2, 249/250, plus 149. Time rank 2, 249/250, plus 99. Comment asterisk you've hit the bottlenecks in all 7 paths. These can't be solved just by battles. You need to sit down and delve into the intricacies of these powers. Better yet, visualize a path ahead for each. As you get closer to the divine ranks, battles will remain extremely useful, but strict meditations will become an essential part of your practice. So this is why I couldn't feel any more improvement. Varian clicked his tongue and decided to end the battle. He promised not to kill them, for now. A strand of chaos power merged into the aura he was pouring into the demon's sword and slashed at the 2 ministers. They thought this was like every other attack before and raised their own weapons to defend themselves. But thanks to the chaos power, their aura grew erratic and acted against them. Fuck. They quickly suppressed the rioting aura, but the gap created by their distraction was more than enough. Varian's sword beam sliced off both their arms, leaving them heavily injured. This concludes the match. Varian sheathed the sword calmly and turned to the main palace. Lord Jorund and Akira stared at the night sky with blank eyes. Whether Varian won or lost wouldn't improve their situation. Varian glanced at them for a moment, then at the Duke, who couldn't wipe the big grin off his face. This guy, he's really okay with me taking over as long as I can rejuvenate Centaurus. Varian didn't like the things the Duke did in his younger years. If it weren't for his past misdeeds, there wouldn't be so many betrayals today. Should he really let such a person go? And should he allow the revenge of those wronged to fail? Once he took the reins of his race, Varian decided to stop operating from a moral framework. An emperor should never judge good and bad, only what's best for the empire. But as an individual, he still retains some sense of morality, however weak. No one kills anyone until I get back. You don't want to imagine the consequences if you disobey. Varian said calmly and stepped forward. With one step, he moved 100 miles, and the next, he entered the main palace. Once Varian left, some wanted to slaughter the defeated barracks warriors. But the Duke stopped them. With a very complicated expression, Lord Jorund, Akira, and others were taken to a military prison. What would happen to them? Not just the losers, but the winners of the battle wondered the same thing. You didn't tell him that only royal family members could enter? Prince Theoron said, his face full of disbelief. No, Princess Catherine replied lightly as she piloted the spaceship back to Centaurus. You're insane. Didn't you say he helped you find me? And he saved your life? Catherine frowned for a moment, then relaxed. I've thought this through. If his goal had been the treasury from the start, he might have saved me to gain entry. Finding you was also for the same end. But he did save you. If he didn't, Akira would have. He did find and get me in. I would have found you at the last minute. Even if I didn't, the marriage would never have happened. Theoron looked at the stern woman and shook his head. Catherine sighed softly and said, even at the risk of looking like an ungrateful wench, I don't want an unknown visitor to get into the treasury. If he messes up, whatever hope Centaurus has for rejuvenation will be gone. Father will lose the will to live. The young girl Catherine doesn't want to betray the hero, but Princess Catherine cannot hesitate. A disgruntled growl sounded from behind, and the two looked back with apologetic smiles. No, don't apologize again, you little bastards, Director Baldur of Proxima crossed his arms and gnashed his teeth. It's my mistake for following you two on a moment's notice. The prince and princess escaped right when the fighting began and rushed to Proxima space station. Even though they hid it well, Centaurus intelligence did find the personnel behind the attack on Havix, Director Baldur. Once she did enough digging, Catherine also discovered that he was under a secret identity. With the threat of exposing his identity and the promise of a favor, the princess asked him to help them. Unlike other duchy members who thought the battle would end as soon as it began, Catherine listened to Theron's words and knew that the other side came with a good plan. She correctly deduced that they needed help to get out of this safely. But what she could never have predicted was that this external help came in the form of Mr. Constantine, whom she thought had long been dead. "See Cathy?" The Duke struggled to his feet and looked at his daughter rushing out of the spaceship with a frown. When he sensed Baldur's aura, his expression grew grave, and he channeled his own. Turning toward Varian, who was standing in front of the palace's rubble, he sent a message wrapped in aura: "If he shows hostility, I'll take the risk and heavily injure him. Then, cripple him." Varian, who was about to dive into the treasury, paused and turned back. Baldur descended from the spaceship, arms crossed, and glared at him. "You should learn the price of scamming me. No one cheats me and gets away. No one." With each step toward Varian, the ground under Baldur's feet continued to crumble and crack. The Duke was ready to attack, but Varian held up his hands to stop him. "We got into trouble. Me and that powerhouse." Baldur sneered. "Do you still think I'll believe that nonsense?" Varian narrowed his eyes. "Her clone is fighting inside against a guy in red robes. They call him the Crimson Spectre." Baldur's expression froze, and he tilted his head in confusion. As the prince, he knew enough to recognize that there was indeed a spy with that title. "I don't trust you. Once I beat you down, I'll check inside. If he's there, I'll beat him up." The prince cracked his knuckles but didn't follow through with his threat, choosing instead to stand his ground. The aura shockwaves from the rubble convinced him that there was a fight going on. The spatial fluctuations also made it clear that there was indeed a powerful Space Awakener engaged in battle. While Space Awakeners could appear in the Alliance, they typically wouldn't reach celestial ranks. And they certainly wouldn't reduce a duchy's palace to rubble. "If you're afraid of being scammed by me again, just follow me as I dive in." Varian shrugged. Baldur wanted to say he would go in first, but he had no idea about the dangers inside. Reluctantly, the prince nodded, though he was very unwilling. Every time they met, Varian never suffered, it was always him on the short end. "And you?" Varian said, his eyes locking onto Princess Catherine, who was tending to her father and sneaking bewildered glances at him. "I'll pay you back for your help." Catherine's face paled, as did Theron's. Without waiting for their response, Varian jumped into the rubble and reached the treasury. Baldur cursed under his breath and followed. If Varian was lying, he'd make Constantine pay a heavy price. But if he was telling the truth and the powerhouse behind him was indeed pursuing a specter, crimson, green, or yellow, this matter would escalate and draw the attention of the kingdom's powerhouses. By then, staying hidden would be useless, and even his purpose for being here could be exposed. The only way he could come out on top was to win the favor of that powerhouse. If a clone alone could fight a specter, then the real body would be powerful enough to help him immensely. "I hope I'm not being scammed this time." The landscape of the treasury was unrecognizable from just a few minutes ago. All the luxury and grace were gone, leaving behind only broken stone, glass, and metal. The grandeur of the lofty duchy and its treasury was now in tatters, both in material and spirit. "Oh fuck," Varian sucked in a breath of cold air. To his horror, many treasures in the cabinets were shattered, and only a few remained intact. Varian's hopeful eyes ignored the obvious aura fluctuations between a heavily injured woman, who had lost both her arms, and a red-robed man whose raised hand seemed poised to deliver a final blow. Not here, not there, where, the little glowing, "Ah, yes." Varian's eyes lit up, and he jumped towards the little box. Baldur, who had followed him, was petrified and stared at the two bloodied figures with a pale face. He recognized the woman, her legends were too loud and too unreal. And the man, though it was his first time seeing him, had a familiar aura that the Havoc ancestor used. That old guy had even threatened him, saying this powerhouse would kill Baldur if he didn't spare the Havoc clan and, of course, his old bones. Was this all his plan? While Baldur was having the shock of his life, Miss Calamity's clone and Crimson Spectre both froze as Varian brazenly ran past them and grabbed the little treasure box. "What? This is mine," he said, frowning and putting it into his storage ring right away. "You're about to die, but the bug you baited hasn't." "What an irony." Crimson Spectre chuckled with a pitying expression. "This is unexpected, even for me," Miss Calamity said, looking at Varian with disbelief and regret. She shouldn't have dragged him into this. Even though he's as weak as a bug and practically useless for almost everything, Miss Calamity's conscience hurt a bit as she used him to further her goals. "Of course, just a bit. With this third treasure, I'm done." Varian waved his hand and walked out of the treasury room, or what was once a room. Crimson Spectre chuckled softly and tapped his toe on the floor. The space fluctuated, and an invisible spatial barrier enveloped them all. "Everyone who has seen me is dead. So should you, the three of you." The rogue revealed a bit of his rotten chin and his cold smile. With a swipe of his hand, a strong spatial explosion occurred right within Miss Calamity's body, and she collapsed onto her knees, bleeding glowing blood. As a clone, she was breaking down and slowly turning into particles of light. Unless the original Miss Calamity returned, no one could save her. Of course, he didn't kill her right away. He put her through a slow death that would torture her dearly, as his spatial storm tore through every vein, muscle, and bone of her body, inflicting pain so excruciating that even her main body would be affected. "Now then, do you guys have anything to say?" Crimson Spectre looked at the two of them with sadistic amusement. I'm here I mean. Baldur stuttered. Even though he was heavily injured and weakened, this was still a strong rank 4. Baldur was damn sure he couldn't survive that fight. Use his treasures? He had nothing to kill this guy. The only treasures he had would help him escape. "Oh right, I have a space-breaking orb. Even though this specter's barrier is strong, unless it's some powerful formation, I can, boom." Varian took out the treasury's key and smashed it into the floor. The buried formations surfaced, and the hidden formations also activated. In an instant, the space around the treasury grew increasingly chaotic, eliminating any chance of teleporting away. Baldur looked at Varian with wide eyes. "Son of a bitch, what the fuck have you done?" Varian, meanwhile, looked at the Crimson Spectre with a cold smile. "Son of a bitch, you can't teleport out now, can you?" "What?" Forget the utterly dumbfounded Spectre, even Miss Calamity's clone, on the verge of death, was confused by Varian's words. Was this what people called insanity? "You're a rank 3, no, a rank 2, whatever. You think you can beat me?" Crimson Spectre raised his voice and crossed his arms. "I can't," Varian shrugged, catching everyone off guard once more. Taking advantage of that moment, he pushed the frozen Baldur forward. "But he can." Baldur slid toward the Crimson Spectre and moved his legs rapidly to stop himself before colliding with the Spectre. He came to a halt just in front of the man, close enough to smell the horrible stench of blood and rotten flesh. The Crimson Spectre's glowing red eyes under the hood glared directly at Baldur, sending shivers down his spine. "So you're going to defeat me, huh?" "Yes. He's the prince of the kingdom, the bane of gutter rats like you." He already called reinforcements, Varian boasted before Baldur could speak. "But I didn't." Baldur cried inwardly. "Look at his muscles. He's killed a dozen like you in a typical afternoon. Spies of the Jai Empire? Heh. They're merely spice for his breakfast. Jai Empire? If you want to die so much, please do so," Baldur thought, horrified. "Why are you dragging me down?" Varian patted his chest as if reassuring them that it was the truth. "If not for the prince deliberately erasing his records and keeping a low profile, you'd be pissing your pants now." "You bastard, I'm about to piss my pants now," Baldur thought with an ugly smile on his face. Whatever chance for reconciliation getting out of this safely might have been present, it all vanished now. No, not just that. Looking at the increasingly hostile eyes of the robed man, Baldur realized that even if he surrendered, he wouldn't have an easy death. So, he had only one option: fight and fight to the bitter end for that slim chance of victory. Baldur clenched his fists with a serious expression. "All right, I'll put my life on the line for, you can't imagine his greatness." He knew this mouse was sneaking into the duchy and came to hunt him down under cover. Whatever courage Baldur had gathered was blown away by those words. A prince entering this desolate duchy is indeed very suspicious. To think he could hide even from Miss Calamity, Crimson Spectre's eyes grew more ferocious as he glared at the helpless Baldur. "I must admit, you're no ordinary prince. I'll put you through so much pain that you'll spill all your secrets and become an example for wannabe heroes." Varian sneered with a disdainful expression. "Do you know why Prince Baldur hasn't attacked you yet? You're too injured. He's worried you can't even survive a single blow from him." Baldur turned to Varian with tearful eyes, but the latter only responded with a thumbs up. "Don't worry, it looks like he can take quite a beating." "I'm not worried about that, you motherfucker." Baldur sighed in his heart and channeled his aura. "Come. I'll break the legendary prince bone by bone." Crimson Spectre smiled and pushed his palm out. A spinning space tornado grew, engulfing and destroying the prince. Baldur tried to put on a brave front but just gave up and threw a punch with all his strength. As they clashed, all the rubble of the main palace blew away, leaving behind only a silver barrier formed by ancient formations. This was the last scene Miss Calamity's clone saw before scattering into particles of light. What she would never know was Baldur's figure crashing into the floor and fainting right away, followed by Crimson Spectre's confused words. "Why are you so weak, ugh?" A red sword sliced through the Spectre's robe from behind and pierced his heart. The tip of the blade emerged from the front and paused just below the Spectre's neck. The blood shed by Miss Calamity's clone and Crimson Spectre himself was scattered all around. Now, it gathered and flew into the demon sword, which devoured them contently and used part of that power to wreak havoc inside the Spectre's body. Even in the current situation, Varian couldn't defeat the Spectre. But when his own blood served as an amplifier and helped destroy his vitality, things became easier. Arg! The Crimson Spectre's body shriveled at a rate visible to the naked eye, and he hurriedly tried to remove the sword from his body. It stuck to him and didn't let go, as if someone had placed a stopper on his power. The Spectre suddenly found himself vulnerable and powerless. In desperation, he dug into his storage ring and began to use one treasure after another. Not to escape or kill Varian, that was priority number 2. The top priority had always been to send away the item. If he died here, things would get risky, and he couldn't guarantee anything. So, he had to send it before he died. But with the formations locking everything, his powers and treasures weren't working. Arg! The Crimson Spectre's body shook violently for a moment before he began to age rapidly. He used his racial talent once again, but he had already overused it. Doing it now was jeopardizing his life, but he didn't care. "Break for me." He blasted Varian away easily, but the sword still clung to him like a leech and wouldn't let go. So, he did the next best thing and cracked the formations. Arg! The Spectre took out a small box with reverent eyes and floated it into a space crack. "It's done." The item would now reach the princess. No one here could stop it. Not even the man and his strange sword. The Spectre's dying eyes stared into the crack with a proud smile. "Princess Ashala, I've fulfilled my gotcha." The space crack suddenly fluctuated, and the box that was supposed to go slowed down. Whoosh! Varian snatched the box and said, "You nearly killed me. I can't let you die in peace. I'm not that good of a guy." Crimson Spectre exploded with rage. Blasphemy! His dying body erupted with a brilliant light, and the space crack behind Varian expanded. Fuck! Varian resisted with his own spatial powers, but the carefully constructed space tunnel was now riddled with endless holes. However, he couldn't withstand the stronger spatial awakener and was dragged into the space crack. Was that spa, W. Crimson Spectre turned to ash, unable to verify the ridiculous reality he had just witnessed. Perhaps if he had survived a bit longer, the Jai Empire would have learned of a terrifying being that had just begun to grow up. The space cracks were unforgiving. But he wasn't the amateur he once was. So, Varian didn't survive by luck this time. It was all thanks to his prowess. But as he wanted to exit the chaotic space, where he would end up was all dependent on his luck. Varian took a chance and decided to follow his gut. He regretted it immediately. "Where am I?" he asked dumbly. "Nexus Empire. The one ruled by Order Group." The system's voice wasn't as cold as it had been in the beginning. Varian could sense some other emotion he couldn't quite place. But he didn't have the luxury to care. He needed to know. Now. "No." I asked, "Where am I?" Varian looked at the bustling streets filled with a variety of races, buildings constructed in architectural styles he couldn't even imagine, and clouds that formed islands in the green sky. He saw ordinary people walking in the air, noticed the wind that solidified into a translucent substance in the hands of running children, and ground that flowed like water. No one here was using their power to cause these changes. These were all natural. If he had to describe it in technical terms, the rules of this world were bent. It was mind-blowing and defied all common sense. But Varian had a hunch that the biggest surprise wasn't in the streets or the sky. It was in the tower, the silvery structure on the horizon so vast that it seemed to stretch for thousands of miles and so tall that it reached the moon of the planet. As if to prove his hunch, a panel appeared in front of him. "Do you want to climb the tower?" "Yes/no, A/N, volume ends." At the edge of the Milky Way, dozens of black holes collided, unleashing an unbelievable suction force strong enough to destroy thousands of stars in an instant. Out of this vortex, where space and time were torn to shreds and the universe reverted to its most primitive form of chaos, countless glowing particles gathered and formed a beautiful, veiled figure. "Has anyone told you?" the being who manipulated these black holes with her will asked, looking at the figure with a distorted smile. Miss Calamity raised an eyebrow and tapped her finger into the void. Space cracked, and a force that seemed to permeate the universe unleashed itself in blinding divine glory. A giant glowing hand, larger than 100 suns, encircled Zahara Onyx. It didn't harm her. Physical harm seemed futile to a being of her rank. Instead, a nearly tangible field of flickering starlight silver formed around the deputy head of the Jai Empire's spy unit. A force that permeated every living being in the universe called out to Zahara. The force of life itself appealed to her, requested, cajoled, and threatened her. All methods aimed for one goal: the life force coerced Zahara to submit to the being in front of her. Like all instincts, a new one was engraved into her DNA and the depths of her soul. Zahara's calm eyes shook violently as the space around her distorted and resisted the invading life force. It wasn't enough. The life force within her own body began to rebel and act against her. As she resisted, her body turned violent. Zahara's skin. Note, the last sentence has a mix of English and Chinese. Here is the corrected version in English. Zahara's skin split open, and blood gushed out like a breached dam. Her vitality began to wane visibly, and her gaze toward Princess Calamity grew increasingly servile. As things started to grow out of control, Zahara's eyes glowed with a silvery light, and an invisible shockwave blasted around her. The barrier separating outer space from the chaotic inner regions was shattered. Even the boundaries of inner space were broken in a blink, and Zahara Onyx stood at the center of inner space's chaotic storms, using them to shield herself from the dangerous life force. No, it wasn't just inner space. If she went a bit further and broke that invisible barrier, she'd enter a special zone of space. No, the special point, the one point from which all spacetime originates. The core of spacetime. Even for her, standing at the edge was already taxing. But if she didn't, the consequences would be far more dire. She could have teleported and minimized the damage, but if she fled at the beginning, Miss Calamity could easily return to the duchy and foil the plan. So, she held on, despite the risk. Now, it seemed like fleeing was the only option. Even though she could return and continue to drag her down, Miss Calamity would slowly gain the upper hand. In the end, there was a definite risk of death. As she was about to teleport, the invading life force trembled and bounced back. Zahara didn't know why it happened but wasted no time in exploiting the opportunity. She returned to outer space and built a special space barrier around herself, consisting of wormholes that would devour the life force and transfer it far away. "You lose," Miss Calamity's eyes gleamed with a devilish light. Her voice was seductive and alluring. Just by listening to her, even powerful warriors would feel the urge to kneel down and devote their souls to her. What? Even as a woman, Zahara found it hard not to notice the charm Miss Calamity exuded. It wasn't her main mode of attack and wasn't particularly strong. Yet, one could only ignore it at their own peril. Enslaving other beings didn't always require invading life force. Sometimes, a smile was enough. Eshala Starlight will remain incomplete, Miss Calamity smiled under the veil, her eyes glimmering with a vengeful light. Tell her to give up any dreams of advancing. I'll catch up with her and then I'll kill her. The Jai Empire will lose a pillar, and the Alliance will rid itself of a demoness. Can't you accept reality? Your clone just died, and that's why your attack was interrupted. Zahara Onyx covered her mouth and chuckled softly. My clone dying doesn't mean your spy winning. Miss Calamity's lips curled up, and she decided to reward Baldur when she returned. The little prince from the kingdom turned out to be far more resourceful and powerful than she thought. You should learn about it any time now. What are you, Blab? No. Zahara's body trembled as she felt the passing of the Crimson Spectre. Not just her, in a divine palace far away in the Andromeda Galaxy, Eshala Starlight opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of Centaurus. Her eyes glowed green like gemstones, and a scene that occurred a few minutes ago in the treasury ruins of the duchy began to play before her. It was somewhat blurred, and many details were hidden. But Eshala Starlight could still discern the important parts. The vitality-sucking demon sword Varian used didn't arouse any of her interest. But when the stable space that was supposed to deliver her the box fluctuated and Varian snatched it with ease, Princess Eshala's eyes narrowed. The man who had been using the power of mystic so far had suddenly displayed the power of space. Since her power was still far from perfect, she couldn't be sure if it was his own power or the power he borrowed from the dense space formations. It was much more likely that he manipulated the space formations he used earlier to block the spy to twist the space at the last moment. However, there was a tiny chance that he did have the power of space. He seemed too at ease in the dangerously fluctuating space when he snatched the box. If it were anyone else, their body would instinctively be in defensive mode. No, it's not possible. Only a hybrid could possess two celestial powers. The Alliance was working tirelessly to create a functional hybrid, as was the Jai Empire. However, the Jai Empire's research was heading in a different direction. Their goal was to create a body capable of accommodating the power of 3 avenues and gathering the 3 sliver pairs. He called it the final step to godhood. The primal union body, a concept that existed only in the legends of this god-making project, had appeared twice already, and in just a short span of time. Even with the best research teams, the Jai Empire concluded that creating this body required all 3 sliver pairs. Ideally, all 3. But for a barely functional physique, a small amount of the sliver pair powers was sufficient. Since the Order Chaos slivers went missing, the Jai Empire had a finite number of times they could use the stored power. Despite this, they had not been able to stably accommodate even traces of these 3 powers. Any creature they tried to create exploded and died violently. The most successful experiment resulted in the sliver powers neutralizing each other, rendering the divine paths ineffective. But even I don't know what he is doing. He has the space-time slivers, so what he can do must be different from the rest of us. Eshala sighed. On a whim, she appeared on a distant planet where she had spent part of her childhood. It was a bustling city, and she remembered a park here very well. It was one of the few times she had met her father outside the court. She was overjoyed that he had come to see her. But after a few words, he didn't speak to her again. She said nothing in front of him, but when she returned, she couldn't stop crying. Ignoring the crowd on the road, who couldn't even notice her presence, Eshala walked into the park, her eyes glowing. A glowing screen appeared in front of her, and it went further and further into the past. If she hadn't been there in person, both now and back then, it would have been too hard to rewind so far. But she was, and so she could. It was a sunny day, and glowing flowers were falling from the sky. The lake in the park was turning into a beautiful pink vapor, along with its fish, which were transforming into strange, translucent birds. The young Eshala watched everything with relish when a man appeared beside her without any sound or fluctuation. He patted her head lightly and told her to work hard to grow strong. The young Eshala nodded enthusiastically, promising to do her best. She thought that as long as she worked hard, he would give her the attention. For the young girl, her father's attention was the rarest thing. I was so naive back then. Eshala sighed and was about to wave off the screen when the man on the screen suddenly turned to her. Eshala froze, and a chill shot up her spine. Divine rank, But your path to further progress is blocked, the man said, shaking his head in disappointment and swiping his hand. The screen began to crack, and the man started walking away from the panicking young Eshala, who wondered if she had made any mistake. Ha! Eshala collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. With gritted teeth, she muttered, disappointment. I'll show you one day. She returned to her palace and watched Varian's battle again. The scenes reversed further. She witnessed all of Varian's battles, from when he nearly died but miraculously recovered to when he finished off the spy. He's growing stronger with every battle, she thought. Unless he took a very precious herb, it's impossible for anyone, even in the Empire, to grow that fast. But someone who can take that herb won't risk his life against a mere duchy-level spy. Things had become a bit more interesting now. But there are races with similar racial talents. Some need battles to reach their peak strength, while others get a boost from near-death experiences. Eshala knew there were many explanations to rationalize Varian's seemingly abnormal behavior. In the eyes of divine rankers, it's just a bit more cumbersome to understand but totally acceptable. However, she had a hunch in the back of her mind. Even though her rationality said he was nothing special except for disrupting her plan, her gut told her that there was something off about him. It wasn't a big reaction, just a slight discomfort, like a small itch. But she ignored that hunch as another emotion engulfed her. Rage, endless rage boiled inside her heart. This bastard, this little ant, this insect who didn't even deserve a glance from her, destroyed the possibility of her progressing any further. Unfortunately for him, he's not dead yet. His last traces are in. Her eyes turned, and she felt the part of her in a faraway place. Nexus Empire. The traces were cut off abruptly. Since it's just a part of her and sealed at that, it's very possible for a powerful celestial ranker to block her out. The space was too chaotic, and the traces disappeared abruptly, making it difficult for Eshala to follow up. Tracing it from the edge of Andromeda to almost the most distant edges of the Nexus Empire wasn't easy for her. It would have been easier if that part hadn't been missing, but there were no ifs. Nexus Empire, the domain of a powerful celestial ranker, with chaotic space storms. The fourth princess narrowed her eyes. Nexus Empire was vast, nearly 1/4 of the Milky Way. It housed many powerful celestial rankers. With so many strong individuals, chaotic space storms were commonplace. For others, the search would yield nothing. But these clues were enough for her. She tapped into the empty space, and Zahara Onyx, who was fleeing from the pursuit of 3 Genesis Empire powerhouses, felt an invisible field envelop her. She didn't resist and closed her eyes. The space-time field fluctuated, and Zahara appeared right in front of the princess. Instinctively, she knelt and lowered her head, acknowledging her failure. Eshala's eyes glowed with rage, but her words were calm and chilling. Nexus Empire, the domain of a powerful celestial ranker, with chaotic space storms. That's where the box is and where the culprit who stole it resides. I'll go right away. Zahara tried to stand, but her face paled, and her skin began to wrinkle. The after-effects of her battle with Princess Calamity were not so easily ignored. Injuring my subordinate like this, you've grown stronger, Eshala said with a cold smile, her gaze piercing the endless stars and reaching the back of a veiled woman. Feeling those piercing eyes, Miss Calamity turned around and sneered. Wash your neck and wait. The day I catch up with you will be the day I make you pay for everything you've done. Eshala sensed a few gazes from the Genesis Empire and decided to cut the conversation short. Shaking her head, she said indifferently, I didn't kill her, but I will kill you. Miss Calamity sneered and disappeared. Recuperate now. The Alliance already knows our purpose, Eshala said to her deputy and chuckled. Her figure blurred, and she disappeared as if she had never been there in the first place. Any infiltration now is much harder. Send the strongest spies without alerting the Alliance. Use the sleeper cells if necessary. And that culprit, I want him alive. What? He disappeared into the space crack. Duke Cassius raised his brows with an ecstatic expression. Yes, I just woke up when he was thrown in. If only I had been a bit earlier. Prince Baldur sighed in regret. He wasn't lying to me all this time. He must have disappeared because of some important work. I misunderstood him. Duke Cassius ignored Baldur's ramblings and rushed into the prison building with his rank 4 subordinates. Admiral Yaras and Prime Minister Zed were still injured, but since Varian hadn't dealt any fatal blows, they were able to recuperate a bit. They already guessed what the Duke was planning to do and followed him into the prison without hesitation. The soldiers looked at each other and sighed. The next moment, horrifying screams rang out from the building, and thick blood flowed out of the doors. Everyone shuddered as the screams grew more and more horrifying. Some of the voices were easily recognized: Lord of Barracks Jorund, Chief of Intelligence Akira, those who had been betrayed by the duchy and betrayed it in turn. The rank 2s of the province. A full 6 hours later, the Duke, drenched in thick and dried blood, walked out with a relieved expression. For the past 6 hours, no one outside the building had moved, including Prince Theoron and Princess Catherine. Cassius glanced at Theoron beside his daughter and smiled a bloody smile. The last evil seed. Since my daughter favored you, I'll give you an easy death. Father. Catherine shielded her lover and looked at Cassius with trembling eyes. What are you doing? He's the one who informed me about this. He's the reason Director Baldur came with us. He's our savior. Is that so? Cassius leaned back and looked at Theoron. The prince's eyes were still, his face numb, and his body frozen. He was like a living corpse. Even though he hated what his father did to him, he couldn't accept what they had gone through. Many people there had raised him. Sure, they were on the opposite side, but many of their grievances were justified, including his father's. Theoron never thought he would once again support his father, but now he did. Even though Lord Jorund ruined many lives, Duke Cassius was the starting point of everything. If anyone here deserved punishment, it would be him. Look at him. His lover's father tortured and killed all his relatives. Do you think he can still look at you with love? Whenever he looks at you, he'll be reminded of my blood flowing inside you. Cassius shook his head. You. Catherine's face paled as she looked into Theron's eyes. Indeed, there was no love in them. If they had escaped and this happened, he wouldn't have held such a grudge. But he witnessed everything. When Princess Catherine remained silent as her father killed all the members inside the prison, his heart shattered. Even if she had spoken up to spare some innocents, things could have been different. But now. Theoron laughed, mocking himself. He wanted to run away, but he never wanted them all to die. In the end, he gave up the desire for his own peaceful life and decided to risk it all. He always had the option to run away, but he didn't. Without bringing Baldur, things would have been completely different. He changed his mind to save the lives of the Centurions, but this was the result. Was this how his good intentions were repaid? Cassius pushed away Catherine and raised his hand. Father, even if he doesn't love me, I do. Don't kill him. He won't be a threat to the duchy. Catherine grabbed Cassius' arm and pleaded. I would have spared him, I really would have. Cassius freed his hand and pushed her off. But his father taught me a lesson. A harmless boy today can topple my duchy and my dream tomorrow. So, no matter how innocent he is, he must die. Theoron looked at the approaching hand without fear. Since I can't escape, so be it. But know this, old bastard, you lack the balls to rejuvenate this duchy. Centaurus might stay until you do, but the day you die, this place will burn down. His words pricked the old wound of the Duke, and his eyes grew fierce. He lifted the prince by his neck and snarled, I changed my mind. You won't die a good death, little bastard. Theoron struggled in his hand but couldn't break free. As the grip on his neck grew tighter, Theoron turned to the Duke's face and spat, See Centaurus, we'll break. Damn you. Cassius raised his hand to smash Theoron into the floor. Catherine slumped down powerlessly. But the expected crash didn't happen. Baldur snatched Theoron and looked at the Duke with an indifferent gaze. Constantine said this guy is his brother. Since I owe him, you're not allowed to kill him. Prince, it's not wise of you to intervene in a duchy's internal matters, Cassius said with a cold gaze. Regent of Centaurus, Baldur grinned. Huh. A holographic certificate popped up between them, signed just a few minutes ago. Since Centaurus' power is heavily damaged and law and order are on the verge of collapsing, the kingdom decided to send a regent to take over until things settle down. Princess Calamity granted me the favor and gave me the position. Cassius' face paled, and he trembled. Baldur looked at him indifferently. I, Baldur, the regent of Centaurus, recognize your merits and reward you by allowing you to serve as a frontline soldier against the Jai Empire. Cassius slumped beside his daughter and gazed at the sky with a blank expression. Why? Why did all this happen? When he learned that Varian had fallen into the space crack, he knew that boy was not coming back. He died, taking with him any hope of Centaurus rejuvenation. So, as a final act, Cassius wanted to eliminate all threats to the duchy while he was still alive. But now, with his own life on the line, an emotion called regret filled his being. A fleet of spaceships blasted through space, heading for the newly discovered civilization. In the mothership, Netches sat quietly in the captain's cabin. Even though it had been just over a month and a half, dark circles shadowed his eyes, and a gloomy expression marked his face. All the arrogance that young Master Netches once possessed was gone. Now, only a solemn teenager with a heavy mission on his shoulders remained. Compared to when they set off, more than half of the ships were missing. They had lost 3 rank 2s and countless rank 1s. The loss of sovereigns and lower powerhouses was too numerous to count. Young Master Earl succumbed to her injuries. The door opened with a reluctant creak, and an old man with a long beard bowed. The news of a rank 1 passing away was no longer new, but it still caused Netches to grip the armrests of his seat tightly. Those commoners, those tradesmen, they have no fear in their bones. They think they can dance on our hands just because we're down for a while, the old man spat, his expression fierce and cold. But if someone looked closely, they could see another emotion in his eyes, something he was desperately trying to hide, fear. A fear that was engraved in his bones from when the Havoc tribe was nearly exterminated by the Nexus Empire. Had it not been for the Crimson Spectre, they would have been long gone. The current crisis was unexpected. Someone had somehow found their approximate location, and then the attacks began. It wasn't an organized group or a well-trained force. It was the common people, everyday merchants, and travelers. Over the years of their tyranny, the Havocs had troubled many. All of them harbored grudges, but most had continued to live their lives after the initial encounters. Some, however, had their lives entirely altered by the Havocs. People who witnessed their parents, children, or spouses being murdered or raped. People who lost their entire life savings and ended up as mercenaries. People who lost their reasons for living and just wanted to die, taking one of the Havocs down. It was a weak, unorganized, decentralized force. They were like little ants going up against an anaconda. Yet, there were too many ants. It was as if karma came knocking on their door. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps over 1 million desperados, attacked the Havocs. Over 99% of them died without killing a single Havoc, but the remaining 1% dealt a tremendous blow. And it wasn't that the 99% died without making any impact. They couldn't kill anyone, but they certainly injured thousands of Havocs and wrecked their ships. The easy journey turned into a tribulation, and the Havocs had to take detours to prevent these bitter enemies from following them into their new nest. Send a few ships to scout. The utmost priority is not to alert the enemy, Netches ordered, stopping the fleet a few million miles away from the asteroid belt at the edge of the solar system. Beyond this belt lay a chain of planetoids that served as the human empire's first line of defense. Despite humanity's rapid advancement, there was still a significant gap between their aura applications and those of the renowned pirates who roamed free even in a duchy. No one had detected the incoming fleet, and naturally, the stationed army didn't detect the scout ships when they sneaked in. On a large planetoid nearly half the size of Earth, Bali walked out of the duel grounds, where soldiers underwent grueling battles, and stared at the black sky. I feel something is off. The scout ships discovered that the civilization was very peculiar. There were a few celestial rankers, mostly rank 1, but there was also a peak rank 2 and a handful of rank 2s. It didn't make sense for them to have a peak rank 2, let alone the other rank 2s, no matter how weak they might be. Typically, it would take over 100 rank 1s to produce a rank 2. But here, things seemed illogical. It was as if someone had broken the rules of the game and just brought rank 2s into their civilization. As the scouts entered the civilization in stealth and checked out the planets, they realized that while the planets already exceeded the threshold of a province, everything felt fresh. Their language isn't the lingua franca. What the hell are they even speaking? Even though there were many dialects and varying scripts, the language of the Alliance had long been unified. Never mind, crack into their systems and find out the detailed information. The scouts activated the special machines set for the task. A virtual ghost, along with a halo and a pair of wings, appeared in the space above the stealth ship. Boo wins the bet, hee hee. But why didn't Bali find these ships? It shouldn't be a problem for a peak rank 2. OOB flapped its wings in frustration and muttered. Bali should've. But Bali isn't used to this type of stealth, Boo said and asked, what is OOB going to do? I've informed the Queen. OOB folded its wings as if crossing its arms and said in a smug tone. There are 20 peak rank 2s in that fleet, but we have 6. But the Queens are weak. Aren't we going to lose? Sarah is a monster. She's already reached high rank 1. Even if she can fight rank 2s, she can't win. OOB flapped its wings and smacked Boo on the forehead. Ouch! The little ghost rubbed its forehead and cried with aggrieved eyes. But how? Boo's body isn't even here. This is just a virtual projection. Stupid ghost. OOB crossed its wings once again and said in a proud tone, I am the heaven's will. I can go anywhere. Boo bit its lips and decided to complain to Varian after he returns. It would be best if this guy's feathers were used to tickle others' underarms. You're thinking something very disgusting. No. Boo never thinks disgusting things. Boo lied with a straight face. After living with Varian for so long, it learned a few tricks. OOB rubbed its halo with its feathers, as if rubbing its chin, and waved its wing. Anyway, the Queen I informed is not the Queen of Radiance, but the Queen of Shadows. But she can't control her power recently and has gone into a coma several times. Boo panicked. OOB shrugged. I told her I'd take the shot and finish off the enemies. But she insisted. In her own words, my husband doesn't even want to return after 2 months. Can't I at least vent my anger on these bastards? Boo shuddered. It had read enough comics and watched enough shows to know that girls change drastically after marriage. Don't worry about her problem. If things go wrong, I'll block them. OOB reassured. And Boo will take her away. It's Boo's specialty to run away. Boo puffed out its chest and said proudly. The scout ships, which were supposed to crack into humanity's metanet, began to disintegrate slowly. The emergency signals they sent in their last moments barely reached the fleet when the space in front of them cracked apart, and a figure in black slowly walked out. Dark fumes emerged from her body as she slowly turned toward the mothership. 3 different auras were spreading from her and distorting her surroundings. In the distance, Boo, OOB, and Sarah were about to intervene and rescue her. But when did she reach rank 2? And mid-rank 2 already? OOB asked in confusion. Last night, she went from peak rank 1 to mid-rank 2 after one of her comas. Sarah bit her lip. OOB circled around Sarah in a panic, muttering, as she is slowly waking up. The auras of Sia and Enigma were fighting against the third aura. The powers of mind and gravity were desperately trying to suppress the roaring darkness that broke out of her body in defiance. Stay down. Don't. The surging tide of darkness clashed with the defenses of the two, and everything went blank. All the aura around Sia vanished, and she floated in space like a lifeless object. Netches and the Havocs were first frightened by her appearance, but the subsequent changes confused them. Out of caution, they decided to send a group of rank 2s to assess her situation. Although she exuded the aura of a rank 2, she felt dangerous. It would be best if they could kill her now before any variables arose. OOB gathered the power of the entire civilization to condense an attack. Boo prepared to rush in and get Sia out. As they all prepared for their moves, a flood of aura exploded from Sia's body and engulfed everything in sight. Arg. Spare. Millions of Havocs, regardless of age, power, or skill, and tens of thousands of their spaceships melted away into the darkness. Forget fighting back, no one could even move an inch in resistance. The darkness was all-permeating, all-devouring, and all-powerful. A second later, the space was empty except for an exceedingly beautiful figure. She appeared to be around 26 or 27, with mostly black hair except for a few strands of red, blue, and green. Her clothes, built from the power of darkness, were pitch black, yet the seemingly sacred designs on them glowed majestically. Just by standing there, the woman caused the space around her to distort violently, and all light from the solar system and the stars began to avoid her. Her aura fluctuated violently, staying at rank 2 for a second before rushing all the way to rank 5 and higher, then falling. That's enough. Enigma's cold voice rang out, and 2 lights engulfed the woman. A new stalemate ensued. Beads of sweat appeared on Sarah's forehead as she poured her aura into the invisible link between her and the woman, thanks to synergy. With her help, the stalemate broke. The woman's mature body turned slightly younger, and a beautiful young woman of 23 to 24 years appeared. Panting heavily, Enigma checked her body. Her expression grew worse as she noticed her mid-rank 2 aura rising to high rank 2. Enigma looked at Sarah with a complicated expression and said, "She's more powerful than we thought." "How strong?" Sarah bit her lip. Incomprehensible, Enigma shook her head. A wry smile appeared on her usually indifferent face. "I only caught a glimpse of what she could do. The Centaurus Duchy Varian went to has suffered irreversible damage and hasn't recovered even after 500 years. It's because of the aftermath of one of her attacks back then." The Havocs disappeared without a trace. It was ironic that these dreadful pirates, who once shook an entire duchy, ended without even a whimper. With their end, the last traces of their race had almost vanished, and the Havocs were now extinct. An entire race had gone extinct, a misfortune shared by one of the 50 races that disappear every day. While there was little damage to humans because the invasion ended before it even began, it caused significant waves in the upper echelon of the empire. All the high-ranking officials gathered in the capital city to discuss countermeasures and preparations for the future. This included the celestial rankers of the 8 races that Varian had previously restricted from wandering freely. While the human race grew stronger every day, thanks to the abundant Hortus resources and time dilation, it could barely produce a dozen celestials. It would take a while before humanity could match the number of celestials from these races. However, unlike other races, humanity had a disproportionately high number of rank 2 individuals compared to their rank 1s. Despite this, their combined power was still not enough to deal with all the rank 2s of the 8 races. But here came the variable. Queen of Shadows, the new patriarch of the blood race, now the new governor, bowed his head in reverence. Alongside him, the leaders of the mermaid, blinker, nymph, elf, solarian, crystal, and berserker races all bowed deeply. Until now, they had submitted to Varian's overwhelming strength and his position as the ruler of the Deva civilization. But now, they also submitted to the woman looking down at them quietly. They didn't know how strong she was, but the last time they saw Varian, his presence was not as oppressive. Now, her mere presence caused all these rank 2 celestials to shudder in fear. Some were seasoned veterans, like the elf governor, while others were newly promoted, thanks to generous support. But all of them felt a sense of dread because of the Queen's presence and forgot to even start the meeting. Allison, the Imperial Secretary, sighed inwardly. These cowards, you get so much fame as rank 2s and brag about your powers. Why don't you at least speak up? She quietly sneaked a peek at the throne platform. Up the softly glowing stairs was the magnificent throne of the Emperor. It was as dazzling and powerful as ever. Allison knew that some of these materials were provided by Heaven's will itself, but she couldn't figure out why a simple throne exuded such heavy pressure in the throne hall. Everyone who entered the hall felt an invisible weight on their shoulders, and a sense of fear and respect naturally arose in their hearts. Now, beside this throne were 2 contrasting thrones. One was a white, softly glowing throne made of a rare snow material that wouldn't melt even at the core of the sun. The other was a pitch-black throne with spikes protruding from its edges, carved from a black stone said to be the heart of a dragon-like species. In a long black silk dress with a red belt, Enigma quietly settled into the throne. Her smooth chin rested on her palm, and her gaze was unfocused. The dark fumes and chilling aura from her body enveloped her entire throne, creating a black fog that prevented anyone from seeing her. Sia had tried to control the rioting darkness power and fainted from the exertion. So, Enigma took up the mantle and decided to fulfill the duties as the Queen of Shadows. No one spoke up first. So, she didn't bother to initiate and just looked at the large entrance absent-mindedly. It was as if she was expecting someone to enter with his usual confident steps and the almost cocky smile that had a contagious charm, to sit beside her and take his rightful throne. If only he came, then Enigma was certain this problem wouldn't be a problem anymore. She felt a bit stupid for thinking so. That woman was so strong that even a duchy was damaged by the aftermath of her attack. What could Varian do? But she hopelessly found herself believing in him. It was madness. They say irrationality is part of love, but I'm treading into the realm of stupidity here, Enigma mocked herself. They belong to the same race the Emperor imprisoned a while ago, Irene said with a frown. If not for the unexpected help from the Queen, it would have been impossible to win. That said, what if a stronger foe comes? We can't be passive and ignorant about the wider world anymore. We were hiding so far. But since we're exposed anyway, I suggest we send diplomats first to understand the situation. In the worst case, they can buy some time, the nymph lady said calmly, her fist on her heart. My race will show its skill and bring back good results. We are masters of diplomacy. The men and women in the court nodded almost imperceptibly. Whatever race they were from, the nymphs had some dealings with them. In a sense, they were the most socially active and also the most friendly group. With their natural charm and finesse, they would make the best diplomats. Diplomacy is for equals, Bali shook his head. There are no policies for weak states, only orders. That'd be a bit too pessimistic, Sir Bali, the beautiful nymph shook her head. There are hierarchies everywhere, sure. But how you navigate these structures to bring yourself the best benefit is up to you. If you think you can't talk to another party unless you have equal strength, then what about the existing powers out there? They're managing things somehow, so why can't we? You may be right, Bali sighed. But we're not an ordinary power. We have secrets that would bring destruction. The Emperor said it himself, the ruins are no joke, even for powerful celestials. Once we initiate a relationship with the outside, we'll be exposed. The ruins can be hidden, the governor of the blood race said, his gaze sweeping over his fellow non-human races. But the extent of stealth varies. A strong enough person can still find them. The extent you speak of, representative of the blood race, the lazy crystal race woman said without even opening her eyes, as if she were talking in her sleep, is pathetic. A rank 2 can easily find the ruins with some probing. Unless the Emperor, who has direct power over the ruins, does it, I don't think anyone else can make a difference. After saying those words, a thin crystal armor enveloped the woman, and the light snore coming from her was muted. Allison rubbed her forehead. Varian did mention this. But he also said that if he did hide the ruins, he had to stay there to keep them hidden. It was a self-inflicted prison sentence. Even then, he wasn't sure he could hide the ruins from a rank 4 or 5. Unlike them, he had to consider the entire situation. When the solar system does get discovered, there would be only 2 problems. 1, how did they remain unnoticed for so long? And 2, what are the ruins? Unless Varian grew strong enough to throw all the ruins into Hortus, any strong celestial rankers would easily find them. This created the current situation where they were left mostly helpless. Enigma pursed her lips and was about to speak when a ball of light entered the throne hall, hovering over the other queen's throne before turning into a graceful woman in white. I'll hide the ruins. As the scion, I have more control over them than you all. So, hiding them from rank 3s and perhaps even rank 4s shouldn't be a problem, Sarah said. Her words eased a lot of tension, but she turned to Enigma with a tense gaze. We'll be fine, Enigma's voice rang in her mind. Her power is trying to rise, and it's honestly hard to hold her back, but I think Sia and I can manage. Sarah clenched her fist but didn't let her calm expression waver. Enigma could clearly see the turmoil in her sky-blue eyes. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself every time. I'll accept the legacy in advance. I don't know if it can solve the problem, but it will increase the odds. Sarah's voice was low but determined. Enigma, don't sacrifice yourself under any circumstances. You still have a promise to keep. Enigma's breath caught for a moment, and when she opened her mouth to refute, Sarah's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Once he clicked, yes, he found himself in a city that stood at the intersection of medieval, fantasy, and bits of sci-fi. It was hard to say exactly. He appeared in what seemed to be a magic circle exploiting the properties of space and initially thought it was a magical city. But when he stopped on the smooth, glowing road, a translucent map popped up in front of him and asked him to pick a destination for the ride. This is like a personalized high-speed train, huh? As far as he could sense, the city he was in had a total surface area almost 10 times that of Earth. At the edge of the city was a thick barrier that blocked all his senses. Let's see. Varian rubbed his chin and interacted with the holographic screen. Dragon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Cleared 28th floor on 3rd try. Survival rate, 36%. Survivalists faction. Cleared 27th floor on 2nd try. Survival rate, 43%. Varian blinked in confusion. The city's layout was clear at a glance. The center had just one building, and the 10 miles around it were empty. Surrounding this city center were the headquarters of various major groups. Since this was a tower, they must be adventure groups or the like. And these were supposed to be the best of the best. So why was a building in that prime area displaying these failures? No, they're not the problem. My standards are. Varian suppressed a smile and looked back at the summoning circle, his frown deepening. After him, a few others also appeared, a snake-like creature with 6 legs, a slime that played octopus, a water elemental that was wetting every place, and an undead elf. They glanced at him once and then headed towards some of the adventure group buildings. With a flash of light, they disappeared. Though they looked calm, none of them spoke a word to each other. There was palpable tension in the air. Varian remained still like a statue until the bone-winged humanoid disappeared. Only then did he exhale in relief. He casually checked those who appeared, and the results petrified him. Rank 5, Rank 4, Rank 3. Rank 6, too strong. Any of these could be a pillar of a duchy, and some could even be rulers. There was more. The races of these creatures varied widely. It was common knowledge that undead were rare in the Genesis Empire, and life forms were rare in the Moors Empire. Yet, here he saw both, along with elementals. Really, where the hell am I? He tried to return to Hortus multiple times. The connection between him and the world remained uninterrupted, yet for some reason, he couldn't do it. It was like having a finger on the button and being unable to press it for an inexplicable reason. Surprisingly, there was no spatial formation or similar barrier blocking his teleportation. It was a rule, an invisible order that seemed to permeate every inch of the tower, preventing him and everyone else from leaving through unauthorized means. This demonstrated the masterful use of the order power and the sheer strength of the being behind it. Even with the help of slivers, Varian could only modify the rules of a small area for a few celestial rankers. That's why he was horrified when he realized the extent of the power of the being who created this new order. Changing just one rule, 4-3 rank 4s would drain Varian, even with the assistance of slivers. In the worst case, there are at least 1 million people in this city. But with the amount of life force I'm feeling from the residential areas, maybe over 10 million. Varian's face sank. And there wasn't just one rule in this new order. There could be a dozen, a few dozen, or even 100. The consumption wouldn't increase linearly, it would be exponential. This is fucking crazy. If I reach rank 9, I could try. But if I do this, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. Varian shuddered. If rank 9s do this for more than a month, they'll die of exhaustion. As untimely as ever, the system spoke up. Varian's lips twitched as he grasped the implication. So this is the work of a divine ranker? Indeed. In addition to preventing others from leaving, there are also restrictions on attacking others here, directly or indirectly. For example, you can't even poison anyone's food. That action itself is prevented. What if it's an accident? Let's say someone trips and the sword in their hands is about to pierce another person's neck. The order will kick in, and the sword will go blunt. The injury caused by that collision will be healed instantly. The fuck? Are we still humans, or characters in a video game? This is too much. Varian was in awe of the divine rankers. This wasn't even their combat power, and they were already so far ahead. To control 10 million people with a set of artificial laws, these guys have the right to call themselves divine. You're severely underestimating a divine ranker, host. What? This floor isn't really counted in the tower. It's a safe area. If the entire tower counts as a mansion, this floor is a closet. No, not even a closet, but a drawer. You're not making sense. This city is already 10 times the size of Earth. This is the Zeroth floor. The tower has 100 floors. Even the smallest floor has thousands of star systems. Ah. Ahahaha. Varian's expression froze. Even as a celestial ranker, these things went beyond his comprehension. So, he focused on what he could understand. Since this is the work of an order divine ranker, then this must be the Nexus Empire. Varian frowned. The space crack was messier than he imagined. Yes. Nexus Empire. You've traveled from one end of the Milky Way to the other. Back to the ancestral land of Ares and Devis. The system's voice was laced with heavy sarcasm and gloating. Varian couldn't help but wonder why. Did this tower exist back then? What even is it? The system seemed to choose its words and was about to reply when Varian felt his senses freeze. The world was the same. So was the aura. The passers-by on the street were all acting normally. So were the newbies popping up in the summoning circle. But from a sense Varian didn't even know he had, he felt like the world just blinked. As if it had frozen for a moment and then started running again. It was as if someone had pressed a pause button for a moment and then let things run smoothly. It feels like that time. When he met the phantoms of those primordial gods in Hortus, he had a similar feeling. He was a mere mortal back then, not even a sovereign. Now, he's a rank 2 celestial, strong enough to kill rank 3s and even fight weak rank 4s with his artifact. Yet, he still had the same feeling. The feeling of an ant greeting an elephant, no, a fucking son. It was the divine rancor in the tower. The system said and continued. This tower is old. Like the slivers, it was also born from the primordial gods. Is it as valuable as you are? No. In this godless world, slivers are the closest to godhood. The tower is a step below. The system doesn't know much about the tower. Varian exhaled deeply and nodded. Alright, I'll try to just get out of here. Even though OOB could handle a lot of dangers, Varian was still worried about home. If I want to climb the tower the fastest, then. Varian checked the floating map. All the newbies appearing in the summoning circle seemed to know each other and quickly headed to their adventure group buildings. He knew no one here. They should have a guide somewhere. Varian ignored the hotels, parks, brothels, and adventure buildings and chose the building at the center of the city, Harmony Services. All the buildings were carved from colorful stones, some very bright, others too dark. There were round castles, spiraling towers, and plenty of oddly shaped buildings, shapes that reminded him of crumpled papers and doodles. But Harmony Services was a peculiar building even among these oddities. It had no doors, no windows, not even a single opening. It wasn't even an office. It was just a thin black metal pole, no thicker than Varian's little finger. It was debatable whether it could even be called a building. But people were touching it and disappearing. Then, they were reappearing in the empty 10-mile area around the city center. To Varian's horror, he could sense that there was no hidden space inside that metal pole. It was something else. Lining up, Varian touched the metal pole with a cautious attitude. The world around him spun, and in a blink, he found himself turning into a small black dot and merging into the metal pole. Fuck. He could still see, hear, and talk, but his other senses were cut off. There was a beam of light in the middle of the pole that he couldn't find from outside but was very clear once he turned into a black dot. When he touched the light beam, the expected guide didn't appear, nor did any information about the tower. Instead, a nasty screen popped up. You're going to the first floor now. Unless you manage to reach the 15th floor, you cannot return. Do you still choose to go? Yes/yes. The Tower of Harmony, the Tower of Invincibility, the Tower of Gods. The titles were endless, as were their legends. But the beings who emerged from them were not. Varian realized this the moment he entered the first floor. Unlike normal people, whose first perception in a strange place would be either smell or touch, Varian's was the vastness of the place. Before his feet even touched the ground, he understood he was on a planet as large as the sun. When his feet finally did touch the sand, he flinched instinctively. Looking down, the sand appeared normal, like any you might find in a hot desert. But it was cold, bone-chilling, blood-freezing cold. No, it's actually hot. But why do I feel cold? Varian picked up a handful of sand, and the sensation instantly changed. From the freezing cold, the sand became wet. Soon, Varian's hand was drenched, and droplets of water dripped down his forearm as he stared at the sand in shock. This is ridiculous. He noticed something absurd about the sand and placed a few grains on his forehead. A tingling sensation spread from his forehead to the back of his skull, slowly seeping into his brain. It was just a bit of sand, but the power was enough to kill a level 3. If he used the whole handful, it would kill a level 6. Varian raised his head and looked at the endless sea of desert stretching beyond the horizon. Under the 3 suns in the sky, which shone ferociously, the air above the sand seemed to twist and twirl. Huh? Varian raised a brow. A mass of sand was spiraling like a tornado. It was just the size of a person a moment earlier, but now it had grown to the size of a building. Oh, crap. The tornado was expanding at an alarming rate. Will this place be monitored? As Varian channeled his aura into his hand, he asked his beloved system. The tower is a special entity. Even a divine ranker would find it difficult to monitor. There's no need to worry, host. Reassured, Varian pointed his index finger at the swirling sand tornado and used his matter powers. It was still a bit premature to call them matter powers, as the transition truly began at rank 4. Until then, elementalists typically had limited control over matter. However, Varian had the slivers, which allowed him to exert strength beyond his rank. A wave of invisible energy spread from his index finger, enveloping the sandstorm. Moments later, the sandstorm froze, and the tornado violently fluctuated, like a wild beast trying to break free from a net that had trapped it. Varian stumbled a few steps before extending his right palm and channeling the power through it. A single finger should have been more than enough to control a sandstorm, but now, even his entire palm wasn't enough to calm it down. Come on. Beads of sweat dripped down Varian's forehead as he felt a tremendous force on his right hand, slowly pulling it outward. Something in the sand and the planet was keeping it so resilient. Peak rank 2 doesn't work, huh? Then, rank 3 should. Varian's sliver powers enveloped his divine paths, and in the next moment, all his celestial paths transformed into the power of matter. Peak rank 3, go. Varian raised his left arm and clapped forcibly, pushing against the resistance. Boom. The sand grains in the storm spun violently for a moment before dropping to the ground. The storm died off without even a whimper. Phew, Varian's shoulders drooped as he exhaled in relief. He wouldn't be afraid of a normal sandstorm, not even 100 of them. But the sand here was too strange. If a rank 1 fell into the sand, they might die. If completely buried, rank 3s might never return. As for a sandstorm, rank 4s should pray for their lucky stars to survive. Only rank 5s and 6s could face it confidently. Of course, if the sandstorm was too big, even rank 5s could end up dead. This is the first floor. He was stranded in an endless sea of red, yellow, and gray sand. As he was wondering if he should ask the system for help, a screen popped up. Congratulations on surviving the screening test. You're one of the 495,000 lucky ones this month. 5,000 failed the simple test and died. You are now eligible to climb the tower, ***. 0. The first to the 30th floors are referred to as Zone 1. 1. Every challenger has 24 hours of survival time. 2. If you kill a native of your rank, you can get 2 hours of additional survival time. If you kill someone of a higher rank, you get 4 hours ***. 3. If you kill a challenger, you can get 30 minutes of survival time if their rank is lower than yours, 4 hours if you're of the same rank, and 6 hours if they are higher. 4. You'll be rewarded only for the first 5 native kills every 24 hours and the first 3 challenger kills. 5. For every person you kill above the 100 count, you'll lose the corresponding minutes. 101 minutes for the 101st kill, 102 minutes for the 102nd kill, and so on. 6. To advance to the next floor, you must reach one of the many magic circles scattered across the planet. 7. You can forfeit at the 15th and 29th floors and return to the safe zone. P.S. A. You can travel to other planets in the star system, but you cannot leave the star system. B. There is a second safe zone after clearing Zone 1. C. You can choose to exit the tower after clearing Zone 2. Varian rubbed his forehead with his thumb and index finger as he considered the implications of these rules. But before he could make any concrete analysis, something tugged at his leg. Fuck. Fuck. The sudden pull at his leg almost caused Varian to fall headfirst. It would have been a harmless prank anywhere else, but in this mad desert, Varian didn't doubt he would be seriously injured if he fell into the magical sand. Varian kicked the sand and leaped into the air. The gravity of this planet was far higher than on Earth, and even with his physique, which could crush the moon into pieces, he could only jump 100 meters. Varian saw a short, elastic, yet tough, serpentine-like worm. It was trying to bite through his shoes with its razor-sharp teeth. On its light gray skin were many openings that contracted and expanded, sucking in the aura from the surroundings. These openings had the unexpected ability to control the worm's aura, and coupled with its body, which blended with the sand, it was able to hide from Varian's senses and launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately for it, even though Varian wasn't the strongest here, his fighting instincts were unmatched. The moment he felt something pull his leg, a layer of hardened space appeared over his feet, protecting them from any damage. Ka. The worm was a high rank too and had enough intelligence. Realizing that there were invisible barriers stopping it from ripping his foot away, it whipped its tail around Varian's ankle and raised its head, aiming to bite at his stomach. No. Varian's palm came down like an irresistible tide. The worm wasn't weak at all. Its bites could kill even peak rank 2s, and its physical strength allowed it to wrestle against several rank 2s. But what it faced wasn't another rank 2. The worm's speed slowed down quickly as the time flow around it changed. Then, its active body twitched violently as an invisible force struck its soul, sending tremors throughout its body. Finally, a mass of lightning entered the worm through its body openings. Before it could do anything else, the lightning reached every nook and corner of the creature's interior. As Varian was about to instinctively implode the creature, he stopped. If you kill a native of your rank, you can get 2 hours of additional survival time. If his common sense and the screen blinking in the corner of his vision weren't lying, then he'd die when his survival time ran out. Survival time left, 23 hours 59 minutes and 10 seconds, survival time left, 23 hours 59 minutes and 5 seconds, survival time left, 23 hours 58 minutes and 50 seconds, to find the circles and reach the next floor, he'd need to survive long enough. From a simple calculation, he'd need to add 24 or more survival hours every day to avoid dying. The rewards were given only for the first 5 kills of native creatures and the first 3 kills of fellow challengers. If he killed a rank 3, he'd get 2 more hours. Even though he was confident he could take down rank 3s and even kill some weak rank 4s, provided they were somewhat injured, he preferred a stable path. Lucky for you. You won't die. Varian kicked the worm away and landed softly on the sand. The worm had no eyes, but from its constant growls, Varian understood that it was mocking him. Run away from me now. The next time I see you, my tribe will tear you apart. The loners are always easy prey. You might have escaped death from me, but this desert will kill you sooner or later. The creature was sentient and clever. Even the reason it attacked his legs was to trip and injure him so it could feast on helpless prey. The reason it was mocking him now was likely because it knew Varian's reason behind not killing it. But perhaps it was also calling its tribe members to gang up on him. From its own words, it was clear that almost all challengers hunted in teams. If someone was going solo, they were most likely kicked out and left to die. It also seemed that the natives were not just lonely wild beasts. These creatures lived together and might even have communication channels all over the planet. Varian chuckled softly at its feeble provocation attempt. I haven't finished my sentence. The worm stopped growling and turned to him with its eyeless, smooth face. You will not die. Yet. The lightning network in the storm flared up, and the worm twitched violently before collapsing powerless. Varian stopped searching on the surface and dug his senses into the sand. It was hard to search through it. The sand had special properties that made it difficult for him to look through even 10 miles of the area. With a basic plan in his mind, Varian began searching for the rank 3 creatures. However, 6 hours passed, and apart from a dozen rank 2 worms, snakes, and scorpion-like creatures, he found no rank 3s. Even if I hunt down 5 rank 3 native beasts, I'll only gain 20 hours of time. But I can't even find one so far. Varian stopped on a high cliff formed by frozen sand and looked at the endless sand sea in confusion. I should have covered 1,000th of the planet's surface area already. But I didn't even encounter a single challenger. To put it mildly, things were not going well. To gain at least 24 hours of survival time, Varian would need to hunt down at least 1 rank 2 challenger in addition to 5 rank 3 native beasts. But he had found neither so far. Varian turned to the sky and squinted at the dim dots in space. Should I search other planets in the star system? Perhaps this planet held no hope for him. Maybe there weren't many challengers here and they were all somewhere else. Or maybe. Varian's thoughts spun, and he gazed down at the sand. His gaze grew serious, and the aura around him fluctuated. They're not up, but... An invisible barrier of space enveloped him, and Varian's matter power separated the sand under his feet. As the sea of sand parted, Varian jumped in. The sand around him crashed onto the space barrier, almost cracking it open. But Varian quickly used his other powers to hold on. Exactly 10 minutes later, after traversing 100 miles, Varian found himself in a rich forest that looked like it was from another world. The only sign that he was still on, or more precisely, in the planet, was the small rain of sand from the sky. Sand rained down. The gray particles were tiny, slow, but endless, as if determined to drown the inner planet. They fell into a river, sending bursts of cold through it. A minute later, the grains that fell abruptly heated the river and sent ripples of invading lightning. Invaders are trying to barge into our territory. A specific set of vibrations rang under the river, reaching the ears of a beautiful creature. Another Tuesday afternoon, another set of vibrations replied sharply. Should we attack? No. They know we are watching. Then what? Hunting them outside the river puts us at a big risk. We can only hunt them if they come in. If they don't want to, we inform others anyway. At the bottom of the river, a long collection of aquatic plants and flowers grew. At the edge of this greenery were 2 large, open oysters. The oysters slowly absorbed the aura and medicinal properties of the nearby plants, condensing a star-shaped golden jewel. A 10-foot merman and a 9-foot mermaid sat in the oysters, their cold gaze fixed on the surface, where 6 figures on the riverbank reflected in their pupils. In the darkness that permeated the depths of the river, the star patterns in their eyes glowed brightly. As a newbie, you should trust our judgment. In case of emergencies, listen to our orders, okay? An old, green-skinned orc warned. I'm your employer, not your slave, the tree lady, a beautiful woman with green, vine-like hair and flowers growing on her head, crossed her arms with a frown. And I didn't ask for anything stupid, just to get into the river and hunt the mermaids. The other 4 in the team looked at each other and sighed. A male and female muscular dwarf, as well as a male and female werewolf, were the famous 6th squad of the Dragon Slayer Corps. They boasted a reputation for cutting off a dragon's wing. However, that battle cost them dearly. They quickly grew older and weaker, and their strength regressed by an entire rank. Thankfully, their experience still allowed them to remain a top-tier force among rank 4s, though they had retreated from the front lines and were relegated to a corner by the Dragon Slayer Corps. This is why they had to take up the humiliating mission of escorting this young lady from the Genesis Empire in the tower. The mermaids are listening in on us, the old orc leader replied, his gaze fleeting over the star-shaped twinkles in the river. I am confident I can protect you if they ambush us, but if we go inside, things could get out of hand quickly. You're all rank 4s, it's a shame you're fearing those 2 rank 3 mermaids. The tree lady folded her hands under her chest. The team had seen too many young masters and ladies, so her words didn't really bother them, except for the male dwarf, who felt his race was being insulted. It's not the mermaids we're afraid of. Of course, we'll have to evacuate when the other mermaids sense the danger and come. By then, we'll have slaughtered them and looted the pearls. The real danger was, is, and will be, the old orc raised his thick arm and stretched out his palm. Grains of sand slowly fell, creating tingles of electricity, heat, and cold in turn. Using auras extensively here attracts the sand. The mermaids have faced challengers for a long time and know how to draw out the battles. In that case, our extensive aura usage might create a sandstorm and devour us all. The orc's eyes flashed with an old memory before they regained their usual calm color. Danger, of course, there is always danger. But high risk means high reward, the tree lady pursed her lips and shrugged. The Star Pearl records a mermaid's comprehension of their powers and is invaluable for anyone studying the forces of life, including a famine path walker like me. If I need to reach rank 4 within a year, I'll need it. Oh, so you're preparing for the military enlistment, huh? The male dwarf clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Advancing from rank 3 to rank 4 in a year? Save your delusions. You're the princess of a kingdom, yes, but even the biggest geniuses from the Genesis Empire took a year and a half to advance. The tree lady's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. And no, even if you get to rank 4, your military position would still be dangerous. You won't be a foot soldier, of course, but a rank 4 officer is just a bigger piece of cannon fodder against the Jai Empire. The old dwarf rubbed his long beard in satisfaction as he watched the young lady's chest heave up and down in frustration. Your job is to do my bidding and keep me safe, not to throw useless pieces of advice when you can't keep your own life together. Your peers are all in the 2nd or 3rd safe zones, but you're rotting with all the newbies. You're the least qualified to comment on my future. Even the good-tempered old orc leader clenched his fist at those crass words. But he raised his arm to stop the dwarf woman who was about to smack the tree lady in the face. The tree lady glared fiercely at the fist that stopped her pinch before her nose and laughed in anger. I thought you only had strength, but even your professionalism? No wonder. The old orc stood in the middle of the group before the situation could worsen and said with a resigned expression, "We'll go into the water and hunt the mermaids, but we'll leave immediately if things go wrong. Promise on your house's honor that you'll obey me then." The expressions of the dwarf and werewolf couple stiffened, and they nodded begrudgingly. Anyway, we'll need to draw a few rank 5s to gain the survival hours. If the mermaids can't call many, we can kill them and score. A few moments later, the 6 members jumped into the river and quickly reached the 2 large oysters. The merman and mermaid greeted them with a smile, much to their puzzlement. But their doubts didn't last long when the bottom of the lake shook. Oh, shit! A large turtle-like creature with a serpentine head rose from the surface and attacked the team. It's rank 6. We'll distract it. Run! The orc leader took out a few treasures from his storage ring and yelled. The tree lady nodded but, instead of running away, she too opened her storage ring and threw a glittering brown rope with green stripes. The rope drilled into the riverbed and, at a ridiculous speed that surpassed even a rank 4's limit, it grew into a ferocious plant. The plant's long vines shook and slapped the complacent mermaid and merman out of their oysters. Without giving them any chance, it grabbed the star pearls and threw them to the tree lady. Yes! The princess grinned and was about to withdraw the special treasure when the river's water suddenly turned still. A powerful aura fluctuation slammed against her and tossed her into the riverbed. 2 purple eyes appeared on the oysters and stared at the princess with predatory eyes. Their aura reached rank 4. Oh, shit, the old orc, who was blocking the snakehead turtle with his team, cursed. Run away. Now. The tree lady didn't even hesitate, she ran for her life. Various treasures kept falling out of her storage ring as she tried to block the chasers. But soon, not only the oysters, but the mermaid and the merman joined the chase as well. With 4 rank 4s pursuing her, the rank 3 tree lady jumped out of the river and ran for dear life. Even as the surroundings blurred at her speed, she still noticed a sandstorm brewing above in the sky. It was after them. Chase him. This guy is a loner. No help is coming. An ogre pointed his large mace, which seemed to be made from the thigh bone of a huge creature, and chased after a man speeding up the mountain. Behind the ogre, a couple of goblins wearing wizard hats and robes whipped their hog mounts to keep up. I just wanted a few rank 3s. Why did a rank 4 pop up? Varian slid down the giant mountain, jumped over the lake at its base, and, when he stepped forward, the land sank, and something violently pulled him in. It was too late when Varian realized he had fallen into a dangerous variant of quicksand. Ugh, this sucks. Varian thrashed around to reach the shore, but the quicksand negated all his movements. He used his matter powers to move away from the quicksand. It worked, but it was too slow. Whatever made this, it was much more special than it seemed. The entire planet was weird. How could a rank 2 celestial get stuck in quicksand? It made no sense. Varian tried sending vines from his plants outside, but the quicksand had an unexpected suction force. It sucked away all the vines he threw out. I guess teleporting is the only choice. He could have teleported when the ogre started chasing him, but it came with a cost. The Jai Empire had a near monopoly over spacetime awakeners. While the Alliance had plenty of spacetime awakeners in lower ranks, there were few civilizations at the celestial level. If he showed his space powers, he might be suspected of being a spy by fellow challengers and natives. Even if the divine ranker in the tower wasn't watching, they could learn if someone passed the message along. It's not a 100% death scenario. Maybe he'd be thought of as one of those rare Alliance warriors. But it's still something that would put him at risk. Ha 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 ha. The ogre approached Varian with a large smile. The goblins followed behind, circling him on their hog mounts. Feeling their intrusive gaze, similar to a predator sizing up its prey, Varian's lips twitched. Don't feel too bad, the ogre said in a hoarse voice, slamming the mace onto his head. Your skull will be present in our Hall of Glory for helping us grow. The defenses he set up as a last resort broke apart, and Varian felt a not-so-gentle force slamming into his head. Thankfully, a lot of the force was already negated, and whatever hit him was only enough to scratch his scalp, causing him to shed a few drops of blood. Huh. The ogre was taken aback, and one of the goblins came forward, muttering, "He is a tough one, boss. It'll take some time to end him." Can I ask something before you kill me anyway?" Varian was sinking into the quicksand. Now, only his chest and above remained above the surface. "Are you crazy? Why would we talk to pray?" The goblin snarled at him, as if his intelligence was insulted. "You must be one of those guys who thinks goblins are dumb and greedy creatures." Well. Varian pursed his lips. It's not his fault that the popular culture back home depicted them that way. "How about a trade?" he asked quickly as the ogre raised his mace again. "A trade?" The goblin poked the ogre on its waist, that's how high it could reach, and the ogre stopped. "You'll spill out all information when we drag you out after seriously injuring you and inflict some good torture." "So, this guy is the actual boss?" Varian raised a brow. "Not everyone is a braveheart, you know. Instead of going through all that trouble, I can just..." Varian looked into the goblin's eyes, and for some reason, the latter had a bad premonition. "Kill myself." "Don't." The goblin stepped forward instinctively and stretched his hand toward him. Realizing his eagerness, he quickly stepped back and coughed. "It's not impossible for us to negotiate. As I guessed, just like challengers getting survival hours for killing natives, natives get a reward for killing challengers. It might not work if he could commit suicide very early. Or maybe it did count but reduced the reward. Either way, once he grasped this truth, Varian felt a lot more relaxed. With a passionate expression on his face, he looked up at the sky and said with moist eyes, "I'm a truth seeker, you see. All my life, I've spent seeking the wonders of the world and the truth behind them. I entered this tower alone. No one supported me. But I can't stop and I won't stop in the pursuit of truth." The chief goblin was persuaded by Varian's acting. There were people like him in the past, anyway. Idiots who followed their passions so blindly that they wouldn't even notice they were walking toward the edge of a cliff. These guys were always easy to manage. He signaled to the goblins behind him to charge their spells so they could kill him in one shot. Then, he started speaking with an admiring tone. Truth-seeker, huh? Even though I hate all challengers, that batch is the exception. Varian looked at the goblin chief's acting and gasped in shock. This bastard was just as good as him at deceiving people. What was that sad expression? What were those natural tears? And the faint glow in his eyes as he cast an admiring gaze? For a moment, Varian wondered if the goblin guy really admired the truth-seekers. So they're charging up for an attack. Good. I'll need at least 2 minutes to charge up the space power. In contrast to his cold, calculating inner self, Varian shed tears and looked at the goblin with an expression of finding a confidant. Truth, yes. Truth is everything. Truth is the only thing worth seeking. Yes. No power, wealth, or women can replace truth. Brother. I regret not being born a goblin and being your real brother. As they got more and more passionate in their act, both the goblin team and Varian charged enough of their powers. The decisive moment occurred almost simultaneously. When it did, Varian and the goblins' expressions turned cold at the same time, and they said in unison, "Bye." A circular array consisting of all elements, fire, water, lightning, earth, light, and darkness, appeared over the quicksand and slammed into Varian. At the same time, dozens of space cracks appeared inside the quicksand, emptying it by half. Varian jumped out of the quicksand, grabbed his goblin brother, slammed him back into the quicksand, and ran away. The ogre didn't have much time to make a choice. Instead of chasing after Varian, the rank 4 ogre jumped into the quicksand to save the goblin. Varian took the chance and fled without hesitation. When the goblins were struggling to get their chief and the ogre out, he attacked them from behind shamelessly. Who? Missed me, darlings? You shameless thief. Thanks for the compliment. Varian was smiling lightheartedly, but his attacks were ruthless. 5 rank 3 goblins died before they could even fight back. Varian knocked out the remaining 3 with ease. His strength had completely surpassed a rank 3, and fighting them was child's play for him. The ogre and the goblin chief, struggling to get out, froze when they witnessed this horrifying scene. Who the fuck was this guy? The most shocked was obviously the goblin chief. He glared at the screen in the corner of his eye with hatred. Yanka's race, goblin rating, 1-star upgrade, 76 out of 100 targets nearby, peak rank 2 mystic, 4 points. Had the tower's system gone mad? Why else was this monster shown as a rank 2? While the goblin chief doubted the integrity of the tower, Varian glanced at his screen with satisfaction. Challenger, name? Survival hours, 12 hours 36 minutes and 55 seconds plus 20 hours. 1. Natives killed today, May 5th. 2. Challengers killed today, 0 out of 3. 3. Even if he didn't find any other challengers, he'd be fine for the time being. I have a trade proposal, Varian said, tossing a straw to the drowning enemies. I accept. They agreed without hesitation. Unfortunately, something else interrupted them. Move. Get out of the way. Run away. Dust rose into the air, the ground shook violently, and shockwaves slapped the 3 of them in the face. A lady with beautiful green hair was running from 2 oysters, a blue-haired man, and a woman. Ugh, they give a familiar feeling, Varian muttered, pursing his lips at the chasers. The mermaid and merman also noticed the situation. Their noses wrinkled instinctively as they caught a familiar scent on Varian, the scent of mermaids. This bastard. He hunted our kin. Kill him too. An oyster clapped its mouth and spat a red liquid at Varian. He narrowly dodged it, but the goblin and ogre weren't so lucky. Half of their bodies were burned to ashes in an instant. What the hell did I do? You crazy water bastards. Varian threw a string of insults but started running. The tree lady threw an oval trinket, creating a gust of wind that pushed her forward. Keep running. They're very vengeful. Been chasing me for 10 hours. The lady panted heavily but managed to say. Vengeful? I did nothing. Oh, wait, I have the scent of their kin on me. They might have misunderstood. Varian quickly realized and yelled at the pursuers. Hey, guys, we're on the same team. I am the ruler of a mermaid tribe. His words caused the eyes of the mermaid and merman to bulge in fury. You enslaved them? You son of a bitch. Oh, fuck. Varian facepalmed and glanced at the tree lady running beside him with resentment. Why the fuck are they chasing you? I just robbed their star pearls. The what? The tree lady rolled her eyes at Varian's ignorance. You loner country bumpkin. Just as Varian was wondering if he should punch her in the face or the stomach, she said with a haughty expression, let me put it in a way that you normal people can understand. The star pearls are to a mermaid what his balls are to a man. Varian's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped. You stole their balls. No, not like that. Note, the text is already quite clear and direct. No significant grammar or clarity edits are needed. A whirlpool of sand began to gather in the sky over the mermaid, merman, and the two oysters. The siblings exchanged a grudging glance and gradually slowed their pursuit. The inner world was sensitive to aura fluctuations. Using too much power could sometimes create a sandstorm, which was almost always a bad experience. But where did they suddenly go? The mermaid bit her blue lip and snorted. Teleported. She could have done that long ago. That bitch was toying with us. The merman crossed his arms over his chest, trying to suppress the fury that threatened to break out. The two oysters looked at each other with reluctant expressions, their mouths opening and closing continuously as they chattered in strange sounds. The star pearl was a mutual benefit for the mermaid and the oysters. It was the mermaid enslaver's fault. The bastard had blown up a large tree, provoking a swarm of crazy bees and snakes onto everyone. They had run for cover, and those two slippery thieves had taken the chance to sneak away. Don't let me find you, you mermaid-enslaving brutish tyrannical sex fiend. The mermaid's voice carried across the forest, spanning dozens of miles, and echoed in the distant mountains where dangerous birds nested. The echo reached an inconspicuous cave filled with bluegrass, its blades like glass, and many tiny fireflies. Sex fiend? You fucked a mermaid? You're a fish fucker. The tree lady looked at Varian with a skeptical gaze, as if she were watching a rare species in a zoo. Varian's lips twitched, and he grabbed a handful of grass from the side. He didn't control his strength and ended up uprooting it. The tree lady's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Oh, phoo! The mountain they were on shook violently for a moment, and the air around it swirled violently, forming an instant tornado. What the? A flower covered Varian's mouth, and the tree lady looked at him with a mix of confusion and anger. The grass is the extending nerves of the creature we're sitting on, damn it. If this one wasn't in deep sleep, it'd crush us into a paste. A creature? Varian swept his senses, but the mountain didn't show the familiar patterns of life force. At least, not enough to be considered living. There are a lot of things that exist only inside the tower. These special mountain creatures are one of them. The tree lady glanced at Varian and narrowed her eyes. So when you blew up that tree, you didn't know it's the source of growth for those bees and snakes living nearby? Varian remained silent. Holy fuck. It was a tree that was just about to hit the ascension period. So we're safe. If it was a mature tree, we'd be chased by half the forest. Even an army of rank success can't stop them. The tree lady rubbed her forehead and muttered, I can escape, but it'll cost me a lot. Varian leaned against the cave wall and watched the woman's emotions shift from suspicion to fear, then to assurance, and finally to anger. You commoner. Are you an assassin sent to kill me? A spy against the Alliance? As she waved her hand, a spinning spear exuding a red glow appeared in her palm, pointing at Varian. Its aura was so powerful that Varian's skin began to crack as soon as the glowing red aura touched him. Peak rank 5 strength? Who is this woman? He channeled his space powers in case of emergency but acted and spoke calmly. You teleported us when the bees chased us. A tree lady with the power of space is almost more likely to be a spy than an ignorant person in the tower. Are you crazy? Why should anyone teleporting be a spy? The tree lady pushed her spear a bit forward, now only 2 feet away from his neck. Even at that distance, Varian's back was soaked with sweat, and he felt a tingling fear rising up his spine. Controlling his reactions, he said with a convincing expression, I might be from a backward province, but even I know there are very few space awakeners in the Alliance. Among tree people? None. Are you really that much of a bumpkin? The tree lady glared, and a few colored marbles appeared between her fingers. These are treasures, commoner. They teleported me. You just happened to be nearby and got caught up. Too bad for you that you didn't become a meal for those snakes. I heard they like crushing bones to powder before savoring them. Ignoring her taunts, Varian felt a bit foolish for being so cautious about teleportation. As long as he didn't attack anyone with space powers, teleportation could be very convenient in times of danger, and he could claim it was the work of treasures. Even though teleportation wouldn't really stop rank success from killing him if they were determined, it might allow him to escape rank 5s. Perhaps he could even attack using his space powers as long as he made a convincing case that it was all due to the treasures. The biggest drawback of faking it was the risk of being found out whenever anyone checked his body. Thanks to the slivers, Varian could hide his powers perfectly and didn't have any issues faking it. Why did you act weak and let yourself be chased by the mermaids when you could have easily escaped them with your space treasures? Varian asked. But he didn't wait for her to answer and continued. The mermaids were also talking about your teammates. So, let me guess, you wanted to put on a show that you were being chased. For what? To justify you going missing? The arrogant expression on the tree lady's face fell, and a heavy atmosphere filled the cave. It took only a moment for Varian to confirm his guess that this woman was playing the role of an arrogant young miss and was up to something. Her grip on the spear tightened, and she stared at him with a tinge of killing intent. It's bad to delve into others' private matters. It's worse to remain silent when you've been pointing a spear at me for the last 3 minutes. The tree lady raised a brow and withdrew the spear. You're not even afraid I'd kill you. Who sent you? My 3rd uncle or my 6th sister? Or my 4th cousin's 3rd wife's brother? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Varian raised his hands and gestured for her to stop. I'm not interested in or aware of your genealogy. I don't. I'm here by myself, princess. Princess? The dull spear once again started glowing and reached Varian's chest in the blink of an eye. The menacing red light from her spear began to fall on his chest and arms. Like a porcelain vase, Varian's skin cracked, and blood seeped out of those cracks. Hey, stop. Let's talk about it. Come on. When the spear was just a step away from piercing his heart, the panic on Varian's face disappeared, and an invisible force enveloped the tree lady. Even though the spear was strong enough to seriously injure and even kill a rank 5, its wielder was only a rank 3. So, when Varian's powers enveloped her without any warning, she froze like a statue and stared at him in horror. But the horror was quickly replaced by anger and even more killing intent. Gnashing her teeth, the tree lady tried to swing the spear at him, but the powerful weapon only trembled violently, inflicting only superficial damage. I don't know who you are, Varian looked into her eyes and said in an almost hypnotizing tone. But you don't know me either. You knew I am a princess. Your arrogant act was so natural that it's obvious. But seriously, there are too many kingdoms and princesses. Even if you're a real princess, it's not too special. For all you know, I could be a lord yesterday, a duke today, and a king tomorrow. The tree lady looked at his honest expression, and a chuckle involuntarily escaped her mouth. It's like a beggar telling there are too many trillionaires. Varian wanted to reply, but his body tensed, and he instinctively raised his hand to increase the force binding her. However, a strand of the tree lady's long green hair tapped into her belt, and a white force field enveloped the two. Then, 3 white humanoid puppets popped out of her storage ring, encircling him, each exuding strength rivaling a rank 4. Fighting me isn't the right choice, the artifact demon sword spun in Varian's hand and hummed in a heavy voice, as if agreeing with his words. I make choices first, and then I make them right. The tree lady's green hair turned a tad darker, and her aura rose suddenly, fighting back against the invisible force binding her. As Varian was about to counter her, the 3 puppets jumped at him. The humanoid puppets were not specialists in any path. They were simply built with special materials that granted them power. When Varian's fist struck a puppet's, he knew that whatever material went into making it, he couldn't break it unless he used his matter powers or, worse, the slivers. But he had already shown himself to be a mystic path walker in front of the tree lady. If he revealed his other powers, things could go horribly wrong. He wasn't willing to trust her and had no certainty that he could kill her to keep the secret buried. Even if he didn't want to kill her, he wasn't sure if he could alter her memories to protect his secret. So, Varian doubled down within the constraints. He used the slivers and transferred all his powers into Mystic, pushing it beyond the peak of rank 3. Then, he slashed the demon's sword at the puppets. Due to the protective barrier enveloping the cave, there wasn't much room for him to move, but thankfully, these puppets, while strong, were pretty dull. As his sword blurred against the puppets, leaving deep marks on them, the force binding the tree lady was broken apart. Gotcha! The tree lady freed herself and thrust the spear at Varian. He didn't even consider taking the attack head-on and pulled a puppet as a meat shield. The puppet, which had the strength of a rank 4, broke down into pieces in an instant, and Varian was blasted back, hitting the tough barrier. He immediately jumped away, and a moment later, the spear pierced through the barrier. The dangerous red aura from the spear tip leaked into the cave, causing the blue grasses to begin shriveling at a visible rate, and the mountain started shaking once again. The tree lady withdrew her spear and called the 2 puppets behind her while she glared at Varian. This bastard was much harder to deal with than he seemed. Any more fighting would provoke the mountain creature and could prove very costly. At least, that's what Varian thought. We don't have to fight. There's no incentive, Varian said, but he didn't lower his sword, which was still pointed at her. There is too much incentive. The tree lady shook her head and called up her status screen. Varian silently agreed with her statement. The blinking screen at the corner of his vision was living proof. Survival time, 12 hours 33 minutes and 10 seconds plus 20 hours. Natives killed, May 5th. Challengers killed, 0 out of 3. If he killed her, it would count as a rank 2 killing a rank 3, so he would gain 6 hours and actually have a surplus. For the challengers who were running out of survival points every second, this was a strong incentive. Just for your information, I was putting on an act with my teammates and didn't kill any natives yet. So, I'm running out of survival time. 2 more hours, and I'll be at 0, the tree lady gripped her spear tightly and smiled. Killing you gives me 4 hours. That's enough for me to absorb the star pearl and hit rank 4. The beasts around these mountains were mostly rank 4s, so it made sense she wanted to improve her strength with the star pearl before hunting. Even if you use the star pearl, you can't just reach rank 4, Varian said, looking at the puppets behind her with a cautious gaze. He had a strong feeling that this woman had more treasures. If he really had to fight her to the death, he might or might not win. It was more than likely that she wasn't using stronger treasures because she thought it wasn't worth it. Oh, yes, I can. The tree lady's aura fluctuated violently, soaring from rank 3 to rank 4, then up to rank 5, and reaching rank 6 before plummeting. You're actually a rank 6. Bingo. My smart teammates thought I was trying to advance to rank 4 to avoid being a soldier on the front line. Well, I was rank 4 100 years ago. Now, I just need the star pearl to break the seal. Varian looked at her with a weird gaze. Why are you telling me all this? Aren't these secrets you should never divulge to another soul? The tree lady shrugged casually, and one of her green hair strands wrapped around the bottom of the spear. Varian reacted and jumped away, but the spear was already flying at him at an insane speed, carrying her nonchalant voice. My secret is safe with the dead. With a heavy thud, Varian slammed into the barrier with the spear piercing through his shoulder. He was lucky to have evaded the blow to his heart, but his right shoulder was pierced. However, that wasn't entirely safe. The red light from the tip of the spear enveloped his right arm, and it began to break down like a sandcastle. It fucking hurts. Varian tried to pull away his arm, but it didn't work. In desperation, he sliced off his arm right at the shoulder joint, and the space around him blurred. Right then, 4 heavy white metallic fists slammed into his previous location with great force. If he had still been there, he would have been severely hit in the head and heart, with a significant risk of dying on the spot. You! The tree lady was shocked at his disappearance, and her instincts warned her to dodge. She stepped to the side, but a sword pierced through her stomach and sliced her body into 2 pieces. The spear flashed and returned to her hand, while the puppets stood protectively in front of her. Varian's severed arm began to regenerate quickly, and the tree lady's sliced body started to rejoin. Both were panting heavily and looked at each other warily, but they didn't attack again. Varian didn't want to conflict with a woman who could potentially kill him with her arsenal of treasures. The tree lady, on the other hand, was confident she could kill Varian if this was his full strength. But what if he was hiding something else, like the space treasure he used? So, in a situation where she might be killed if the fight continued, the tree lady also didn't want to take the risk. After 30 minutes, Varian's arm had completely regrown, and the tree lady was whole again. The cave was bloody, but the killing intent was finally gone. The tree lady diplomatically called back her spear but kept the puppets around and extended her hand. Miria Verdes. You're much stronger than I thought. You're right, we don't have to be enemies. Baldur, Varian said with a serious face, shaking her hand with a tight grip. But, Miria narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip as well. You know my secret. I can't let you leave my sight. Varian had thought they could part ways and never meet again. But what the hell was this? I'm not trying to be hostile, and I'll be honest, I was the one who initiated this. But I'm here on important business, and I can't let you divulge my details, Miria said with an apologetic expression. I'm not running a charity here, miss. Varian was smiling, but the humming sword in his hand suggested he wouldn't mind slicing her again if she forced him, and this time, she wouldn't be getting back up. You sure aren't. I don't know why you two are putting on an act of being bumpkins when you had the teleportation treasures yourself. They are rare. Even the princes of duchies have a hard time procuring them. Miria paused for a moment and looked at him with hesitation. I have something that can find the transport circles to the next floor. You can climb the tower faster with my help. And if there is anything that won't hinder me and requires some effort, I can do it for you. Her promise was a bit too sincere, making Varian hesitate to accept the conditions. What do you want? Nothing. Just come with me. Let's go. Varian put away his sword and looked at her with interest. Miria stared at him with an incredulous expression. Are you crazy? You forgot something I just said. I'm a rank 6. Even if I can't reach my peak strength here, I'll at least hit rank 5 sooner or later. Then I can kill you anytime. Varian paused for a moment, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He looked into Miria's emerald eyes and said slowly, to be honest, I've sealed my powers too. So, I think it's you who should worry. I might advance any moment now. What? Maria obviously didn't believe Varian's words. While she remained skeptical about why he didn't escape, given the danger of staying with her, she was glad he did. Just as she was about to sit down and absorb the star pearl, Varian stretched out his hand. The 2 puppets behind her stepped forward, shielding her before he could do anything suspicious. Huh? Maria only reacted then and looked up at him in confusion. I also need some resources to unlock my seal, Varian said with a cheeky grin. And the seal is more complicated. So, I'll need resources from all avenues to get the job done. Thanks for accepting that as part of the deal. When did I? Maria opened her mouth in confusion, but one of the star pearls in her palm disappeared before she could react. It's the price for me taking this risk, Varian grinned and walked to the edge of the cave. Even though they called it a cave, it was only relative to their prowess. In fact, the interior of the so-called cave would easily stretch a mile or two. Consequently, the mountain with many such caves was vast. The mountain range they were hiding in stretched for at least 1,000 miles. This looks good, Varian probed the star pearl floating in front of him and closed his eyes. Oysters and mermaids had a symbiotic relationship. Mermaids were the subjects, and oysters were the recorders. After establishing a connection, they could explore the mysteries of life force within their bodies and the broader world. Varian had never delved deep into the mysteries of the powers he was using. The general view in the Federation remained that life was purely material. But the existence of the soul blew away this firmly held belief. Then what is death? How did creatures that once died reanimate into undead? Could an undead that could think, feel, and act still be called an undead? And the elephant in the room, soul. Where did it come from? How did it form? Where would it go once a creature dies? Question after question filled Varian's mind. The few answers he gained only led to more and deeper questions. The tsunami of questions that threatened to drown his consciousness suddenly froze, and Varian found himself in a comforting silence. Life was deeply related to the two powers he currently wielded. Mystic, the path of controlling chi, a force that permeated the entire universe. Famine, the path where one drains energy, especially life energy, to grow stronger. Ironically, chi and life force were interlinked, interchangeable, and sometimes even indistinguishable. For a divine ranker, they might even be the same thing. Ugh, Varian opened his eyes for a moment and calmed his chaotic mind. He didn't need to go so far. He was just a rank 2 now. Simply put, Mystic had two paths of evolution. Mystic Adept, pursuing a path of perfection to forge a perfect body. Once you reached the apex of Adept, you could choose to condense a body with perfect life essence or perfect death essence, becoming a perfect biological existence either way. Mystic Adept Paragon Body/Reaper. Or there was another path, focusing not on physical qualities but on using chi to manipulate the world. In gaming terms, this was roughly a long-range role. Fighting, but without fists. Not a mage, but somewhat similar. Once you reached the apex of Forsender, you'd have to choose between using your chi to build yourself up as a formidable warrior or connecting with others to create a network that would become your strength. Mystic Forsender Life Spirit/Enslaver. On the other hand, Famine, the path connected with life, was somewhat straightforward. He could either become an assimilator, a devourer that would consume others to grow, or a symbiote, a path walker who could engage in mutually beneficial deals by strengthening others and himself. Famine Assimilator/Symbiote. The future path of an assimilator would be to either become a more complete version of itself, a devouring beast, or to temper the devouring aspect and build a strong body to become a death giant. Assimilator Devouring Beast/Death Giant. A symbiote, on the other hand, could choose to control life force or death force, becoming powerful through force control. Since a symbiote would be connected to other creatures, they could gain significant insight into the workings of life force and death force in different types of creatures. Symbiote Life Force Controller/Death Force Controller. The choices today would have far-reaching impacts. Even though Varian hadn't yet reached rank 4, his future path would be at least 60 to 70% certain by the time he hit rank 3. Adept or Forsender? Varian didn't struggle with the choice as much as others. Sure, these were important, but he wouldn't be staying in these ranks for very long. Moreover, the paths actually converge once he entered the divine ranks. I love close-quarters fights, so I'll pick Adept. With his decision, a subtle change occurred. The chi flowing in Varian's body vibrated slightly and turned more inward. Even though he could use the chi to form force fields and external attacks, it was more attuned to internal usage. At the same time, the bottleneck holding him back for the past few days broke without resistance. Mystic Rank 2 Mystic Rank 3, 0/500. Symbiote or Assimilator? Varian chuckled. No, I don't even need to think about this. My style is combat all the way. The life force flowing in Varian's body grew tyrannical and hungry. His famine power became famished and greedy. With it, another bottleneck broke. Famine Rank 2 Famine Rank 3, 0/500. Schwa. Varian felt a disturbance in the air and opened his eyes to see Maria glowing with a soft green light. The aura around her fluctuated as it oscillated between Rank 2 and Rank 3. She wasn't lying. Varian raised a brow. It didn't matter, though. Thanks to the Star Pearl, he wouldn't have any issue reaching Rank 4. No bottlenecks or the like. But still. Spirit Rank 2, 249 to 250. Matter Rank 2, 249/250, Water. Energy Rank 2, 249/250, Lightning. Space Rank 2, 249/250. Time Rank 2, 249/250. Varian sighed inwardly. He still had a long way to go before he could push all the paths to Rank 3. But once he did, he wouldn't have to worry about the great bottleneck everyone struggled with during the path transition. Ugh, just a bit more. Maria stood up with an irritated expression, rings of airwaves expanding around her as her aura fluctuated violently like a caged beast trying to set itself free. Haven't broken through yet? Varian raised a brow. In response, she threw him a vicious glare and walked out of the cave. If you hadn't taken that pearl. To his surprise, other than the little grumble, she remained calm as they traversed the mountains, and slaughtered a few aerial and land beasts here and there before stopping. The entrance to the next floor is on top of this tree, she pointed. What? Varian raised his neck and stared all the way up. The tree didn't really look like one. Sure, it had a tall, straight, and thick trunk, but it was in a T shape. It had no branches, no leaves, and certainly no fruits. It had something akin to a platform at its top. Because of the constant sand rain, a mountain of sand had accumulated on top of the tree. Is the entrance next to the... It's in that sand mountain, Maria cut him off. With no choice left, Varian scanned the tree, and his casual expression slowly grew solemn. Even though the tree looked desolate with its ash-colored trunk, there were, in fact, many chameleon-like creatures living on it. These creatures were worse than chameleons, as they could freely change their shapes at will. Some of these creatures were pretty weak, only rank 1s. Others, not so much, especially the rank 5s that lurked at the top of the tree. What's the plan? Varian asked. Teleport to the top, avoid fighting, and dive into the sand? It's all fine until diving into the sand, Maria shrugged. That much sand will kill us both before we can react. So, do you have any good ideas? Varian looked at the tree princess with expectation. Truthfully, he could still use his matter powers to separate some of the sand and carve them a way in. But it would expose his powers. So, he wanted to do it her way. Besides, if this woman came here for a mission, she must have prepared for these scenarios, right? I can't tell if you're still playing your character or honestly curious. She gave him a suspicious glance and took out a silver gun. With a click, a mass of yellow-blue spheres shot into the sky and exploded, resulting in a dazzling colorful firework against the dull rain of sand. What was that? A signal for others that the entrance to the next floor is here. Maria looked him in the eye and said with a smile that wasn't really a smile. You're vicious, all right. Thank you. The two of them hid nearby. Under an hour, adventure teams ranging from 5 people to 50 arrived at the foot of the tree and took out their own devices to verify the message. The entrances to the next floors always change, so it's impossible for anyone to be sure. But identifying it from a small distance was still within their scope. Soon, scouts from some powerful teams climbed up the trees while staying as far away as they could from the powerful beasts and verified the existence of the floor. In no time, the teams joined forces and a bloodbath ensued on the tree. Only the 10 rank 5 beasts were left. The coalition reached a staggering number of 200 and included 3 rank 5s, a dozen rank 4s, and the rest were rank 3s. Even though they couldn't overpower all the strong beasts, they had the strength to take down at least half of them. But the teams and the beasts reached an agreement through some trade. As the dust settled, 3 large groups joined hands and began guarding the entrance. By then, thousands of challengers had arrived and were waiting anxiously to enter the next floor. At this moment, Maria and Varian stood as a rare small team of 2 individuals at the back of the crowd. They demanded certain precious plants and herbs for each person to pass through. However, conflicts had already started, and at least 30 people were killed for various reasons before things calmed down. "You're paying for me, right?" Varian asked without any hesitation. Maria looked at Varian with an incredulous expression. "What? I don't know how someone can be so shameless." "I'm doing you a favor," Varian said with a straight face. "Consider meeting you my bad luck." Maria sighed begrudgingly and paid the menacing guards a small fortune. The sand at the top was already cleared, and the 2 smoothly entered an arcane, glowing formation. The next thing they knew, they were in another world, a world full of fog. A special, thick fog that even Varian's advanced celestial senses couldn't penetrate. Fuck. Before he could think further, Varian clutched his head as a piercing pain assaulted his mind. Floor 2, Realms of Nightmare. This place is a torture for the weak-minded. Any plant, animal, and even inanimate object here can evoke your fears. That's why this is also the best place to hone your will. Survival time left, 6 hours 32 minutes and 11 seconds plus 20 hours. "I hate this place," Maria said, putting on a softly glowing green pendant. Her expression eased. "The rule of thumb here is that the entrance to the next floor can be accessed through one of those houses." Houses? Varian shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of a knife twisting in his head, and asked. "Haunted houses. It's like a cheat. Whenever over 100 natives and 10 challengers die within a 10-mile radius, a haunted house is formed." "Natives in this place?" Varian rubbed his arms as the wind grew strangely cold. For example, Maria parted her lips, and a spear thrust through her heart. Varian jumped back and drew his sword as her body exploded into a puff of green smoke. Another Maria Verdes stepped out of the fog with that familiar spear. She glanced at him with a bland expression and said, "These impersonating ghosts are very annoying. Don't move." Varian pointed a finger at her, and a white light shot from his finger. Maria wanted to dodge but, after sensing the white light wasn't trying to harm her, she calmed down. The white light melted into her palm, and a mark appeared on the back of her hand. "That's a stamp to verify if it's really you," Varian said and jumped into the sky for a better view. It was all fog. The sky, the ground, the surroundings, everything was covered in fog. Worse, it wasn't even real fog. Varian could feel it. It was all a mental illusion. But the illusion was so strong that it felt real. "Let's start hunting down a few natives and build a haunted house. It's the easiest way to get out of here," Maria suggested. Varian responded by decapitating her. "Keep the distance low." Maria Verdes walked out of the fog again and said in a hushed, reprimanding tone. "This planet is weird. You can't even come to the same place by walking in a circle. Be careful." Maria was right. This planet reeked of weirdness. It was messed up in ways Varian had never experienced before. When he took a few steps into the forest, he saw children being brutally murdered. If he tried to help them, he'd be ambushed by demonic, one-eyed flying creatures that orchestrated the illusions. Or, if he even tried to sit under a tree, the tree's branches would slowly creep behind him and attempt to cast an illusion that could put him to sleep forever. It was ridiculous, exhausting, and felt like a haunting world from the movies he had watched. No, this was worse. Rhea. A shrill scream pierced Varian and Maria's minds by the riverside, causing them to clutch their heads in response. You said this place was safe. Varian's veins popped up on his forehead as he struggled to contain his raging fury. For some reason, his emotions were becoming volatile here. Despite knowing a battle against Maria would be in his worst interest, he didn't care about offending her. I said what I believed. Maria glared back at him, taking out a pink flower from her storage ring and sniffing it lightly. The sharpness in her gaze disappeared, and she passed him the flower. Our emotions are being manipulated. Varian wanted to throw the flower to the ground and stomp on it. Did she really think his emotions could be manipulated so easily? No, he wasn't that weak. Host, shut up and take it. Varian's grip on the flower loosened, and he sniffed the soothing fragrance. His fury vanished as if it had never been there, and he slumped onto the wet grass by the riverbed with a complex expression. I think we need to get out of this place as soon as possible. Maria rolled her eyes at him and lay down on the grass. Thanks for the directions, Captain Obvious. But we're on the riverbank for a reason. Don't tell me there are mermaids here for you to steal their star pearls. Varian shook his head. Well, Maria Verdes curled her lips. No fish, but there are chickens. What do you mean? A giant bird, larger than 10 football stadiums stacked together, flew over their heads and disappeared into the fog. Then, the relatively calm river water began to grow turbulent. It's called the bird of sweet dreams. It injects its power into this water, and anything that drinks it will be tainted by its power and slowly grow mentally attached to it, ultimately being enslaved by it, Maria explained. Varian took a few steps back from the sweet river water with a regretful expression. She chuckled at his action and continued, conversely, if you use its brain, it'll shield you from these spiritual attacks. If you're a spirit pathwalker, it's a treasure trove. Varian gulped. Spirit, rank 2, 249 to 250. As he was about to propose a deal, the turbulent river water suddenly stilled and reached a point of stagnation. Then, globules of viscous green liquid began to appear in the water and slowly began to flow. Varian and Maria grew alert at the bizarre change and slowly walked in the direction the bird flew off to. They could only see 100 meters into the fog and were otherwise blind. For the speed of celestial rankers, this distance was too low for any practical use. But they worked with what they had, and the green liquid patches in the river certainly helped in guiding them. After an excruciatingly long, cautious journey of 2 hours, they found the corpse of the same creature, the bird of sweet dreams. Its neck was broken, and blood was oozing from its veins. Its huge body almost completely blocked the river flow, a ridiculous feat. They walked along the enormous corpse to learn more. Huh. Varian stepped back instinctively as he noticed something was off. Is it the same bird? This one is small. It was still massive, almost the size of a village, but compared to the bird he had seen earlier, there was a significant difference. Maria nodded. The fog. A chill ran up Varian's spine as he realized what was happening. It wasn't a hidden beast or the body decomposing on its own, and certainly not an illusion placed on them by an enemy. It was the fog. The fog began to envelop the corpse, squirming and slowly nibbling at it. As it did, the fog grew slightly thicker and more opaque. Holy shit, Varian involuntarily unsheathed his sword. The fog was very, very creepy. Was it really dead? If it had any sentience, then. The bird has been ambushed, Maria said as she bent down to inspect the broken neck. She was using a treasure in the form of a hand mirror. Every time she moved it around the bird's body, a colorful stripe of different dimensions would appear on it. 10, no, 30, rank 3s, Maria slowly stepped back and looked around with vigilance. Varian, too, watched the surroundings and tightened his grip on the sword. The demon sword, as greedy as ever, was pulling away the bird's blood and drinking it with relish. It hummed and vibrated in his hand, its power increasing at a visible rate. Varian wondered if he could fight peak rank 4s with his strength. No, it was still a bit too early. T10 rank 4s. Maria grabbed her spear and called out her 2 rank 4 puppets. Varian moved closer to her, hoping things wouldn't go too badly. An. Maria's voice was so quiet that Varian almost missed the word she said next. O1. Before us, there must have been at least 10 teams here, 50 or 60 members who came. All dead. Varian used his rank 3 famine powers and, after smelling the death in the air, spoke. Despite the fog blocking his senses, he could feel it vaguely. The corpses were just a distance away. And standing beside those corpses were hungry, predatory eyes. You're not a predator, you're a coward, Varian said to no one in particular. Though his voice carried several miles despite the fog, there was no response to his words. 10 silhouettes moved behind the fog, positioned themselves in an ideal ambush position, and waited. And waited. An hour passed by just like that. Maria's patience seemed to be wearing thin. Varian didn't trust what the woman said or how she appeared. For someone who could naturally put on an act of an arrogant missy, this wouldn't be easy. What worried Varian were the occasional aura shockwaves that hit them from the distance. And, boom! An explosion so quiet you'd almost certainly miss it if you didn't concentrate. It occurred before every fight, and the fight itself was concluded within minutes. He gained a rough idea of what was happening here. In addition to the all-concealing fog, the corpses themselves were so long, wide, and tall that they hid the hunters perfectly. A new team would approach one side of the corpse or the other. Then they would do something that triggered an explosion, after which they would be quickly finished off. What would every team try? Get the bird's brain. Approach its head. Varian stopped in his tracks, noticing he was already a bit away from the bird's long neck and now only some distance from its coveted head. Oh, fuck. Varian's expression fell, and the space around him blurred as he tried to teleport at the last moment. But an overwhelming amount of energy engulfed his surroundings, breaking the space and making any attempt at escape too chaotic. The tower closed off the space, ensuring that Varian wouldn't end up outside the tower in some remote area by entering the chaotic space, but it would still be dangerous. If I were rank 3, I could manage the risk. Varian clicked his tongue and sprinted away as if his life depended on it, because it did. Boom. Boom. Maria Verdes reacted a moment earlier than him and was already fleeing on a flying metal board when the explosion swept over them. At the same time, 11 humanoid rank 4s appeared on round, one-eyed flying monsters, which were also rank 4. To Varian's puzzlement, the humanoids were challengers, and the one-eyed monsters were natives. Are you kidding me? Chasing prey was always an enjoyable game. Seeing hope turn into despair and courage into fear evoked a heightened ecstasy in him and his kind. Go. Faster. Ebony's patted the soft skin of the round creature he was seated on and urged it on. Perhaps by design, they were able to integrate with these one-eyed creatures, sightlings, and fight as a single unit. Sightlings could see far ahead in the fog, fly fast, and even withstand a lot of attacks. However, they were unusually weak to any spiritual attacks. That's where his kind, the Umbrali, came in, masters of spiritual attacks, but with bodies so frail that they couldn't even take 10 steps without panting. Initially, these two tribes were enemies, just like any challengers and native tribes. The enmity didn't last, and they turned into partners, becoming a sort of local hegemon on the second floor. One of the elite hunting groups of this local hegemon was now chasing down 2 awakeners, one rank 3 and the other, rank 2. Catch the weak one first. Ebony's ordered. The 10 Umbrali activated their powers, and an invisible burst of aura swept the surroundings. Varian, who was a bit behind Maria, felt something tug at his leg and attacked it without hesitation. No, wait, Maria's shout came a moment too late. Fuck. Varian's sword pierced his own thigh and nearly severed his leg. Sensing something was off, his demon sword resisted his slash at the last moment, saving him from the fate of starting a one-legged running race. The illusions are dangerous. Even your senses can be deceived. Don't trust anything, including what your body tells you. Maria shouted as she threw a grenade-like object at the pursuers. They evaded it in a hurry, but instead of exploding, it puffed out bright blue smoke. Varian's speed decreased as he couldn't run as fast. To his surprise, Maria also slowed her hoverboard so he could keep up. Wouldn't it be best if I died here? What's your deal? Varian asked, gritting his teeth as blood spilled from his healing thigh. Maria shrugged without even looking back. If I leave you to them and you tell them my secret, then things would mess up. As the fog in front of them cleared, they found themselves facing a huge cave with an entrance as big as a 10-story building. Maria wanted to go in to throw off the pursuers, but Varian stopped running and turned toward them. You know what? What? Maria gained some distance and stopped slowly, watching him with vigilance. If you want to die, fine. But I'll attack you if you try to say something. You're too paranoid. And Varian's ether pendant appeared on his neck. Formerly worn by Creo, it was the artifact that boosted the user's mental powers. As Varian reached the celestial rank, he realized that, like all artifacts, the help it could provide increased with the user's rank. As a rank 2 spirit, the ether pendant could now assist him against illusions. On its own, it could only block rank 3 illusions at most, but when combined with his own powers, Varian could distinguish even a weak rank 4 illusion if he focused fully. Oh. He stopped. Ebenezer and his team halted 300 meters away from Varian, looking at him with vigilance. Don't approach him. Attack now, he ordered without hesitation. 10 mental attacks fell on Varian again, and he raised his sword, aiming at an enemy that appeared in front of him. Die. Varian's sword slashed at the space before him, then curved inward, aiming at his own heart. Even as the tip of the sword was about to touch him, his mind still believed he was attacking his enemy, ready to kill. Ting! The ether pendant shook, and Varian's unfocused pupils brightened. The space around him blurred, and he appeared in the middle of the Umbrali Sightling group. Fuck! Varian's arm tore through the bodies of the 11 Umbralis, shattering their fragile forms. Almost immediately, 11 white spots emerged from these bodies, trying to swarm Varian, attack him before he could react, and then escape. But they were in for a surprise. The ether pendant lit up, and a strong suction force pulled all 11 souls into it. After a few moments, nourishing soul power entered Varian's body, reaching his soul. It wasn't really his power, so Varian had to study, analyze, and convert it. Varian's eyes flashed, and the 11 sightlings trying to escape froze in place, collapsing quickly. A few seconds later, Maria approached with a surprised and conflicted expression. She had seen Varian affected by the illusion, swinging his sword dangerously. Before she could act, he teleported. She thought he had fled from the Umbrali, so she searched those areas. Finding him in the last place she expected, she was dumbfounded. If even one of them had expected it, your spirit would have been attacked, and that would have been a certain death, she said, frowning at the gore of the fragile Umbrali bodies. I had my safety measures, Varian smiled and then looked back in the direction they had run from, toward the bird's corpse. Get moving. Their group must have already sensed their death and sent rank 5s here. Maria stepped on her green hoverboard and urged him. I heard these groups are quite vengeful. We'll be facing a big chase. Hurry. We should hurry, but in the reverse, Varian said and started running toward the bird's corpse. Are you crazy? Maria followed behind him and took out a shining rope, which Varian bet was supposed to drag him. No, you said it yourself, didn't you? A haunted house can take us to the next floor. It needs the death of 100 natives and 10 challengers. Varian ran faster and faster. Oh boy, Maria looked at his back with a mix of fear and admiration, which soon turned into, you crazy son of a. A leaf slapped onto her mouth, stopping her words, and an annoying voice rang out, language, princess. Maria knew the risks involved in this operation. But the reward was worth it. While a haunted house sounded easy, killing 10 challengers was difficult, not because they were hard to kill, but because they were hard to kill within 10 miles. But the Umbrali did that job for them and killed 10 of them. Since it was a planned attack, not many natives, sightlings, would have died. So, they had to kill 100 of them. But that was the easy part. They could just massacre 100 rank 1 or rank 2 sightlings and kick off the haunted house. Of course, by now, the rank 5s must have already gone to the site and realized that they had escaped. In the good case, they'd scatter and chase them in all directions. In the bad case, they'd return to the base. But regardless, they'd have to kill 100 sightlings within a 10-mile radius of the corpse. Unfortunately, doing so at such a distance would quickly alert a rank 5 stationed at the base. So, it's only a question of who would be faster. Since they set up the hunt there, the sightling's home must be nearby, Varian reasoned. Maria agreed with his assessment. The two had already reached the 10-mile radius of the corpse. Varian's famine senses scanned the large, one-eyed body of a sightling, and his eyes glowed green. If the fog weren't here, Varian, that was dangerous. If we were a second later, we'd have died. Maria Verdes always considered herself a brave woman. But recalling the brilliant bursts of aura that approached the haunted house just before they vanished, she couldn't help but shudder, nearly pulling a clump of grass. Don't you usually have close death encounters? Varian asked with a genuinely curious expression as he adjusted himself on a branch. The gravity in this world was peculiar, and it looked like everything was growing in reverse. If they weren't careful, they'd fall into the sky and out into space. Despite appearing normal, both of them were putting in significant effort to avoid being pushed away by the planet into the sky. Excuse me? Maria looked at Varian with a dumbfounded gaze. I should have clarified this sooner, but what kind of life did you lead again? Who the fuck has close death encounters usually? Whoa, calm down, tree girl, Varian didn't expect her to snap. I mean, I have them every now and then. I thought someone like you, a tree lass with a potty mouth doing a sneaky job in this tower, should have had quite a few near-death experiences as well. Tree lass? Potty mouth? Sneaky job? Maria took out her spear and pointed it at Varian. Take it back before I stab you in the... Stop. Stop swearing, Varian covered his ears. Even I don't swear so many times. You're supposed to be a princess? Royal elegance, my ass. You resemble those middle-aged women who fight tooth and nail for street discounts. Maria gritted her teeth as her pride was thoroughly insulted and trampled. Usually, she was the one in control. Putting up her arrogant young lady act and tormenting others was something she could do with ease. But ever since she met this bastard, nothing has gone well for her. He saw through her disguise, learned that she was on a secret mission, and discovered her sealed rank. No, it was her arrogance. She leaked it herself, having forgotten to be cautious after so long without tasting failure. Fuck it, Maria spat in frustration, but the spit flew into the sky. Gross, Varian showed a disgusted expression and moved to a distant tree. But don't worry, I saved it. I'll send it to your kingdom, whatever it is, and your citizens will relish in the beauty of their princess. Maria couldn't bear it anymore and threw her spear at him. You're so damn irritating. Varian dodged the spear calmly and jumped onto another tree. The tree and all the others for 100 miles behind it were gone. The spear wasn't thrown with the intention to kill or seriously injure, so Varian let her off the hook. He felt Maria wasn't really an evil person, just a bit arrogant, too arrogant, to be honest, but otherwise fine. But he wouldn't mistake her for a kind soul. If she could kill him now to bury the secret, she might. If he were in her position, Varian knew he'd have made the same choice. All the talks, jokes, and assists until now would be worthless. What was that line? You die a hero or live long enough to become a villain, Varian laughed at himself. But he didn't let it get to him. Still, if his younger self saw the current him, all he'd get was probably hate and disgust. To a 9-year-old boy with an idealistic outlook, he must seem like the perfect villain, killing innocents, mass murdering civilians, pushing the entire race to extinction, and doing anything for his goal. Well, I don't want to call myself a hero. But I'm not a villain either. Varian long ago stopped viewing life in black and white. Perhaps it was since he saw the abyssal side of the struggle, or maybe when he saw the abyssal named Ron, who wanted to grow stronger and obtain the herb to cure his comatose little sister. I killed a brother who risked his life for years to wake his little sister and see her smile. Varian looked into the sky and felt something in the corner of his heart lash out at him, conscience. He didn't like it. It would remind him of all the misery he caused, most of which he could have never avoided anyway. Most of the time, Varian was a carefree soul, not giving a second thought to the moral costs. But sometimes, like these, when he was just sitting down silently, he would wonder how much pain and suffering he had inflicted on others. Sometimes, he would justify himself. Other times, he would wonder if he could have done it better. The moment he became emperor, he resolved to do the right thing, even if it went against his conscience. But if he had to kill an entire race to safeguard humanity, he could do it without hesitation, though Varian wondered if it would take a toll on his conscience, however non-existent it seemed. Varian looked at the blue sky and smiled subconsciously. Sarah's eyes were also blue, sky blue. They would change color if she was really angry or cold, but even then, they somehow calmed him. Varian didn't know why, but being with her calmed him down. On the contrary, if he was with Sia, she would be planning something interesting. One is a calm sea that soothes your heart, the other a beautiful storm that pulls you in. Before he knew it, a gentle smile appeared on Varian's face. Maria, who was checking her artifacts to figure out the nearest floor entrance, noticed Varian's expression and froze. Her first thought was whether she was still on the second floor, trapped in an illusion. After confirming she was not, she thought Varian had suffered a spirit injury and was going crazy. That'd explain his annoying behavior, she thought. Maria wanted to rest for a bit before moving to the next floor, but she saw a figure falling from the sky and held up her spear. Trouble, she muttered. Varian didn't respond. Hey, Varian. Maria was irritated by his lack of response but didn't try to wake him further. She swirled her spear, forming a red circle in the air, and shot it at the rank 4 winged woman flying toward them. The winged woman looked like a normal humanoid except for the 4 wings on her back. Despite her rank being only 2, she was impaled by the spear. In an instant, the woman's body broke into dots of brilliant blue light and flew away into the sky. However, Maria's face turned grim. Fuck my luck. Why did I have to meet sky hunters so soon? The blue lights gathered in the sky and reformed the winged woman, but this time, she had 3 wings instead of 4. Her rank had also climbed from 2 to 3. Sky hunters were nasty because they didn't die when killed. Instead, they crawled back out of their graves and resurrected. The only way to prevent this nasty cycle was to destroy their soul, which, unfortunately for their enemies, was quite resilient and couldn't be shattered by ordinary means. I have a treasure to destroy her soul, but I'll need to concentrate when I use it. If only this bastard didn't freeze in the middle of a fight. Curses flew through Maria's mind as she took in Varian's calm figure, staring blankly into the sky. Muttering something under her breath, she took out a red jar and pointed it toward the winged woman. HAA. The winged woman glared at Maria and was about to dive down when a spear severed her head from behind without warning. Her body turned into blue light particles and slowly started gathering together. If you don't work, I'll bury you in the toilets. Maria threatened the jar. Perhaps the jar did fear her threat, as the light particles were violently pulled apart and sucked into the jar. Phew, Maria exhaled in relief, causing her long green hair to sway with the strong wind she created. But it was a bit too early to relax, as another winged woman flashed in the sky and dashed at her at a breakneck speed. This one was actually a rank 4 with 2 wings. Maria ambushed her with the spear and killed her quickly. Thankfully, the jar still worked and ended her life permanently, preventing any surprise rebirth of a rank 5. Am I just unlucky? It's hard to meet two sky hunters so soon. Maria would never know that just being with Varian created this situation. Never mind, Maria's face twitched as she noticed the 10 silhouettes racing towards her at a breakneck speed. My luck has really gone to the dogs. All 10 were rank 4s. For heaven's sake. I had always been lucky. The fight this time was hard. It took her several treasures, injuries, and a lot of effort to kill them all. But there was one problem after the tough battle. The jar was already full while 2 more souls were gathering in the sky. As a famine, she couldn't properly attack them. Even if she tried to end them, these light particles could dodge a lot of her physical attacks. What awaited Maria was the rebirth of 2 rank 5 winged women. Damn! Gotta run. Maria decisively gave up and was ready to sprint when a blurred silhouette flashed in front of her and shot to the sky. As a rank 3, she quickly regained her composure and saw the person facing the light particles. I thought he got his brain damaged. Ignoring Maria's harsh words, Varian activated the ether pendant hanging around his neck. Like a black hole, the pendant sucked away the light particles and crushed them for his use. A soul is different from a life form. The soul isn't eternal or unchanging, but it is the deeper identity of a being. Varian gained a new level of understanding from all the souls the ether pendant had absorbed recently. With the help of this nourishment, the bottleneck holding him back broke down without resistance. An invisible power rippled from Varian and struck the light particles still suppressed in the jar. They dimmed the next moment and slowly dissipated. What was that? A soul attack? Maria's jaw dropped. A treasure, Varian said, pointing to the pendant while he looked at his status screen. Spirit, rank 3 100 to 500, plus 100, you are now inclined towards the path of Binder. Spirit, rank 1 to 3, Binder, rank 4 to 6, or Soulster, rank 4 to 6. Binder, light the fire of the soul and create a strong bond with the body, strengthening both. This path makes you a master of spirit power. Soulster, light the body and create a powerful soul. Your birth body can no longer limit you. You can live in another's body, even using their powers to some extent. While you may not be as proficient as the original, using a completely different power can be intriguing. Moreover, soulsters can still use their own powers, though they may be suppressed when inhabiting a body with other powers. If desired, they can abandon the body altogether and live in soul form. This path was obvious for Varian. For others, it would be a very difficult choice. The soulster path seemed special, occupying other bodies and using their powers. Even if they couldn't be as proficient, it would still be wonderful to wield a different power. What's more, soulsters could still use their own powers, albeit suppressed in another body. If they wished, they could abandon the body entirely and exist as a soul. But all these benefits were meaningless to Varian. He had 8 powers and could use them all to their fullest. Find the exit. Let's hurry up, Varian said to Maria, who looked at him with a confused gaze. You give off a more dangerous vibe now than an hour ago. What the hell is happening? The tree lady asked. Your danger sense is working well, Varian chuckled. He could already kill peak rank 4s. If he used all 6 artifacts, there was a good chance he could kill a low rank 5 and even fight a mid rank 5, though that would be very dangerous. Hey, why are you smirking? You're thinking of something crazy, aren't you? Maria flew to a spot some distance away from him and said with a look of disgust. What? Varian tilted his head, and a heavy pressure fell on Maria. Is his power really sealed, and he just broke through? Maria's inner activity was rich, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she pointed her finger to the south and said, the exit. The two teleported to the spot in a few seconds, with Varian deliberately showing the imperfections of his space treasure. With Varian's increased strength, the next floor was a cakewalk, as were the ones that followed. They continued this way all the way until the 27th floor. Until now, they hadn't messed with any rank success. The few times they encountered them, they fled using teleportation. Because they were only rank 3s, the rank of success didn't try to catch them, as killing them would only grant these high rankers a mere 30 minutes of survival time. Unknown to them, however, 2 men on the 50th floor were watching clips of Maria and Varian, focusing particularly on Maria as she climbed the floors. "I can smell her arrogance even from across the screen and 30 full floors," the man in white robes muttered in a hoarse voice. "She's just like her master, Miss Calamity. The arrogance, the pride, to send this lass in after killing my brother. I have to applaud the guts of that woman. It must be fate telling me to settle the accounts." If Varian could read the life signals of the man in white robes, he would easily find the connection between him and the spy who messed up the Centaurus duchy. Slaughter Shade, the infamous spy who infiltrated a kingdom under the Genesis Empire and burned it to the ground by all despicable means. It was too sudden for the Empire to react. The succession of the kingdom was destroyed when Slaughter Shade returned from the Moors Empire, resurrected the corpse of the previous king, and threw the royal family into chaos. It was said that Slaughter Shade tortured the injured members of the royal family so brutally that, despite knowing it was a trap, the remaining royal members pursued him. The Jai Empire's infamous vanguard groups exploited the situation and struck like lightning. When the royal family couldn't respond in time, things went awry. The divine rankers were only able to intervene a day later, but the damage was already done. A brilliant kingdom was left in ruins. The Mithril Quadrilateral, the group of 4 kingdoms that served as the first line of defense against the Jai Empire, was reduced to the Diamond Triangle. Since then, Slaughter Shade had been on the run. He was nearly killed several times and paid a hefty price to stay alive, which included his rank falling from the peak of rank 7 to the peak of rank 6, and, of course, signing up for another life-threatening mission. Even a man who caused the death of trillions ended up shedding tears over the death of his one and only relative, Crimson Shade, the spy who was supposed to retrieve something important in Centaurus but was killed by Prince Baldur, with the help of Miss Calamity. He didn't know much about the prince, but he shared some fate with Miss Calamity. The reason he dropped in rank was that this woman's clone ripped apart part of him, making him incomplete. For both himself and his brother, he wanted to get back at her. "I should kill her disciple, even if I have to pay a heavy price," the man next to him, brown-haired, muscular, dressed in a golden coat over a red shirt and jeans, casually patted his shoulder and said, "After we're done with the mission, yes. I could die in the mission. That's the most likely outcome." "There's little hope of revenge," Slaughter Shade shook his head. "This is the 7th Prince's command," the brown-haired man said, and even mentioning the prince caused his eyes to shake with uncontrollable fear. The man himself was a menace to the Alliance and had killed countless powerhouses. No one knew if he was a man, a woman, a child, or an elder. Some even thought he wasn't even human, but a beast. Whatever he was, even Slaughter Shade never saw Hollow's body. The body he was inhabiting now belonged to a famous adventurer, a genius with the potential to reach rank 8. Hollow killed him, took over his body, and fooled everyone else in the tower. A few years later, the body's adventure group was mostly destroyed during a mission and disbanded shortly after. With this safe identity, Hollow was just a few steps away from completing the mission. "I should have never met you in the first place. If you do something stupid, the blame will fall on me," Hollow said to the man in front of him, his contempt undisguised. Even if it was Slaughter Shade, Hollow wasn't willing to meet him in person. One was akin to a special agent, while the other was a super spy. Slaughter Shade and all such spies were under the command of Princess Ashala Starlight, serving the warring faction. In contrast, Hollow and the special agents like him were under the command of the 7th Prince, serving the Naraka faction. "I only joined you because of the order," Slaughter Shade said, his pride evident. Both as an individual and as a member of the warring faction, he hated losing, especially to someone from another faction. He had endured it so far because it was the High Command's order. But not long after learning about his brother's death, he received a message that Princess Ashala had issued an unlimited hunt for a man. If the location of the man was leaked, as the highest agent under her command, he might be forced to hunt him down. Slaughter Shade wanted the man's traces to be found as soon as possible. That way, he could leave the tower, hunt the man, and then request a reward. He didn't want to kill Maria completely. Instead, he wanted to trap her in a time loop and torture her for eternity. It would be his revenge for the death of his only brother. As he hoped and waited, a device inside him rang, sending him the message he had been waiting for. But the content was surprising. Huh? The target entered the tower? And his aura samples. Slaughter Shade's expression grew solemn, and he immediately contacted his underlings to conduct a sweeping search of the newcomers and paid the intelligence groups for investigation. The shortlist reached him in 3 hours. There were only 100 suspicious people. One of them was a man with a disgustingly familiar name, Baldur. Unexpectedly, he was also the one with Miss Calamity's apprentice. If this isn't fate, then what else? Slaughter Shade crumpled the paper and gnashed his teeth. Send rank 4s to hunt the rest. For the bastard named Baldur and the woman with him, send 3 rank 6s. Don't, Hollow stopped him before the order was passed. Moving so many powerhouses would alert the tower, you fucking donkey. If the tower administrator gets alerted, we're dead and the mission is toast. Then what? Send rank 4s to hunt them to warm them up, then rank 5s to warn them, and finally rank 6s when they're fully prepared? That's dumber, you possessed ghost freak. Slaughter Shade growled. All of them are newcomers. The one suspected by the 4th princess can definitely cross the floors and clear the first zone. You just have to lay the trap on the 28th, 29th, or even the 30th floor. That wouldn't look so suspicious. Instead, people will think the teams are just sadistic enough to kill those who are about to clear the zone. Such practices weren't uncommon in the tower. Though reluctant, Slaughter Shade agreed to the suggestion and sent down a hunting team to the 29th floor. Ugh, fuck. I'll just. And don't use mercenaries. There's no reliability. If they pay higher, they'll just side with them. Hollow said without any doubt. After all, the body he inhabited had done such things many times before it became famous. Slaughter Shade paused for a moment and glared at Hollow. He's fine with not using random assassins and special teams, but not using mercenaries, the ones he's already acquainted with, was something that really pissed him off. What if I want to? Slaughter Shade growled. The air grew tense, and a thick killing intent leaked out of Hollow, pushing against Slaughter Shade. We're on the verge of finishing this mission. If you try anything that risks exposing us, you'll die before you can do it. Oh, try me. Slaughter Shade grinned, and his own killing intent swept out, repelling Hollow's. The confrontation lasted for a while until Slaughter Shade turned away with a reluctant expression. I have to finish both missions. The mercenaries have leaked news for a higher price and double-crossed employers many times in the past. This is a risk I can't take. Since the tower was filled with endless fighting, there was no concept of loyalty. Anyone could be bought for the right price. Even a peak rank 6 couldn't control what these shady gangs could do. There were simply too many powerhouses entering, fighting, and dying in the tower every year, so everyone stopped deferring to them. Slaughter Shade sighed in frustration but decided to use only his loyal slaves for the job, 50 rank 4s, 10 rank 5s, and 1 low rank 6. Following his instructions, all of them waited on the 29th floor. A few hours before Varian and Maria were targeted, 25th floor, Duchy of Essever. This floor is weird. Varian ducked as a fast-moving debris shot just above his head and crashed into the moon of another asteroid, exploding it into pieces. Shut up, I can see. Maria adjusted her balance on the asteroid and calmed the nausea rising from the sudden shift in gravity. Varian paid no attention to her reaction and looked around with sparkling curiosity. They were on an asteroid in a star system with 6 planets, all bright and bustling with life. The space was rich with aura, far richer than the solar system. This might be due to the difference in the spatial structure of this space, which was pulling a lot of aura from the inner space. And the space was cold, bone-chilling, teeth chattering, and soul freezing cold. Varian tried to bear the cold using his powers, but in the end, he rubbed his hands and shivered. Watching the asteroid approach the star, he stretched out his arms in a childish gesture, hoping to get some warmth. But a thought flashed in his mind, and his body stiffened. Oh wait, the asteroid was heading towards the star. We need to get off. Varian shouted and pressed his legs against the asteroid rocks to take a leap. But before he could, the star flared. A wave of aura-infused radiation struck Varian in an instant, and a strong dizziness overtook him. He collapsed on the asteroid, like a puppet, and watched it approach the star. As it did, the coldness began to rise. Varian's muscles stiffened, and he felt his blood flow slow down. It was clear that this star was malfunctioning. Instead of giving off heat, it was taking it away. This should never happen anywhere. But in this tower, where the cosmic laws were tampered with, the impossible became possible. Fuck, Varian wriggled on the ground as he tried to get back to his feet. His advancement to rank 3 in Mystic, Famine, and Spirit only managed to keep him in a struggling position. If he wanted to escape this place, he had to do something else. Varian tried to teleport, but the spatial curvature here was bent by the star. Even a strong star with lots of aura could at best make teleportation harder. This one, however, was much weirder. It was acting like a black hole, warping all space around it. He could still try to teleport, but there was at least a 30% chance he'd end up teleporting into the star instead of away from it. MFFF. Maria crawled on the ground, struggling against the thin layers of ice forming over her skin. She took out a glowing orange orb and planted it on the asteroid. The cold slowly decreased. Maria's pale face turned slightly better, and she collapsed on her back, panting heavily and staring at the endless dark space. With a shivering hand, she took out an intricate disc carved with an ancient runic language. The disc was a miniature version of the gate that took them to the next floor. They each received one when they passed the 15th floor. It was in the rules that appeared when he entered the first floor. 7. You can forfeit at the 15th and 29th floors and return to the safe zone. These discs could be used to forfeit and return to the safe zone on floor 0. The forfeit disc could only be used by its original owner and only during that particular run. Of course, they must not be in combat or even in a hostile confrontation. Maria looked at the host star with a regretful expression and urged, "Our bad luck to be teleported to this asteroid and into this star system." Varian agreed. Whenever they hopped into the next floor gate, they were teleported randomly. However, some places guaranteed near certain death. It was very rare, though. If they passed through the same floor 100,000 times, they might get teleported to those deadly locations once. They were exceptionally unlucky. "Let's return and try climbing again," Maria said, clenching the disc a little tighter. Her frowning brows made it clear she didn't like being forced to make that choice. Varian almost agreed with her but stopped at the last moment. He wanted to tackle this problem. Sure, he wasn't a rank 5 to brute force it, but his uniqueness was something not even a rank 9 possessed. "I'll try fixing this. If I can't, then we'll leave," he said, closing his eyes and focusing, not caring how she responded. Maria was, of course, pissed. But she couldn't do much. That said, Varian wasn't entirely trusting her. He wouldn't have closed his eyes in front of her and focused on something else if not for the specific circumstances. Through all the floors they had passed, they remained wary of each other, and rightfully so. Here, if Maria did anything funny, Varian just had to survive the first strike and drag the battle. Once in a combat state, Maria would no longer be able to use the forfeit disc. This meant she'd be exposed to the star's suction at close range, rendering her immobile and helpless. Even if she killed Varian by then, she wouldn't be able to activate the forfeit disc and would fall into the star to die a chilling death. Of course, there's a small chance she could kill Varian and still escape. Maria was certainly not someone who took such risks. Because of the nuclear fusions, the star gives off energy. But the reverse is happening here. The aura is sucking away energy to help the star. This is ridiculous enough to make any physics professor bang their head. In all stars, hydrogen fuses into helium. But the reverse was happening. The thing that made this work was the twisted natural law Varian could feel only vaguely thanks to the sliver. A nuclear fission can happen by sucking away energy from the surroundings. Varian began to feel the flow of energy from his body to the star. He also felt the atoms undergoing nuclear fission in the star. He tried to stop the flow of energy, but in doing so, he was going against the very order that made the change possible on this floor. The resistance he encountered was ridiculously high, and he had to give up on direct confrontation. Matter, water, rank 2, 249/250. Energy, lightning, rank 2, 249/250. Varian decided to work with the order rather than against it. So, he used the matter power to pull the specific atoms undergoing fission and formed an invisible gas blanket around him. These atoms began to break down and suck away energy from him. Then, Varian formed a no-transmission barrier around the gas blanket. This ensured that any energy sucked away from him didn't go past the barrier. It was still hard, but since he wasn't preventing his energy from going to a nuclear fission, the natural order of the floor, it worked. He was still losing energy, but now, he was giving it to the atoms in the gas blanket around him rather than to the star. The next step. Varian used his matter power to manipulate the atoms around him to undergo nuclear fusion, the natural progression. Of course, he couldn't provide the necessary conditions for fusion, one of which was an abnormally high temperature. However, his matter powers helped. As a result, an interesting cycle formed around Varian. His energy was absorbed by a gas blanket of helium atoms, which used that energy to break down into hydrogen atoms. The hydrogen atoms then fused into helium, releasing energy in the process. This created a cycle of energy absorption and release. The two cycles fed each other. Of course, the efficiency wasn't 100%. Varian was still losing some energy every second, but the discomfort was minor compared to the danger he had faced earlier. After this unexpected operation, Varian felt two bottlenecks break. Matter rank 3, 0 to 500, energy rank 3, 0 to 500, only space and time were still at rank 2. Not for long, Varian thought, feeling that he could soon become a genuine rank 3 in all 7 paths. All he needed was an opportunity. Hey, wait, why aren't you shivering like, Aok? Maria sneezed and hugged her knees tighter. I forgot about you, Varian said with a sincere expression and took out a ring, a ceremonial ring that was useless even to a level 3 awakener, and tapped it. Maria watched in amazement as the ring emitted a mix of auras, and the cold abruptly stopped. Huh? Varian jumped off the asteroid and flew toward the planet. Wait for me. Maria followed. Once they landed on the bright planet, Varian realized they had been excited for nothing. The sky was enveloped in mist. The frigid air he breathed in seemed to pierce through his lungs. The frozen landscape offered nothing at first glance. From his footstep to the edge of the horizon, Varian saw only white. Not even a speck of dust broke this monotony. Then there's nothing alive on. Varian was proven wrong before he could finish his thought. His lungs exploded without warning, and blood splattered on the ground, marking a spot of red in the ocean of white. Hey! Maria was taken aback and hurriedly put up a protective barrier around herself. She didn't attack, but neither did she try to help. After a second, Varian finally moved. He coated his body with aura to stop the bleeding and hissed. The cold hurts. The large hole in his chest didn't help. Seeing bits of his lungs scattered inside his body and even on the ice outside only made his mood worse. To add to his woes, his liver and heart were pierced by purple-colored icicles. Wait, what is that? Varian's thoughts of mere bad luck halted as he noticed something. A layer of purple-colored ice was quickly spreading through his blood, freezing it and draining his aura. Varian tried to use his power to expel the ice, but it dodged expertly and started freezing him faster. Are you fucking kidding me? There was no way he couldn't realize it by now. Something had mixed into the air he breathed in. A gaseous life form. Its body was so bizarre that it operated on the same principle as the sun, undergoing fission and draining energy from the surroundings. This creature had weaponized this principle and used it to hunt. Unfortunately, even with his lungs blown off and half of his heart frozen, Varian could still survive for days, if not weeks, thanks to his monstrous vitality and life force control as a rank 3 famine. But the creature didn't panic. It had always chosen its targets carefully. Varian was a mystic, so his attacks would be physical and chi-based, both of which it had great resistance against. Even a peak rank 3 mystic couldn't injure it. The best they could do was trap it, but for how long? As challengers, they had to be mindful of their survival time and other challengers. So, the creature waited patiently for Varian to leave so it could mark its next prey. But what awaited it was a surprise that scared the hell out of it. A spiritual attack pierced its soul. The confident creature shuddered violently, and the somewhat cohesive gas began to swirl and disperse like a puff of smoke. W8. Don't kill me, a voice sounded directly in Varian's mind, startling him. Give me a good reason, Varian thought. I know where those gates you people search for are. I've seen groups of you outsiders fight for them. Varian raised a brow. The gates would change randomly, but maybe that gate was still active. He raised his hand, and a cloud of purple gas formed over his palm. The cold in his body dissipated, and he sighed at the comforting warmth. Maria, this thing can help us get to the next gate, he said, poking his finger through the cloud. Maria's treasure could help them find the gate, but it had its problems. One time, it led them straight into the middle of a seemingly normal but very unstable space. If Varian didn't have his space powers, they would have been swallowed by the explosion that enveloped the area shortly after they fled. Maria knew the issues with her treasure too and turned to the faceless, expressionless gas cloud creature. If you lie, I can not only kill you, but I can also torture you well. Her killing intent caused the gas cloud to shrink and nod rapidly like a dog. The two followed the gas cloud creature to one of those bright spots on the planet he had seen from space. Holy shit. Apparently, these bright, overly shiny, and glittery spots were the aura power plants of the planet. Container after container of metal was poured into these power plants, where it was crushed into powder and sprinkled over a special formation that used their properties to create a massive amount of heat. This heat was then transferred to the attached city. Of course, over 90% of it was absorbed by the host star, but the remaining 10% allowed life to continue. Arrogant bitches. You can go through your gate for all I care, but don't touch the power plant. A 4-foot humanoid's yell caused a small hurricane. Unlike the humanoids Varian had seen so far, this one had transparent skin under which the flow of colored gases was visible. If you saw him on Earth, you might think he was wearing a bodysuit to show he was made of tubes transporting fancy color gases. Thankfully, it was mostly visible only on his limbs, and his face still looked normal. Do their brains have gas? Varian couldn't help but be curious. But those confronting the man weren't curious. They responded to his outburst with contempt and ignored him thereafter. This gate will stay for at least 3 years. I don't think your team has the guts to maintain it for that long. Oh, we sure do. It's the newcomers who shouldn't think about gatekeeping on this floor. Crawl back to the single digits. You're both too arrogant to ignore my team. 3 challenger groups faced off at the entrance of the power plant, while the 100-odd staff, led by their manager, confronted them with bitter expressions. The gate appeared inside the plant, and all 3 teams wanted complete control over it. A battle was bound to happen, and it would destroy the plant, cutting off the supply to the city. In this world, power plants weren't just comforts, they were necessities. Without these plants, the city's heat would be sucked out by the star, and all its residents would freeze to death. It might take a bit longer since the plant was significantly farther from the sun than the asteroid, but it was only a matter of time. Excuse me, gentlemen. Varian didn't want to get involved in issues like this. They had encountered gatekeeping more than a few times already. Each time, he paid, well, Maria paid, and they moved on without causing a fuss. Sure, they had killed some stray challengers and weak teams that were hostile to them, but they didn't actively hunt down challengers. Ironically, every team they came across tried to kill them and ended up getting killed. The gatekeeping teams, however, always maintained neutrality. First, they were very strong, and few dared to be mischievous with them. Second, they didn't want to earn a bad reputation and hurt their business. Varian wouldn't have cared about the consequences of the power plant's destruction, but after experiencing it personally, he held a vendetta against it. So, he just didn't like pushing someone through the same experience he hated. "Hey, gatekeepers," Varian waved his hand and greeted the three teams. The manager's expression grew worse, and the staff members began to cry softly. They could foresee it already. The slow, painful death of their city and their loved ones within it. "You three can fight elsewhere. I won't gatekeep, but I'll support anyone who abides by my condition." Varian unsheathed his sword and gently tapped the tip into the ice. Kacha, the ice cracked at the point of contact, and the crack expanded like an unending tsunami. The area around that spot began to fracture, spreading under the feet of the three teams, the manager, the employees, below the power plant, and throughout the surrounding 500 miles. The teams, who had previously looked disdainful, now regarded him with solemn gazes. The cracks were not as ordinary as they had initially thought. They formed patterns in concentric circles, each circle spelling the same word in the lingua franca of the Alliance: "You can't find inside this line." Destroying a planet, unless it was ore-enforced, wasn't an issue for a celestial ranker. Destroying everything within 1,000 miles wasn't a problem even for an ore-enforced planet. However, what Varian did was incredibly difficult. Unless one had reached an extreme level of control over their chi, it was nearly impossible to create such delicate cracks. Since Varian had intentionally masked his rank before this display, they assumed he was a strong rank 5 or even a rank 6. Despite the teams being led by rank 5s, they didn't want to take the risk. A strong rank 5 could eliminate all of them without much effort, and if you were a rank 6, it would be like using a military-grade truck to crush a bicycle. A tense silence fell over the field, and after a strong stare down, the three teams silently withdrew to the 501st mile, just outside the cracks, and began their fight. The power plant's defense barrier activated, blocking any shockwaves and securing the supply. Varian walked into the power plant under the reverent gazes of the natives. "Didn't know you were a hero. You seemed too cold-hearted for this," Maria said, giving him a surprised look as they stepped into the circle. "I'm not," Varian shook his head. "Not a hero or not cold-hearted?" Varian scoffed. "Both."